The House will come to order. Yep. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for today is House File 4. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 4, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to transportation, the second engrossment.
I recognize the bill author, the member from Goodhue, Representative Kelly, to introduce your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, House File 4 is the Road and Bridge Act of 2015. It is also the Omnibus Transportation Policy and Finance Bill. It is our response to the task of funding sustainable sources of revenue to shore up our ailing infrastructure across the state of Minnesota. This bill produces over $7 billion in new revenue over a 10-year time period, and it makes transportation an absolute priority for our state. Members, back in 2008, a major transportation package was enacted that was heralded as a 10-year plan, and it included a series of gas tax provisions. The last, most recently in just 2012. Just 7 years after the 10-year plan and 3 years after the last gas tax increase, the governor has asked for a new wholesale tax on gasoline. This tax would increase it by a historic 17 cents per gallon, an increase with the price of gas. The governor has called this stable, yet it is based on the volatile price of oil, which all of us know as we fill up at the gas tank. And worst of all, this comes directly out of the pocketbooks of our citizens, especially the working class, at a time when we're still trying to find secure footing in our economy. The failure of the last plan, predicated on these gas tax increases, has shown that this is not the path. Our plan is built on revenue that is predictable, sustainable, and dedicated. Housing funds in the new Transportation Stability Fund. It finds responsible solutions to our transportation infrastructure needs without the near $9 billion in increased taxes. And it allows all of Minnesota, from the metro area down to the smallest cities and townships, to invest in their roads, bridges, and communities. Mr. Speaker and members, a note just on our tax provisions, which, as is custom, components of our transportation bill are carried in the tax bill, but I would like to speak about those going through the House currently. We allocate the sales tax on auto parts and tires to the Highway User Distribution Fund, which flows to our state roads, counties, municipalities, and townships. This is a better gauge of road use because all of the vehicles, including hybrids and electrics, Representative Garofalo, need tires, wipers, blades, etc. It serves better than the antiquated gas tax that has been flattening revenues in recent years. This is forecast to generate $384 million in this biennium and over $2.5 billion in the next 10 years. I need to thank Representative Howe and Lewick for championing this. We also allocate 9.2% on rental cars to small cities, those under 5,000. This is forecast to generate over $232 million in the next 10 years. And thank you to Representative Driscowski for bringing that forward. We allocate a portion of the motor vehicle lease sales tax, half to Greater Minnesota Transit and half to the 5 Collar County road systems, beginning in fiscal year 17. This will generate $125 million to those areas. Thank you, Representative Kosnick, for that bill. We allocate tax on rental vehicles to the new Metro Transit capital expense account. Members, those are the funding mechanisms. At this point in time, I'd like to walk through the bill and start with Article 1 with the appropriations. We outline the appropriations for MnDOT and the Department of Public Safety. We maintain the base funding for safe routes to school. $2.5 million for the Port Development Assistance. $3 million for the suburban transit providers to conduct a pilot for suburb-to-suburb routes. We continue funding to public safety officers' benefit accounts and for soft body armor. We also fund the creation of two new emergency response teams, one in St. Cloud and one in Duluth, This is part of our ongoing rail safety issue that Representative Hornstein, along with myself, are working towards. We also fund the recruitment and training of new class of state troopers to begin addressing the impending wave of retirements that we saw over the last couple years. And finally, again, with rail safety, we have put $5 million to the rail grade crossing safety account. I'd like to add that's about 2.5 times the amount that we were able to do last biennium. But again, this is a start. And finally, it recognizes the priority of transportation in our state by using $228 million of general fund money for the county roads, municipal roads, small cities, and Greater Minnesota Transit as their dedicated revenue sources are phased in over the next several years. Moving on to Article 2 is our bonding measures. It contains $1.3 billion of trunk highway bonding authorized immediately in fiscal year 16, with funds to be spent over 10 years. Of that $1.3 billion, around 60% goes to corridors of commerce. The remainder would go to basic state road construction and a piece to the transportation economic development grants. A final component not included in this bill is $1 billion in general obligations bonds that we expect to take place next year. These would also go towards counties, municipalities, and transit. Article 3 establishes the Transportation Stability Fund that we talked about. And it provides a transparent look at funding flows, but it does not replace the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund. This is a robust financial reporting measure so everyone can actually see where the money is coming in and going out to. Section 6 through 10 are the governor change items. I'll move on to Section 11, which, thankful to Representative Torkelson, it allows permitting for our farmers to road access for their manure spreading capabilities. Section 12 is another component of our transportation plan and directs MnDOT to spend 90% of their unreserved trunk highway fund balance on state road construction, and to do so in future years. For those of you worried about the what-if possibilities, we heard a lot about that in our committee. What happens in emergency situations? MnDOT still maintains a reserve fund, which they have $90 to $100 million on the bottom line in reserves yet. So we are not stripping out all of MnDOT's capability for reserves. Section 13 is courtesy again of Representative Drazkowski and prohibits the use of state dollars for aesthetic purposes. They're enhancements that increase the cost of MnDOT projects. That measure alone saved the state $22 million over the biennium. It places no restrictions, however, on counties or towns putting their own money towards enhancement that they might desire. Moving on, Section 14 through 17 is the governor agency change items as well. Section 18 provides clarity on the distribution of county state aid highway dollars. This section directs that 68% of all CSA dollars will go under the apportionment in the old formula, 32% will go under the new formula, and I'd like to thank everyone involved in that because that represents the work and compromise of a number of stakeholders, including the counties, which we appreciate. Section 19 outlines our distribution of our new small cities funding, which goes to cities under 5,000. After funding them with the general fund for 2 years, we dedicate the tax on rental vehicles, which is forecast to be $27 million in fiscal year 17, growing to over $30 million by 2025. Section 20 is courtesy of Representative Tice and Considine and clarifies rules on driveway in-transit plates. Section 21 is courtesy of Representative Nash and creates a start seeing motorcycles license plates. We heard excellent testimony on that, members, and from the motorcycle community and how it will contribute to motorcycle safety efforts. Section 22, Representative Sanders, accelerates the start of the motorcycle or Minnesota golf plates, really allows for the funding mechanisms to start, and those funds provide the PGA Foundation with their charitable efforts. Section 23 is Representative Hornstein and increases the fine for second and third offenses for texting while driving. Section 24, Representative Schoen, provides clarity of headlight rules for motorcycles. Sections 25 through 27, courtesy again of Representative Sanders, and allows for common sense efficiency in driver inspection for trucks. If there's not a repair needed, they do not need to go through that inspection. Section 28, also Representative Sanders allows for the aerodynamic tails. You may have seen these on some of the semi-trailers. They were not compliant, but it allows them to be compliant. It allows them to also be more efficient. Section 30 and 32 was represents a lot of work, and Representative McNamara with the truck weights, and he's been working with all parties on this issue to get this to a point where it's workable. Section 36 concerns snow and ice contingency spending procedures, allowing some flexibility with MnDOT to make sure that they can handle, again, the what ifs if we have excessive snow and ice situations. Section 41 and 42 are DPS policy provisions carried by Representative Ward. Sections 40 through 44 and 47, Representative Hackbarth. Thank you, Representative Hackbarth. These were concerns about volunteer firefighters killed in the line of duty. And this directs that their spouses and dependents be covered with health insurance coverage up to certain age limits. Thank you, Representative Hackbarth. Section 50 gives a voice to suburban transit. Thank you, Representative Loon. It would replace one existing public transit seat on the Transportation Advisory Board with a spot for a suburban transit provider. It still allows leaving a seat for an at-large public transit official. Section 52, Representative Runbeck, and continues our goal of seeking greater accountability and results for transit in the metro area. Simply directs the County Transit Improvement Board pay 100% of their operating costs of their transit ways they currently operate. Section 53 is courtesy of Representative Nornes. This repeals the sunset of the mini trucks, which we've heard on this floor for several years. Thank you, Representative Nornes. Section 55 directs MnDOT to continue finding efficiencies, and this is something that MnDOT has done over the past several years. We applaud their efforts. We're simply saying let's continue those efforts. Section 58 directs MnDOT to establish a policy that minimizes local cost sharing for road projects. Section 59, Representative McNamara, is the concrete diamond grinding study, the slurry where we can make sure we clean up the mess afterwards. Section 60 is, thanks to Representative Fenton, begins to address the critical need of a study for the East Metro area by funding a study for the 494, 694 interchange and recommendations on how to improve safety. And finally, Section 62 lays the framework for public-private partnership. This is a pilot program that allows MnDOT and the Met Council to take advantage of innovative finance and industry experience to execute cost savings measures. Mr. Speaker, members, that's the bill. We recognize the importance of transportation in Minnesota. House File 4 also recognizes that further tax increases are not the answer. And instead, we've established long-term, sustainable, dedicated funding sources that don't take more out of the pocketbooks of our citizens. We thank all the stakeholders that put time and input into crafting this bill and urge your support for the future of transportation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is an author's amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kelly moves to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A61.
I recognize the amendment author, Representative Kelly, to introduce the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have an oral amendment to that amendment. Do you have that right there? Great. It is a technical amendment, Mr. Speaker.
State the oral amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, there was just two numbers transposed on page 2, line 33. The number is 768152. We would delete that number, 768152000.
Representative Kelly, if you are amending the bill and not the amendment, why don't we deal with that after we deal with this amendment? To the amendment, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A61 amendment then is no, I'm sorry, what is the amendment?
A61.
Right, A61. We move riders to correct the section of Trunk Highway Fund. We also include the operations and maintenance in the unreserved funds. This is something the department asked us to do. It was taken out erroneously, and then we put that back in. That's it for the amendment of A61.
Discussion on the A61 amendment. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the A61 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Representative Kelly, to your, if you want to present an oral amendment. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The oral amendment is numbers transposed here. It's on page 2, line 33. It would delete 768,152,000 and insert 786,152,000. And those same numbers are on page 9, line 30. We would have to do the same.
Can you repeat that oral amendment?
Page 2, line 33, delete 768,152,000 and insert 786,152,000. And those same numbers appear in page 9, line 30. We would delete 768,152,000 and insert 786,152,000.
Just to make sure that I've got it right, the 6 and the 8 were transcribed, or transposed, excuse me, when the bill was drafted?
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yep. I believe that is a technical amendment, and I will allow the oral amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kelly is moving to amend House File number 4, the second engrossment as follows. On page 2, line 33, delete 768152000 and insert 786152000. And on page 9, line 30, delete 768152000 and insert 786152000.
To the oral amendment, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask for your support on making that change.
Any discussion on the technical oral amendment? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the oral technical amendment by Kelly signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thiessen moved to amend House File number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A68.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, one of the good things that's happened in this legislative session is that everybody now agrees that we have a problem with transportation funding, and that there is a significant need out in the state of Minnesota to make sure that we're investing in roads and bridges, and from my perspective as well in our transit systems, to make sure that people can get to the doctor, that they can get to work, that their kids can get to school, and they can do so safely and efficiently. The challenge, members, that we are seeing right now is that we haven't figured out how to meet that need. We haven't figured out how to raise the revenues. We haven't figured out how to find the revenues to pay for that. And I think as we've been looking at this issue, one of the things that most captured this issue for, well, Mr. Speaker, there's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. Can I go to that amendment to the amendment?
Certainly. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thiessen moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 4. The second engrossment as follows, and the amendment is coded A74.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen, to introduce your amendment to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment to the amendment, really kind of in conjunction with the amendment, gets to the issue that I think that's most before us. So recently, well, in January, I think, Representative Miller was talking about the transportation bill and noted that because we haven't been able to come up with a long-term, until we come up with a long-term solution, one that's sustainable, one that will actually make investments in our communities, that the roads in his district will essentially turn into goat roads. And I think that captured the poetry. His poetry captured pretty well the challenge that we're facing in this state. And what we have always said all along is that if we come up with a long-term, sustainable solution to solving this problem, that I think everybody will be on board in solving that. And so what this amendment to the amendment does, amending the amendment, which would rename Highway 12 in Swift County the Tim Miller Goat Trail, would be to say that once we have an agreement on a bipartisan basis that we have a long-term comprehensive transportation funding package that includes dedicated revenues and does not rely on shifts and borrowing, which this bill does, that would be repealed because that goat trail out in Tim Miller's district, or what will become that, no longer will be a goat trail because we'll actually be able to fix the problem. And so what the amendment to the amendment does, I think, is what we all want to have happen, members, and that is for a bipartisan agreement to come together around a problem we all understand is necessary, a problem we all understand needs to be fixed, and this would really make very clear and put in definitive terms what we need to accomplish by doing that. So if we were to adopt the underlying amendment and rename Highway 12, that amendment, that renaming would be changed back once we get that agreement. Members, I think this amendment to the amendment, I hope that people put it on just in deference to the author of the amendment. I won't be asking for a roll call on this, but I think this actually captures what the people of Minnesota want us to accomplish this session, and I hope that people will join us join me in voting for it.
Discussion on the Thiessen amendment. The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if the author to this amendment would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Nash.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to hear of the bipartisan interest that Representative Thiessen expressed here, and I'm wondering if we could maybe amend your amendment to include the bipartisan mention of former Representative Falk, who, as I saw in a video from September 27th of last year, was very fond of running. So perhaps we could maybe amend this to say that this is the Goat Road and Andrew Falk Memorial Running Path.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Unfortunately, we can't amend an amendment to an amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Kahn yield?
She will yield. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kahn, isn't there a particular condition that one must reach to have a public entity named after them?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Erdahl, it's much more important when you get to do a public reading before the Historical Society. So I think actually one of the laws that I was responsible for is, like, you got to be dead. So so I think I'm sorry, I didn't see this bill. Is there a violation here? Is there a name violation in this? Because it's clearly against the law.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Representative Kahn, I think there clearly is a violation here because, Representative Miller, would you raise your hand? He seems to be alive.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Thiessen, I have to say I'm disappointed that you would bring this amendment forward, but I can't say that I'm that surprised. So far this session, we've heard you talking about rumors. We've heard you calling female members on the floor by their first names. We've heard you making fun of members. We've heard you interrupting the presiding officer, the Speaker of the House. And now you're bringing forth an amendment that would name it the Tim Miller Goat Trail. We were sent here by the members or by the people who elected us to run the state of Minnesota. This is a very serious issue. We are here to solve a transportation problem that all the caucuses have agreed that exists, and we have now had the former Speaker of the House bring an amendment to the floor to name a road the Tim Miller Goat Trail. And this is really disappointing because I would think that the former Speaker would have more reverence for the protocol of the House and the body than to bring something like this forward. All I can say is this is a ridiculous amendment, and I would ask you to vote no both to the amendment and the amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're absolutely right, Representative Pepin. This is a serious issue, and I didn't make this up. Representative Miller is the one that said that if we don't actually pass the bill that is not before this body today, a comprehensive transportation bill, it would turn into a goat road. Those are his words. Those are his words, that is the state that we're in. This is a serious issue, and unfortunately, the majority right now is actually doing nothing to solve the problem. The article where this came from, where Representative Miller made that comment, was an article where he said he was going to come down to St. Paul and actually do something about it. He was going to come down to St. Paul and actually get his roads and bridges fixed. But as you know, as Representative Petersburg knows really, really well, the Highway 14 Coalition, a Greater Minnesota coalition, they said that the bill that you put on the floor today isn't going to solve that problem, Highway 14. Probably the #1 challenge that we have in the state of Minnesota. They have come out saying that this bill is not going to solve it. Representative Miller came down here. He told the people of his district, he didn't say much during the election, but after the election, he came down here and said he was going to fix this problem. And if we didn't fix the problem, if he didn't come up with a solution, the roads in his districts are going to turn into goat trails. Those were his words. We are not fixing the problem, Madam Majority Leader, with your bill. And that is exactly what this debate is about. What this amendment does shows a pathway that we could actually get there. It shows a pathway which would actually be working with both sides of the aisle to come up with a solution. Representative Kelly hasn't done that. He's taken a very ideological position to try to solve this transportation problem. He hasn't reached across the aisle at all. What we need is actually to roll up our sleeves and get this work done, because if we don't do that, members, if we don't get a transportation bill that is comprehensive, that fixes the potential goat trails in Representative Miller's district, if we don't do that this time, this legislative session will have been a failure. And we are so far away from accomplishing that. And so this is a very serious amendment, because this is a very serious issue. You're just not taking it seriously enough. So members, I would ask that you vote for the amendment to the amendment so we can get before us an actual discussion about how we can solve this problem and move forward.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Representative Thiessen, Minority Leader Thiessen, I am more than a little disappointed that you would suggest that all of the members here, the jobs that we have, we all serve on different committees. We do that for several months at a time. We put in long hours. We work together to come up with plans and to go through the process. And yet what you're suggesting with this amendment is that we need yet another layer, and we need approval somewhat from whether it's our leadership or from our caucus to approve a bill that we push forward. I've heard this so many times now that we talk about shifts and gimmicks. But I would suggest that we absolutely needed that shift, Representative Thiessen. We needed a shift in thinking. This 10-year plan that we put into place that had a tax increase only 3 years ago is failing, and it has failed us. The gas tax has been depleted because of fuel efficiency and lower gas tax prices and people actually conserving gas when gas was higher. To suggest that the Transportation Committee has not done their job, it has not been able to go through the process and bring this to a vote is really disappointing, and I think you should respect the process and the members on both sides of the aisle that do the work. Members, I would appreciate a no vote on this amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Thiessen. First of all, I want to thank Representative Kelly, Representative Petersburg, and the other members who have worked so hard on this for a long time, going throughout the state, finding a solution to this problem. This is a very well thought through plan, and I want to remind everyone at home who's watching that the only thing we've really heard from the other side is a gas tax increase. The governor's proposed a gas tax increase that would essentially be about 16 cents per gallon if the gas prices stay around $2.50 and up to, I think, 26 cents. So the idea that we've seen from the other side come forward, and I will remind everybody that the Democrats controlled the House, the Senate, and the governor's office last year, and what did they do? Nothing. They did not put forward the gas tax proposal last year that they believe would fix this. So Representative Thiessen, when you talk about us not having a solution, we have a solution here. We've created a sustainable way to pay for transportation funding. And Representative Thiessen, even on your proposal, I've even heard you make comments about the gas tax proposal. You said, obviously, and I want to make sure I have this quote right, obviously, if you raise the gas tax, it's going to have a negative impact of being unpopular, but also, you know, it is money out of people's pockets. You know, if they have to drive to work and if they have to drive their kids around, it's going to cost more. And that was on April 5th, and on April 8th you said, referring to the gas tax, it's money that comes out of people's pockets when they have to drive to the store or work or whatever. So if you're so opposed to the gas tax and you apparently are so opposed to our plan, what is your plan to fulfill our constitutional requirement to deal with roads and transportation? That's what we haven't heard yet. We haven't heard what your plan is to fix this problem. And you know what? Representative Kelly, Representative Petersburg, and many in the staff on our side of the aisle have spent a lot of time and effort to put this proposal forward. It is a solid proposal. It dedicates funding like 33 other states from the general fund. This is what we should be doing, what we're required to do under the Constitution, and you haven't come up with a proposal, as far as I can tell, that didn't involve a gas tax of 16 to 26 cents per gallon. So Representative Thiessen, why don't you bring your idea forward?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Pepin. I'm not suggesting that Representative Petersburg, for instance, hasn't worked hard. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. I don't know. All I know that the people in his area are saying your bill actually doesn't fix the problem, and we have a letter that says that. So whether he's worked hard or not, he hasn't come up with a solution that's actually going to solve problems for his area. Maybe Highway 14 is already fixed in Owatonna and he doesn't care about the rest of Highway 14. That could be the case. But the reality is the local people on the ground say your plan, Representative Pepin, Majority Leader Pepin, doesn't solve the problem. And that's just the roads and bridges part, let alone all the other part. The other fact of the matter is, what we've said all along is we are willing to roll up our sleeves on any solution that is going to be comprehensive and is going to be dedicated. We know from past history, members, that when you dedicate funds statutorily to transportation, this body, the very next year, is going to come back and take those monies back away because it's happened over and over and over again. That's the track record of the Minnesota legislature. So you're not really dedicating any money. And the fact of the matter is that your very budget, the very budget you put together, proves the point that you're siphoning money from education to go into transportation. Because just think of the fact, if you wouldn't be taking $600 million and putting it into transportation from the general fund, you actually might be able to fund education this year instead of leaving Representative Loon with less than a 1% increase in funding. You could have $500 million to put into education. I bet Representative Loon could use $500 million for education, because the plan that you've put forward is going to cause layoffs, it's going to cause larger class sizes, it's going to go the wrong direction for education in Minnesota, and it's precisely connected with that. And then, if you look at the tax bill that you've put forward, which if all those taxes were actually phased in this biennium, we'd go from a $2 billion surplus to a $3 or $4 billion deficit. We're going to be in deficits right away if you're in charge. And so this money that you're taking from the general fund to put to transportation is disappearing right now in your tax bill. So let's be real about this, members. You haven't put together a comprehensive, certainly not comprehensive. It does not serve the whole state. It is not dedicated. This is not a plan that is going to fix the transportation problem in Minnesota for so many other reasons. And I did say that, Representative Pepin, but I'll give you the full context, because of course Mr. Golnick and he doesn't work for the Jobs Coalition anymore, but that entity, what they did is took a small snippet. What I said was, we all agree it's a good thing, the thing I started with. We agree that we have a transportation problem. It's $6, $7, $8, $9 billion that we need to figure out over the next decade. No one can come up with a way to pay for it, because all of them have challenges. Absolutely, the gas tax has challenges. I'll be the first to admit it. It's not exact. No one wants to pay more in taxes. But yours, what I said in the following up in that quote, is the proposal that you've put forward has a lot more problems. And what we need to figure out is a solution that is going to actually solve the problem and doesn't deal with all the problems that your solution creates. Because I do not want to be voting for a bill that's going to both leave the goat roads in Representative Miller's district, which this bill will do, and is going to take money from our schools. And that's what your bill does, members. That's what you're proposing for the people of Minnesota. So I hope that we can vote on this. And I'm not saying, Representative Kelly, that the legislature has to come back for your whole bill. I'm just saying to get rid of the sign out in Representative Miller's districts. So I hope we'll accept the amendment to the amendment, and we can work in a bipartisan way, hopefully reject this bill, and then come back and work in a bipartisan way so we can move forward on a transportation bill that will actually solve our problems.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that Representative Kelly was new here in 2008, so I want to just nudge him a little bit on some of the things that he was speaking about. And we'd already done something in 2006. We'd actually passed the MinVest, the rest of it from the general fund, to the transportation fund, which was literally millions of dollars. But in 2008, we needed, by estimations, $18 billion. And we managed to get $6.6 billion across. We moved it across the line. Everybody knew that that was not enough, and it was not enough because we had been sparse with money for 20 years. We hadn't raised the gas tax. So what do you expect? It went in a hurry. And we found out then that the bridges were falling down, and we had to spend most of that money on bridges rather than on roads. And now we're again poised to do something for this community. And you think you're going to pass a bill that lasts from now for the next 50 years, you're wrong. But you can take a heck of a chunk of what we need to the task of voting for it in the proper manner today.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Miller yield?
He will yield. Representative
Thank
Thiessen.
you. Well, Representative Miller, I know from your quote that you have concerns about the roads out in your district, and I'm just wondering if you are committed this session. Well, I guess the question I would ask for Representative Miller, if we don't get a comprehensive bill that actually fixes the roads and invests, I hope, in transit out in your part of the state this session, will this legislative session have to be considered a failure?
Representative Miller.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, thank you for this honor, by the way. I think you have my story a bit mixed up of what I referenced to a goat trail, but that's okay. I do have a question for you, though. Why are you here on election night after I'd won, the congratulations, the cheers, the thank yous, and even a few tears from my wife? A very good man from my district raised a question to me. He said, "You know how to win an election. Now do you know how to govern?" I'll never forget that question, and I take that very close to heart. Representative Thiessen, with all due respect, this amendment is not governing, and I encourage everyone to vote right on this.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would say the same thing about this bill, Representative Miller. And I do think that if we don't get a transportation bill passed this session, it will be a fundamental failure of this legislature. If we don't get those roads fixed in your district, Representative Miller, and we don't actually come up with a solution that's going to solve the problem on Highway 14, Representative Petersburg, if we don't do these things, we will have failed the people of Minnesota. And frankly, this bill is not going to get there. You know it. We know it. And yet we're spending our time spinning our wheels on this bill. That's not governing, Representative Miller. That's not what the people of Minnesota sent you here to do. But since you, actually didn't answer my question, I hope that you agree that we need to get a comprehensive transportation bill done. And I'm going to assume that that's the case, Representative Miller. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw the amendment to the amendment and the amendment, and we can move forward on voting, hopefully voting down this bill.
Representative Thiessen withdraws the A74 amendment to his amendment and also the underlying A68 amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hornstein moves to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A58.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment deals with a railroad company assessment and an appropriation to set up an account. And this really stems from the study that MnDOT did at the legislature's request last year. As you'll know, on a bipartisan basis, we did pass oil transportation safety legislation, and one of the provisions of that legislation was to ask MnDOT to do a very comprehensive study of rail grade crossings and rail grade separation needs in the state along oil train routes. And I believe you're getting a map that shows the different counties that are impacted, and also the data in terms of the numbers of people. And MnDOT recently told us that there are 326,170 Minnesotans. 326,170 Minnesotans that are living within a half mile of an oil train route. Now, we've had a lot of attention paid to this issue, but I want to very quickly remind the body that the reason this is so important to these 326,170 Minnesotans and many others is that these trains carrying Bakken oil are carrying a particularly volatile and hazardous cargo. We've seen many, many trains derail and explode around North America. 47 people were killed in Quebec. We've had 5 derailments and explosions this year alone. And so this is a very real issue. I think it's by sheer luck that we haven't had a problem here in Minnesota, because we have many trains traversing our state every day carrying this particular cargo. One of the things we can do is to make our grade crossings safer. And so MnDOT has identified numerous grade crossings that are in need of our help, as has the governor. And what we are doing in this amendment is saying one simple thing, that these grade crossing needs need to be a shared responsibility between us as the public sector and the private sector, the railroad companies, that are going through our communities with this volatile cargo. And I will add, members, that they are making record profits hauling this Bakken oil. And so because of the sheer need, over $300 million identified by MnDOT, this should not fall on our taxpayers alone. It should be shared by the very profitable railroad companies. And so simply what this amendment says is, let's have a public-private partnership with the railroad companies and ask them to shoulder some of the burden. We don't specify a specific number. We cap the number at $32 million, but this could be a number anywhere between 500,000 or $1 million or whatever on the low end, up to 32 million. Maybe not, maybe less than that. So this is just simply saying, let's share the responsibility with the profitable railroads. That's what this is about. We know there's a problem. We know our communities are affected. I traveled with the governor, and there were many from both sides of the aisle that joined him in 7 different communities around the state. And I have to say, this issue is so heartfelt. We had first responders talking about trains that are literally parked, dividing their communities in half. First responders can't get from one side to the other. We heard that in Moorhead. We heard that in Coon Rapids. We heard that in Winona. And we also heard that grade crossings are one of those areas that need to be fixed in order for our communities to feel safer and for us to reduce the risk of an accident involving one of these trains. So members, we're addressing this issue in a very straightforward way, in a way that has broad support, that responds to the safety needs that were identified in a study by MnDOT. And we're simply saying, let's share the responsibility. Share the responsibility with the railroads. That's what this is about. So if you want this to be shouldered entirely by our taxpayers, you can vote no. But if you believe that this is a shared responsibility and that the need is great and we need to keep our communities safe, please vote yes on this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I would like a roll call on this amendment, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Petersburg moves to amend the Hornstein Amendment to House File Number 4, the second Grossman as amended, and the amendment is coded A79.
I recognize the amendment author, the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg, to introduce your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to continue on with Chair Hornstein's discussion about sharing the responsibility and sharing the safety issue, it got me to thinking that one of the reasons why we have talking about the safety issue of our rail crossings and about the railroads improving them has to do with the increase in Bakken oil that's coming from North Dakota. And whereas I'm sure railroads are making some profit, actually the biggest boon in profit is actually coming from the North Dakota. And just as when I was farming and I had a field tile that went across my farm draining my land, if a farmer above me wanted to use my field tile, he certainly could attach to that, but he also had to help with some of the cost and expense of delivering his water through my property. It just seems to me that in reality, North Dakota, who is benefiting the best with the surpluses and the tax revenues for it, that they also ought to be able to help us with transporting their oil through our communities and so forth. Now, I also understand that we can't get the governor of North Dakota probably to give us a check, although I certainly think it would be nice if we could, wouldn't it? After all, they are benefiting from a lot of that. But I also know that we do have to deal with some of the issues of rail safety and road crossings. I know that there's going to be a little differences in our opinion as to who foots the bill and who directs it and where we're going to go with it. But I know that it's it's on.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Thiessen, for what purpose do you rise?
I'd like to rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Under Rule 4.03.
I assume you have advice?
Yeah,
Representative
Mr. Speaker,
Thiessen.
Representative Hornstein's amendment is in order because it actually pays for itself. There is no way, and everybody in this room, I mean, talk about frivolous amendments. But there's no way that anybody in this room believes the state of North Dakota is actually going to send us the money to cover the cost of this. So basically, if this amendment were to go on, we would be increasing our investments in these rail grade crossings without any compensating revenue to make up for it. And so it violates the budget resolution, violates Rule 4.03, and I'd ask that you rule it out of order.
Further advice?
Mr. Speaker.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Mr. Speaker, advice to the point of order.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, I know that in the normal course of business between states that there are certainly covenants, compacts, recognizing as Representative Petersburg has elaborated on the usage of shared trains, shared throughways. This is certainly one of those instances where two adjoining states certainly would understand that it is in the beneficial interests of both states for them to join together in some type of a remuneration compact where both would be adjoined to payment for the use of rails that cross one state used by another. And I hope you can find that in good order.
Mr. Speaker, further advice.
Representative Thiessen, state your advice.
Thank you. I wish Representative Albright would have raised this issue earlier because we could actually pay for the whole transportation bill by just saying North Dakota is going to pay for it. Mr. Speaker, if you rule in favor of Representative Petersburg and against my point of order, on every single bill that you're going to be seeing from here on out, you will see amendments from the DFL paying for the spending we think we ought to do by saying North Dakota should pay for it. You have to rule this out of order or this place is going to become chaos. So I would encourage, I hope that you think about that as you rule on this point of order.
Representative
And I would
Thiessen,
ask also for, well, I'll wait till you're done.
Did you have advice?
My advice is that you think about the fact that if you rule and say that this amendment is in order, then we can pay for every amendment for the rest of the session that we want to offer in terms of whether it's spending on pre-K, whether it's spending on whatever it is, by saying the state of North Dakota should pay for it.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Petersburg.
Mr. Speaker, I really just wanted to talk about some of the things that we need to be looking at here, and I had planned on withdrawing the motion at a later time anyway. So with that, I will just withdraw the motion and eliminate the discussion. Thank you.
Representative Petersburg withdraws the A79 amendment, and I think that then deals with the point of order.
And Mr. Speaker, just one more procedural item, if I may.
Representative Thiessen.
I'd like to ask for a call of the House.
Representative Thiessen moves for a call of the House. Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll. All members having responded to the call, the clerk will close the roll. Members, we're now back on the A58 amendment. And I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Schoen, to the A58 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Hornstein, I just want to thank you so much for continuing to push on this, and Representative Marquardt as well, too. I know we've brought attention to this issue as well. And I will just point out a little fact to you, and we've talked about grade crossings and other issues in all of your communities. If you come into District 54, which Representative McNamara and I represent, you'll have about 12 miles from Newport to Hastings, Minnesota, and there are 5,200 parcels, 5,200 parcels of property and thousands of residents that are within that half-a-mile range of these oil trains. And let me be clear, when you talk about that you're concerned that Burlington Northern is going to start hauling through your community, or CP Rail, Canadian Pacific, is going to start hauling through your community, or maybe Union Pacific, I've got all three. All three converge into my district before they head south and split into Hastings. So they come out of St. Paul, they split in Hastings, and every single one of those rail trains that comes through Minnesota comes through my district. The fact is, the rail companies are making record profits on this. And those of you who from greater Minnesota probably have heard a little bit from your grain co-ops where they used to pay anywhere from $500 to $700 for a freight car of corn, to now they're into the thousands to compete with the oil trains. This shouldn't be on our local taxpayers. I have a crossing in my district that is in an industrial area that needs to be completely shut down, and it's on the governor's plan, and we need to do this, and I'm glad we're going to do it, but it shouldn't be on the taxpayers to shut this completely down and reroute an entire road. The railroads are making record profits and running this through our communities. We understand that. This is jobs. Our rail operators, and they live in our communities. We understand that, but they're making record profits. Billions in profits. Support Representative Hornstein in this amendment because it's the right thing to do. This is absolutely about safety and nothing else. Thank you, Representative Hornstein.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein's amendment would fund critical improvements to rail crossings in Minnesota. I recently learned of a proposed rail connection that would send an additional 12 freight trains per day, many containing volatile Bakken oil, through the communities I represent. Many of these trains would be nearly 1 mile long. Now, there are 4 at-grade crossings in the city of Crystal and more in the city of Robbinsdale. In Crystal, a mile-long train would block all 4 intersections and obstruct the ability of emergency vehicles to get to the northern part of the city. Residents in my area are justifiably concerned. They hear of derailments and explosions, many involving supposedly newer and safer rail cars, and they are alarmed. Now, Representative Carlson and I recently attended 2 town hall meetings in Crystal on this topic. Each of these meetings was attended by approximately 200 people from all of the cities in the northwest suburbs. Now, I know other legislators have been dealing with the issue of freight rail traffic and crossings for a long time. Certainly, Representative Schoen is no exception with the amount of freight traffic he sees in his district. But I wanted to say this because if you're a legislator and this isn't an issue that you followed that closely, let me tell you something. This can affect your district dramatically and quickly, and a lot more dramatically and quickly than you think. In my area, we went from trains causing only minor inconveniences to having to worry about serious public safety issues virtually overnight. It can happen to you. It's an issue we need to take seriously, notwithstanding frivolous amendments to make North Dakota pay for it. This is an issue we need to address on multiple fronts. Now, Representative Hornstein's amendment is one way we can address this issue. It would fund critical improvements at rail crossings. I urge members to support this amendment, and I thank Representative Hornstein for bringing it forward.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, although I have the greatest respect for Representative Hornstein, and I think he's done a wonderful job in our Transportation Committee. You know, an assessment on private business is not the way to go in this case. I shudder to think what would happen if we assessed every private business that was profitable in this state. It sets a very bad precedent, I think. And private business, the railroads, do bring a lot to the table. We do understand that rail grade crossings is a major problem. I represent Coon Rapids, and so do a few of us, others in the room here, and it's a major problem that we have to address, but this is not the way to do it. And let's not forget, members, railroads are trying to work with us, and ramming this amendment down their throats I don't think is the right way to do it. You know, railroads have increased track safety inspections. They've got an incredible amount of money that's going into capital improvements for safety, and also the training requirements for first responders. So this is an issue that we're not going to solve overnight, but we need to get it right. And this simply is not the way to do it. So I would urge you not to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Clay, Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Hornstein's amendment is doing the right thing to make our community safer. And I know Representative Kelly mentioned there's $5 million in this bill for oil rail safety. And just put aside who might pay for that, Representative Kelly said this is a start. Members, we are beyond that. These oil trains coming through our communities is a huge, real, and increasing safety concern for our districts and for our cities that needs a solution now, and a real solution now, and we have to start on that today. And members, this is only going to get worse. The safety concerns through our communities are only going to get worse. Right now, out of the Bakken, out of western North Dakota, 1.1 million barrels a day are shipped out, either on rail or by pipeline. About 800,000 by rail. That's at $50 oil. When that goes back to its normal prices for oil, according to a recent study, the number of barrels coming out of western North Dakota is going to be, in 10 years, about 2 million, double what it is today. So even if we build pipelines, this safety issue is going to increase. Right now, we have about 7 trains, oil trains a day, going through our cities. And as Representative Hornstein mentioned, there's about 326,000 people within a half a mile either which way. They're in that danger zone. The city of Moorhead just had a recent study, and what they found out is that their firefighters were stalled on emergency runs 118 times when they were blocked by a train on a track. 118 times in 2014. That means when fire trucks were responding to an emergency at least twice a week, they were delayed. That is a huge, huge safety concern. And I know folks have talked about, well, most of these derailments are happening on the tracks and it's not involving your crossings. Well, as Representative Hornstein said, we need to do what we can as a state. And what we can do as a state is to make our crossings safer. And the fact of the matter is, according to MnDOT, last year alone there were 47 train vehicle crashes. 7 of those involved fatalities. And in the last 10 years in the state of Minnesota, over 400 train vehicle accidents. Now, of those 47, I don't know if any of them involved an oil train. I'm assuming they did not. But the point I'm making here is that it takes just one vehicle to crash with an oil train, and you have a disaster in our communities. And we've been fortunate so far, there has not been any derailments in the state of Minnesota. We have not had a tragic incident. But members, this is real. Over the break, Senator Eakin and I held several town meetings, and in every single city where there is a train going through that city, this got brought up. And in every single situation, these citizens and city officials were concerned about safety, how they can improve those crossings, and who's going to pay for them, because we know our cities don't have resources just flying around to pay for that. So remember, our goal should be absolutely zero accidents at these crossings. And this amendment provides that funding. And you know, our communities haven't asked for these dangerous oil trains to come through. And this amendment says our railroads should help make our communities safer from a danger that they've created. So members, in this new era of railroad traffic, where the margin of error for our cities are much smaller than they were before, because it takes just one derailment, one oil train exploding, and you have disaster in our community, don't you want to be able to say that you have done everything possible to make our communities and our state safer? If your answer is yes, vote for the Hornstein amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the point about whether or not we tax other businesses in this fashion, we do. We tax the trucking companies by means of the fuel taxes they pay and the license fees they pay. We tax businesses that hire people. They've got unemployment taxes they have to pay. We have a variety of different ways in which our businesses contribute to our services in Minnesota, some of which they use directly and otherwise. Our hands are tied when it comes to the railroads. The states are mostly excluded from forcing any kind of action upon the railroads. If you're going to build a business, the city can tell you what the building codes are and the safety measures you have to take. If you're going to do a major development, you're going to have to negotiate what the terms of that are. You might be told what you have to do with parking lots and all kinds of things when you do a development in a city. We have all kinds of control when it comes to our local businesses. That is not the case in the railroads. Now, in my district, we've got a number of legacies of James J. Hill. We've got property that used to be used as summer cottages by the people that work for the railroads. We've got land that was donated that became schools. But we've also still got the railroad that went through there from back in the days of James J. Hill. And those were the days of the railroad barons when they first crafted these kinds of deals that left all that regulation to the federal government and took it out of the hands of the state. So Representative Hornstein has found one way to get the railroads to help us make our crossings safer, make our tracks safer that go through the towns where our people live. We don't have a lot of other ways that we can get help from the railroads to do that because we can't make them do it. So I urge you to vote yes on this.
The member from Martin, Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Hornstein yield? Representative Hornstein, I think I heard the answer to my question already, but has there been any incidents from hauling the Balkan oil through Minnesota? Has there been any deaths, any property damage, and if so, where and when?
He will yield. Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gunther, last year there was a train that was hauling oil, and there was a spill of that oil. It was last winter. It was somewhere, I think, around between Red Wing and Winona, as I recall. And the issue there was the oil spilling into the Mississippi River. Now, it happened to be, as you recall, last winter we had a very cold winter, and fortunately, the environmental damage was not as great as it would have been had that incident happened on a 90-degree hot summer day. So we have had numerous derailments of trains in Minnesota. This was an oil train, and you know, what we're doing here, Representative Gunther, is doing all we can, leaving no stone unturned to prevent an accident from happening. The fact of the matter is, just in the first few months of this year, we have had 5 such explosions around the country. A couple of those trains had passed through Minnesota. In Castleton, North Dakota, 20 miles west of the Minnesota border in North Dakota, we had a huge fireball. Sheer dumb luck that there weren't people around that and there weren't fatalities. But if you look at the footage of that, you'll know that this is a very, very pressing and serious and urgent issue. So just because it hasn't happened, don't think it won't happen yet. It won't happen in the future if we simply ignore the problem and put our heads in the sand.
Representative Gunther.
Will Representative Hornstein yield again, please?
He will yield. Representative Gunther.
Was that incident over by Red Wing caused by oil from the Balkans?
Representative Hornstein.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gunther, I don't know for sure. I know it was an oil incident, and this is a train that's traversed very often by Bakken oil trains. So, you know, the issue is it was oil, and that's the concern that we have.
Representative. The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a few numbers I'd like to offer to the members. The first is one railroad, Burlington Northern Santa Fe, in 2014 had profits of $4 billion. That's just one railroad. The $32,500,000 assessment that we're talking about in this amendment amounts to less than 1% of one railroad's after expenses profits made. So it's less than 1% of their net profits for one railroad is all we're asking for these railroad upgrades in Minnesota. The other key numbers to note is that same railroad, the BNSF, contributed $85,000. BNSF, headquartered in Fort Worth, Texas, not a Minnesota company, contributed $85,000 to the Republican State Leadership Committee, which in turn contributed $325,000 to the Minnesota Jobs Coalition. So if members of the public are curious as to why members of this legislature would be standing up and protecting railroad companies instead of standing up to protect their constituents, there are 85,000 reasons for that from BNSF and 325,000 reasons for that to the Minnesota Jobs Coalition.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Scott, for what purpose do you rise?
I would have to find the exact rules, but it appears that Representative Winkler is questioning the motives of our caucus, and I would object to that. I don't know if it's a parliamentary procedure or point of order.
Thank you, Representative Scott. I'll defer ruling on the point of order at this time, but remind members that it's the actual legislation before us that is to be debated and not any member's motives for supporting or not supporting that legislation. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Hornstein yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Hertas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My distinguished colleague, I was wondering in preparing this bill, was there any consultation with the railroad? Was there any information on what their capital improvement plan is or what they're doing with regard to what we're experiencing, the increased rail traffic?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hertas, thank you so much for that question. And this gives an opportunity to let the body know, Representative Uglem had said that we don't do this with railroads. Well, in fact, this kind of assessment. In fact, we did it prior to last year. There's an assessment for inspectors. We did that. We increased that assessment last year, as well as an assessment on railroads for first responders. So this is just simply taking that precedent that we've set to grade crossing improvements. So I'm sorry, there was one part of your question that I did not answer that I want to. So if you could repeat the question.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Representative Hornstein, I was just wondering if the railroad has been consulted as to what their capital improvement plan is to address the concerns that we're concerned about here.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Hornstein.
The oil transportation safety bill that we did last year, we did consult with the railroads. We didn't agree on everything, but we had come to some consensus. This year we have had one meeting that involved many of the stakeholders. All of the railroads were there. We had members of the Senate, Representative Kelly, myself. We agreed to keep talking. We're going to keep talking about this issue. But at the end of that meeting, I think there was some consensus that we needed to let the legislative process play out. We have heard very often about this grand plan of investments. I think, as you quoted, $500 million. I think it's a little less. $500 million of investments. I have not seen a spreadsheet that identifies where any of these investments are, when they're going to be completed, what impact they're going to have. You know, we have a spreadsheet about this bill. We have a spreadsheet that talks about the fact that the priority grade separations are in Moorhead and they're in Wilmer, and it talks very specifically what will happen if we make these grade separations and grade crossings. Red Wing, Anoka, St. Paul, Winona, Coon Rapids, Glenwood, Perham. I'm not going to, this is not the same list as local government aid members. So Elk River, Benson, Ramsey, these are just some of the communities that are going to be helped by a yes vote on this amendment. We have had no such communication from the railroads about exactly where and when these investments will be made. So I hear this figure thrown out a lot, but there's really not much substance to it as far as I can tell.
Representative Hertaus.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, many of us were invited last summer to come down and meet with the railroads, and I saw a number of members even on the other side of the aisle that did come and attend. And the particular railroad was the CP Railroad, and I thought it was pretty interesting, the commitment that they've made to improving rail safety. They're not having to be prodded to do this. There's about 300 miles of track that CP alone is replacing every year. In addition, they're phasing out all of the DOT 111 rail cars, the older rail cars that basically handled crude oil that was less volatile than the sweet crude that's being pumped out of the ground in the Bakken. And so they're upgrading these cars with the 1232 cars, which are a heavier gauge of steel. They also have extra protections on the valve caps on top of it in case of derailment. You know, the profits, we can talk about the profits, but each one of these 1232 rail cars costs $532,000. Now, I heard a concern about the safety of all of Minnesotans and what we have to do, but I think, you know, we heard statistics about rail safety and rail deaths, but I just went here and, you know, checked out, and here on the green line, the blue line on our light rail, all the passenger rail, we're killing quite a few people right here in Minneapolis at all of the rail grade crossings. By last count here, I looked, it looks like about 14 of them in the last 3 years. We're not addressing that either. So I hope we, just as a point of information, I hope we continue to work with the railroads and figure out what a capital plan is, and one that can be done voluntarily without creating a new burden and a new tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Hornstein, for bringing forward this amendment. I think of General Colin Powell, his principle: you break it, you bought it. Well, we know that the railroad grade crossings that we have today are not safe enough for the materials that are being transported across those tracks today. They weren't built for it, they're not improved, and it's our responsibility to make sure that our citizens are safe, that the hundreds of thousands of people who live near those tracks are safe. Let's fix these before we have a tragedy. Let's lead as Minnesotans, not wait until there's a tragedy and then we have to respond. It's time that we stepped back, looked at those who carry the responsibility to make sure that their business operates in a safe manner, make sure that their business respects the needs of Minnesota, make sure that their business delivers on time in a safe and responsible way. And let's contrast Representative Hornstein's amendment that assures Minnesotans that the railroad companies who are transporting these materials will step up to their responsibilities with the tax bill that gives them $3.5 million in property tax cuts. Another example where the tax bill and the majority's approach is highlights the wants of business over the needs of Minnesotans. Members, bipartisanly, let's focus today on the needs of Minnesotans for safety and security and the responsibilities of Minnesota businesses to step up to that, not $3.5 million in additional property tax cuts to an industry that needs to step up today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, some of the points I was going to make have been made in answer to a question from Representative Gunther by Representative Hornstein and now Representative Davney. But the reason I wanted to get up after Representative Gunther raised his question about whether there had been any accidents or tragedies yet in Minnesota, as was pointed out, this is a preventive measure. And I know that Representative Gunther, you're familiar with my area. You used to live in Brooklyn Center, which is today 2 blocks out of my district, and where you lived was at one time in my district. But just in my district alone, some of the major intersections, and I'm just pointing these out for the rest of you, you may not know the area that well, although Metro people may. Representative Gunther, on this list, Vicksburg Lane and Plymouth, not far from where you used to live. Boone Avenue in Plymouth, or in New Hope. Winnetka Avenue in New Hope. Douglas Avenue in Crystal. West Broadway Avenue in Crystal. The reason I list off these streets, these are major thoroughfares that have a lot of very heavy traffic. And I want to do something before there is a tragedy. And we could go right through many areas of the state of Minnesota, you know, where if you looked at that map, it was everything from the Moorhead area all the way down through the Twin Cities and Winona, Minnesota, where these oil trains are moving. But the concern about preventing a tragedy before it happens should be right on the front burner with all of us. One of the things I would like to point out is that we have healthcare facilities in our area that come very close to those tracks and would be impacted, not the least of which is North Memorial Hospital, one of the very large Trauma One facilities in the entire state of Minnesota and one of the very largest in the Twin Cities. So with that, I just want to point out that we do want to look at it from a preventive approach. When the bill went through Ways and Means, I pointed out that the funding level for rail safety was totally inadequate, as did Representative Hornstein as a member of that committee as well. It's really just a token amount that's in the bill for rail safety, and we have to do much more, and I would encourage people to think twice before you vote against this amendment, and I would hope you vote for it, or at least so we get enough votes to put it on the bill, because it's a bill that or amendment that would prevent a tragedy before it happens.
The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Baker yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Schoen.
Thank you. Representative Baker, how many blocks is Rice Memorial Hospital from the Burlington Northern rail line and rail yard in Willmar?
Representative Baker.
Mr. Speaker and members, 4 blocks.
Thank you, Representative Baker. That's
Representative
exactly
Schoen.
right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Baker. You're spot on. And I was working in Willmar at the time when there was a derailment that involved fertilizer and diesel fuel, and we had to start evacuating the hospital out there. And that was a heck of an expense to the taxpayers of Minnesota because the hazmat unit had to come out of St. Paul and start worrying about what are we going to do, because you know what was on that end, the closest end of the hospital at that time was the OBGYN unit. There were mothers that were in the middle of delivering babies, and we were trying to figure out how we're going to deal with this. And to address the issue of the new rail cars, on February 18th this year, there was a derailment out in West Virginia that came through Minnesota, and the rail cars were on fire. They were all the new rail cars, the new and improved rail cars. It didn't work. And when you talk about that they replace 300 miles of rail line a year, those are millions of dollars an hour when a rail line is down. They aren't doing that because, quite frankly, to be nice to us. It's revenue lost if they don't. So there's no reason that we shouldn't have this discussion about rail grade crossing and expect them to be accountable when you think about the percentage of increase in rail car profit that they have. Folks, when you're talking about evacuating a hospital in Willmar, Minnesota, or North Memorial or any other, but there's a lot of them that are that close, I realize, all over the state of Minnesota to rail lines. We built this country around rail lines. We know that. But now the record profits shouldn't be ahead of the taxpayers' needs.
The member from Clay, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I do want to thank Representative Hornstein for bringing this amendment forward. As I sit here today and listen to various members talk about rail traffic through their districts, I can't help but acknowledge most, if not all, of these rail cars start entering Minnesota in Moorhead from North Dakota. And in addition to the safety issues with the increased crude oil shipments, which I absolutely acknowledge and absolutely agree we have to do something about, I do want to raise another point. And that point is, because of these increased crude shipments, other products, other commodities, crops, have seen delays in shipments because the rail cars are taking much of the priority from the rail companies. And as a response to these delays, rail companies are planning to invest in double tracks. In other words, to move not just the crude oil, but also various crops, and as I said, other commodities, coal, and those sorts of things. And as a result of this double tracking, we will no doubtedly see more delays in our cities, more delays for people getting to work, getting to school, first responders, just more rail traffic in general across Minnesota. So members, let's vote for the A58 amendment and invest more dollars in rail safety as well as rail infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Railroads are in the foreground of life in my district. We have 2 major railroad yards that are hundreds of acres in size. And in a community in which people live on 40-foot lots, you notice things that are hundreds of acres. And it's just a regular part of our life that many people live just a stone's throw away. We have, from these railroad tracks, we have over 30 railroad bridges. We have much greater numbers of railroad crossings at grade. And we have, unfortunately, a new tradition that started this year in my community, which is to ask your neighbors, are you in the blast zone? I would never have guessed that that would become a popular question in my area. 2 years ago, I would have thought it meant, like, you know, there were someone was going to bomb our area or something. I didn't know they were traveling through our area with these kind of risks. And while a lot of the discussion has been about crude oil and the impact of that, because I think it woke people up when they saw hundreds of oil tank cars all lined up together, we've known in my community forever that it isn't just oil. It's ammonia, it's plastics, it's polymers. There's all kinds of other chemicals going through our communities daily that any one of them could force an evacuation or a very serious public safety issue. And it's for that reason we need to deal with this. I have a railroad bridge that crosses 14 tracks. And underneath those tracks go most of the goods going east and west for a major part of commerce in our country. And when they rated that railroad bridge the second most unsafe bridge in all of Minnesota, and I worked to make sure that we got planning money and planned for it. It's closed now, it hasn't been rebuilt. I worried as much about what it would hit falling as who might be on it when it fell, because of all the chemistry that is in those tanks that go through our communities and through our neighborhoods on a regular basis. I lived through the 35W bridge collapse. I'm glad they closed that railroad bridge over 14 tracks. It's a major connector of communities in my area. But it's better to be safe than sorry. And I'm afraid we're all going to be sorry if we don't, together with the railroads, work to better improve the safety of our communities. Step up now before there's a tragedy in Minnesota. Thank you, Representative Horenstein, for your leadership on this.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know we started a few minutes ago with Representative Horenstein's introduction of this amendment, and in it he cited the 326,170 people that actually live within a half a mile of the railroad alignments where these trains are going. That's the people that live there. That doesn't count the people that are recreating there, that are working in many of your downtowns, that are vulnerable to a possible incident that involves a railroad track. And I just want to remind folks that the current proposal that is in place by BNSF and Canadian Pacific that both Representative Freiberg and Representative Carlson spoke to would actually divert trains to the edge of downtown Minneapolis. And I don't know how many of you have been to Twins games yet, but the track that they are talking about diverting these oil trains to go right underneath the stadium of Target Field. So this isn't a minor thing that we're talking about. This is something that could have a catastrophic effect on Minneapolis and the people of Minnesota. So as we think about this amendment, think about what you're voting against if you're going to vote no. It's not just that you're supporting trains and railroad companies. You're telling the people of Minnesota that their lives and that does not matter as much as the commerce of the trains and Bakken crude oil. So I would ask that you support my colleague, Representative Horenstein, introduce this amendment with a lot of other folks in our caucus and actually vote to support this amendment so we can actually do some real things with train safety in the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just had to rise because I found the information that Representative Winkler shared to be very disturbing, and I don't think that the information he shared necessarily relates to anybody's motives. But what I just wonder is, if you're an ordinary citizen in the city of Coon Rapids, 21,000 of them live within a half a mile of the railroad tracks. And what this amendment is about is who should pay to fix the danger that's caused by the railroad or us? And if you're the ordinary citizen in Coon Rapids and you are terrified that an oil train is going to derail in your community, and you hear that Burlington Northern gave $85,000, and then let's say you hear later that none of the people who benefited from that money voted to tax that entity, what are you going to think? As an ordinary citizen in Coon Rapids, are you going to think that you have a shot in this system to get your interests addressed? Are you going to believe that this democracy really belongs to you? Or are you going to think that maybe it belongs to people with really deep pockets?
Any further discussion on the amendment? The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I heard Representative Loeffler talk about the bridge in her community, it reminded me of what happened in my own community where I live. And she had mentioned that her bridge was cited as deficient. Well, the bridge in my community, Railroad Bridge, wasn't even cited as deficient. And we had a major derailment in our community in July of 2011. That derailment, fortunately, was carrying grain. It created a huge mess. Not only did the grain end up in a lake and through a creek that leads to the Mississippi River, it ended up with the petroleum or the diesel or that was in the actual train itself. We were fortunate that it wasn't the oil that's so volatile, that's being brought through our community so often through the day. It is critical that we address these railroad issues in our communities, because if that had been oil, it not only would have affected the people that lived in the area, but it would have ended up going through Lock Lake, Rice Creek, and into the Mississippi River. You think that might only affect Fridley? No, that wouldn't have only affected Fridley. That would have affected all the people who use and live by the Mississippi River, our natural resources, and the people who drink the water in Minneapolis and St. Paul, because we are just up from the intake for those water supplies for people throughout the metropolitan area. They get their water through St. Paul and Minneapolis's water treatment facilities. So this is a very, very important issue that we address it, and we need to keep our communities safe, and we need to put people first, not the profits of big corporations. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I apologize for getting up a second time, but a point was raised, a question about whether, well, have we had any accidents yet? You know, has anybody died in Minnesota yet? And I really support this amendment because I really hope that we can avoid any of us having to face a situation that Representative Dan Knuth had the sad task of doing on this floor a couple of decades ago, which was to introduce the bill, the first bill addressing pipeline safety in Minnesota. But unfortunately, he was doing it after the fact, after we had had a spill, after people had died in Mounds View, which is now in my district, but Representative Dan Knuth represented it at the time. And so, members, it's really foolish to think that what we ought to do is wait until after we have a disaster, when we have an opportunity to be forward-looking and prevent that from happening. Thank you. Please vote green.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Members, we've been having this debate certainly in our Transportation Committee over the last few months. And one of the things I think we have to remember is that as you hear the comments, we are all concerned with rail safety. But we have to understand what we can and what we cannot do. And we have to understand the problem. The primary cause of derailments are human error, track defects, and equipment defects. Rail grade crossings are less than 1% across the entire nation for accidents. So to suggest that in our arrogance that we know best of where to put these funds is ridiculous. Representative Schoen, you talk about the railroads and it's all about profits of whether they're down or not. Well, then who has the most to lose in a derailment? With your argument, the railroads. So with them spending $500 million in the state of Minnesota alone to improve their tracks, to improve the defects, let's go with your argument. Then that's the case. They have the most to lose, so they want their business to be the safest business there is. That is what the railroads are doing. And by the way, the railroads didn't find the oil. They didn't bring the oil out of the ground, but they're required to transport it. They don't have a choice. That's federal law. They have to transport the goods. So this is where it has to go. So folks, the railroads have been talking with Representative Hornstein and myself. They have committed to safety, and I applaud their efforts. So instead of us suggesting that we know where this goes, all of a sudden we're suggesting all this goes to rail grade safety, and because of derailments, we talked about rail grade safety, which is rightly so in regards to response times, so that we're making sure we're not blocking traffic, and that's why we're talking about the rail grade improvements. It's not overall safety. Overall safety, things that we can do. What did we do? We put 2 more emergency response teams between Moorhead and St. Paul. Those are the things we know we can do to be prepared. But in regards to the safety and actual derailments, we don't know enough. So for my sake, I would just as soon let the railroads put the money where they believe all the defects might be, and to ask them to keep working with us so that we can work on a plan, and I'm convinced that they will continue to do that, because they have been meeting with Representative Hornstein and myself, and they will continue to do that. So to that end, I would ask that at this point in time, we let that process continue, and I'd urge a no vote on this amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank the body, both sides of the aisle, for a really productive and robust discussion, I think, on a very, very important issue in many, many of our communities. And this really, we've had a far-ranging discussion. Grade crossings are the issue here, and as Representative Kelly pointed out, there are many benefits to investing in grade crossings. Safety is one of them. Response times, quality of life, not having people have to wait so long at a crossing. We've heard a lot of important testimony around the state about this. But it is also an issue of safety. This is a place, this is where the public interacts. This is where the motoring public and pedestrians and others interact with the freight traffic that's coming through our communities. And it's one of many tools we have in the toolbox. And so this is one where we can make a difference. We can really make a difference by voting yes on this. And members, the issue at hand here is very simple and straightforward. Should grade crossing safety and investments in grade crossings and grade separations be a shared responsibility between the public sector and the railroad companies? That's what you're voting yes or no on. So if you believe, like I do, that it is a shared responsibility, please vote green. And we did have a lot of people saying, well, why should we even care about this? We haven't had an incident. Well, you know, I mentioned this in my response to Representative Gunther, and I'll give attribution where it should be due. Jackson Brown has a line, don't think it won't happen just because it hasn't happened yet. Now, he wasn't singing about oil trains. That's an old song. But it's really something we have to keep in mind. Don't think it won't happen because it hasn't happened yet, and we need to do everything in our power to prevent an accident. This is one way we can do it. And Representative Kelly, we will continue to talk with the railroads. And once this bill gets off the floor, hopefully with this amendment, and we have the Senate bill and we have the governor weighing in, we'll have a conversation with them. But that conversation needs to end with some commitment on their part to help us pay for this significant investment that MnDOT has identified to keep our communities safe and to keep our first responders able to get to their destinations in a very timely manner, as well to keep our communities safe. So members, please vote green on this amendment. Thank you for a good discussion.
Seeing no further discussion, and as a reminder to the members, the House is under call. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hornstein moves to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A59.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's my second one. Members, we removed a number of the tax provisions in this bill, and they're in the tax committee. But there are some very important policy changes that are in this bill, and this is one where I'm particularly concerned about the direction that we're going. My amendment seeks to remove a portion of the bill that deals with the planning of transitways in the metropolitan area. A transitway is a bus rapid transit line. For example, the line that connects Lakeville and downtown Minneapolis around I-35W, on I-35W. That's a transitway. So we have a plan, a metropolitan transitway development plan that includes BRT, which I described, something called that's a regular route bus rapid transit on the highway. There's also arterial bus rapid transit, which moves our population more efficiently and quickly along arterial routes like Snelling Avenue, not terribly far from here, and of course the light rail, which people are familiar with. Now what is happening with this bill is that we're adding a lot of additional hoops to planning these additional transitways. And the problem that I have most with it is that we're asking the legislature to make very specific decisions about where these transitways are being routed, and it's a decision that's been made locally. So this doesn't affect Gateway. I don't know if Representative Fenton is here. If this amendment was in place a couple of years ago, we would have had the legislature deciding the alignment for a bus rapid transit corridor from downtown St. Paul through Woodbury. What happens currently is that the local folks make that decision. So there's what's called a corridor management committee for the Gateway corridor. It consists of businesses, county commissioners, mayors, local city council members, the people in that community that have a stake in the outcome. It'd be kind of like if me as a Minneapolis representative were asked to make a routing decision. Let's say there's a new road or an improved road between Bemidji and Black Duck, Representative Purcell. And I as a Minneapolis representative would be called on to make that kind of local decision. It doesn't make sense. And so members, this will affect, here are the projects that this will impact. It could seriously impede the completion of a new bus rapid transit proposal along I-35W to the north. We've had a successful one to the south, to Lakeville. We're going to have that go up to the north to Blaine. There's a bus rapid transit project on the books connecting downtown along I-69 to Scott County. So instead of having Scott County local officials making routing decisions and reviewing the alternatives and analyzing those alternatives, we're going to make that decision. I think that's absolutely outrageous. This will affect the Bottineau corridor, Representatives Carlson and others who live along there, Representative Freiberg. This is a very important project connecting the northwest suburbs out to Brooklyn Park. It will send a terrible message to Target that's
Representative Lilly, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important discussion. I'm kind of having a hard time hearing, and I'm actually sitting right next to him.
Members, as a reminder, please take your conversations off the House floor. Representative Hornstein, please continue.
Thank you, Representative Lilly. And the reason I bring up Target is that we actually had a situation out in the East Metro because there were so many delays in getting this Gateway project finally off the ground. There's a vacant building where State Farm used to be along I-94. We had a business that wanted to move in there. They said expressly that they were not locating there because there wasn't adequate public transportation for their millennial workers that they wanted to attract. And so that business actually went to Dakota County. Fortunately, it stayed in the metro area, but it went to Dakota County because they have the bus rapid transit there. And we ought to take this very seriously, members. Millennials from around the country are making decisions on where to locate based on the quality of the transit system. Businesses are making decisions on where to locate because of the quality of the transit system. Why we would delay these proven successful projects and have the legislature micromanage them is beyond me. So members, let's take this bad policy out of this bill, and let's let the local people make decisions about where these transitways should be located. And this is an important enough issue, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the Hornstein amendment. The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. And with all due respect to Representative Hornstein, who is fun to debate with, I urge folks to oppose his amendment. We have this in the bill for very important policy reasons. And you're right, you know, Representative Hornstein, if the taxpayers weren't being asked to pony up for these this expensive system, maybe we wouldn't want the question to come here. And if the state weren't being asked to come up with hundreds of millions of dollars for their share, perhaps we wouldn't ask again for the state to be involved. But the state is being asked. And so I think it's an important amendment, or rather an important provision of the bill. But just a couple words about two other portions of the amendment, and it goes to the CTIB features. Now CTIB, just for some history, County Transit Improvement Board was created by the legislature in 2008. And basically it gave authorization to this board to levy a tax, a transit tax, to pay for the expansion of a transitways network. Now, the interesting thing is that legislation also provided that the state, once these lines were built and running, that the state was going to come and contribute 50% of the operating costs. So I would ask you, you know, where is the smart policy in having the state in statute be responsible for 50% of the costs of running the blue line, the green line, the red line, and North Star Rail? And then secondly, why shouldn't the Met Council have to come to the legislature for the bonding process to ask for capital to expand these lines? Right now, this system that CTIB has is somewhat backwards. And so capital expansion is on autopilot because CTIB uses its $330 million that it receives every biennium for mostly capital expansion and not for operating costs. And of course, they do have the bonded indebtedness to pay for. So this is a judicious provision in our bill. It takes expansion of this very costly transitway system off of autopilot, and it says the legislature or the Met Council will be responsible and pay for its own costs. And yes, we do think that there should be more opportunity for the legislature to have a voice in what happens with the transitway plan. Keep in mind, for example, Southwest Light Rail has expended already $97 million to plan and design and has yet to come and ask the legislature, or has not gotten their approval yet. So it's already done and said and spoken for, which is way too late for the legislature to weigh in. So I would urge a red vote, members. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, as East Metro legislator that's been on fire trying to fight for Red Rock Corridor down Highway 61 into Hastings and through on to Red Wing, this is, thank you, Representative Hornstein. I realize that you're one of those sometimes evil Minneapolis legislators that gets everything in the city but this is really important because it all fans out. This is about economic development all the way. And when I talk to the folks from Anderson Windows, we just had a big ceremony out in Bayport, and then there's going to be one in Cottage Grove and about an expansion. Representative Hornstein was spot on. They can't get their workers to the facilities. They want transit. So we're trying to figure out not only how to get them from the train to the park and ride to and then on to the business. And this is a 7-county metro area thing. We've decided to do this to ourselves as far as the taxation. The CTIB is about county board members. They make the decisions. And let's face it, for as much as things flip-flop around here, I mean, you want to talk about putting us backwards years and decades. If we had to wait for the legislature to make every little decision that this long-standing group has already made or already can do, we would probably hardly get any asphalt for the buses that would be out there. So I urge you to support Representative Hornstein's amendment. And quite frankly, the East Metro is always standing one step behind when it comes to transit. And I wish that you weren't doing this. Yeah, I support your district too, Representative Dean. I want transit out there too to make sure that your workers can get where they need to go.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Runbeck described the local government process as being some kind of autopilot, and I rise to dispute that characterization. Now, the bill as drafted would remove the ability of local units of government to conduct an alternatives analysis or to select a locally preferred alternative before a transitway project can move forward. I served for 9 years on the City Council in Golden Valley, and we had a decision before us when I was on there. It was one of the last votes I took as a City Council member to select the locally preferred alternative for the Bottineau project. Now, I was supportive of this project as it moved forward. However, initially we took a vote as a City Council, and it failed 2-3, and the Bottineau project was essentially in limbo at that point. It wasn't until one of the council members did quite a bit of soul searching, toured other light rail facilities, learned about what would be involved in the project that she changed her mind, and about 6 months later we voted to approve the project. So the suggestion that a locally preferred alternative process is some sort of autopilot is just plain wrong. The bill as drafted is essentially the state micromanaging the actions of local government. So I would urge a green vote on the Hornstein amendment to remove this misguided language.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank Representative Hornstein for this great bill. I represent the northeast metro area of Maplewood and White Bear Lake and Mahtomedi, and one of the things I've heard from my folks and from the business community is that we need to be doing this long-range planning, and to have the process slowed down or stopped is irresponsible, I feel. Our business community feels that this is something, we have the Rush Line Corridor, and they feel that this is something that would help them as they go down the road planning where their investments are going to be, because they see this as a commitment as to where long-term investments are happening on transportation, and it guides where businesses will make their investments, where they will put in jobs, and for workers to get back and forth. And I think one of the important things when taking a look at the alternatives is what the alternatives analysis does is takes a look not only at the routes, but what is the most important method to be using, whether it's going to be light rail or dedicated busways. And I think it's something that we need to continue doing as we move forward. I would urge a green vote.
The member from Washington, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I'm from Ramsey. Thank you. Representative Fisher was standing in front of my sign at the time. We have a kind of a transit desert right now in my district and in neighboring districts. We've got a little bit, but not nearly adequate for our employers. I happen to be blessed with parts of my district. Arden Hills in particular has got more jobs than people. And one of the biggest needs for those employers is to be able to get the people to their jobs. We are looking at one of the biggest potential developments that's happened in the metropolitan area in decades up in the new Rice Creek Commons area, formerly known as TCAP. We've got to be able to get people to those jobs. And I've been working with Metropolitan Transit and with the Met Council to address those needs. We've made progress, but we're still in the talking about it, studying it, planning stage, and we would be greatly affected by the measures proposed in this bill. To the east, there's also transit development projects that are still on paper. So this would have a long-term effect. Anything that would throw a monkey wrench into those plans and slow them down is really going to be a detriment to the development, the future development of our districts, and to the economic health of the region. Now, you've been distributed a letter that's signed by 10 suburban mayors recognizing the importance of transit to the economic development of our suburbs. My mayor is one of them, Mayor Sandy Martin from Shoreview. Representative Slawick from Maplewood, excuse me, former Representative Slawick, Mayor Slawick is also on that list. Members, I don't want to see anything that's going to slow down transit development coming out to my area that's going to serve those employers. And we have the St. Paul Chamber behind us. We have active ongoing discussions with the North Metro Mayors Association about transit developments along the 35W corridor. These have regional economic importance. And to slow down that process, micromanage that process, is not going to help that economic development. We don't do that for roads. We don't have the legislature get involved in the petty details of how we develop roads. So I don't think we ought to be doing that with transit either. It's a metropolitan issue, and it's not something we should be sticking our fingers into. Please vote green on the amendment.
Now the member from Washington, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This session was expected to be the transit session. Transportation was going to be the highlight. A real focus, because we recognize the need all over the state. We were looking for, and I heard from constituents, and I know that many of you did as well, a comprehensive statewide multimodal transportation plan that would set us on a course to address the many transportation needs that we have in this state. I'm really disappointed that we haven't done that. And I'm really concerned that we're not supporting the many needs of this state in transportation. Representative Hornstein mentioned the state farm property in my district. We also have 3M, and they are dealing with parking and transportation issues as well. We're expecting Washington County to be growing 40%, with an estimated 61,000 jobs by 2030. There are no plans to improve the roads in that direction. And my community happens to end up being kind of the funnel for the rest of the state coming from Wisconsin. As roads are limited, we have trucks and workers, goods and services, traveling on a very limited roadway with no plans for expansion. I would encourage you to think long and hard about the needs for this state and ask you to support Representative Hornstein's amendment.
Further discussion on the Hornstein amendment. Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one quick comment, and again, this letter was signed by the mayor of Eagan. And the discussion here I just find really interesting. There are so many people that live in my district, whether they're returning back from living on the East Coast for a number of years or whether they're new to my district. They keep asking why we are so far behind in transit. And I can't believe that everybody is coming to Eagan. There must be people in your district that are asking you the same questions. Certainly the businesses are doing that. Again, please think about this very, very seriously. We are way behind other cities. We need to be doing much, much better than we are. Minnesota's economy depends on it. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Hornstein amendment? The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, has been a strong feeling about transit throughout the Republican history here. I can remember it going back to one of the speakers that used to go out and check the buses at midnight and see if there were any people riding on them. And then he'd see if they had their tickets. Remember that one? Well, you know, I want to tell you why we need transit in the metro area. If you don't like it out rural Minnesota, that's too bad, because as you develop more people out there, I think you will like the idea. Let me give you a couple of figures here. Highway 100 and Highway 62 bisect my district. One goes east and west, one goes north and south. Highway 100 has a range of 67,000 to 104,000 cars daily on it. Highway 14, Dodge Center to Owatonna, has an average daily of 7,800 to 10,500. So I'm moving around my district 10 times what you're doing out there. Highway 62 has an average daily of 84,000 to 98,000 daily. And these range because they're taken at different spots along the highway. Nicollet to New Ulm on Highway 14 does 7,900 a day to 8,400 a day. Again, about 10 times as many. Now the people that you can gather everybody, when you have only 8,000 people going down a road, you can gather them all together and make a decision. But here they go through, our transit goes through many communities who ought to be involved and ought to have the right to suggest and make the bill, the direction of the transit way to their liking as the best they can. And that was what happened along the western suburbs, when we have Minneapolis, Hopkins, Golden Valley, and Eden Prairie, all finally agreeing that the way that things are going out there was okay, all with some modifications and all with some directions. They didn't have somebody sitting over here in the legislature trying to tell them which way where the stop should be and which way the cars should turn as they went through. And you really ought to support Representative Hornstein's amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a couple of quick points. I don't think anyone on the Republican side is saying we're against transit. We are just for transit expenditures that are cost justifiable, that move people. You know, it's all about moving people, and that's, you know, pass the test of scrutiny. So when you spend $1 billion to move 22,000 people along a line, and that's merely 1/4% of the daily trips taken in the Twin Cities, you know, you really can't ever get to big numbers in transit, and we can't afford to at that price. So meanwhile, we are starving our bus system. There's been no meaningful service expansion in the bus system. We haven't done shelters. We have 12,000 bus stops and only 800 bus shelters. We've been starving that system. So let's take a look, do it right, and make sure we're getting the best bang for the transit dollar. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was very intrigued by your last comment about bus shelters and the local bus system. I'll talk about that more on third reading, because this bill really starves the local bus system and cuts it and slashes it. But the issue here is all about local control. We are holding transitways, which by the way are quite efficient, are carrying many people. In the past, we've debated bus versus train. This amendment impedes the growth more than the light rail system. We only have one more light rail line in the planning stages, that's Botno. This will seriously impede the development and growth of bus rapid transit. That's the main problem. So if we're concerned about the growth of the bus system, everybody ought to be voting yes on this, because the provision that Representative Runbeck has added to the bill will seriously impede the growth of bus rapid transit. And finally, members, could you imagine, we're talking about the state share of transit projects. Could you imagine if every single dollar of state money that went into a new road project, both its capital and its operations, we pay capital and operations costs for roads, was subject to legislative approval? We would be doing nothing else. We couldn't even write PCA rules, which is in the Environment Bill. We'd be spending all of our time micromanaging everybody's community's road project, right, Representative Hansen? So that is a very, very dangerous and troubling precedent. I mean, I have not seen any provision of any bill that usurped local control to the extent that this one is. And could you imagine if we're doing that for every single road project? Members, this is a really wrong-headed way to be addressing transit. And finally, the headline of this piece in today's Star Tribune was absolutely accurate. It talked about a growing, prosperous metro area needs transit. So this is about growth, and it's about prosperity. And that is at the core of what we're discussing here. These transitways have been very, very successful. There is a 10% cost share for the state. The region is picking up most of the tab. And that is actually very good for you in greater Minnesota. So members, let's have some very, very effective and strong transit here in the region. Let's make sure these bus rapid transit projects can get completed in a timely manner, and let's vote yes on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. As a reminder, members, we are under call. All members must vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moved to amend House File Number 4, the second, and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A60.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A60 amendment is mine. I see that Representative Constein has some sort of announcement, though, so I'll let him do that.
Representative Considine, for what purpose do you rise?
To talk about a miracle. It seems that Representative Garofalo has discovered the secret to invisibility. are under a call of the House, and I just noticed that he's voted twice, and he's not here.
He was here both times. No, he wasn't out there with them today. He most certainly was. He just came and talked to me right here. Representative Atkins, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is Representative Chairman Kelly over there? There he is.
He is here, and he will
directly
yield.
opposite
Representative
each other,
Atkins.
So we get to look through the Chief Clerk's staff. First off, Chairman Kelly, thank you for all your work. I should warn you, by the way, my dad always said, no, if somebody comes up and thanks you, be aware, because the next thing they do is probably going to punch you right in the mouth, I suppose. But thank you for all your work. You were placed with or put upon with a very heavy challenge. I also appreciate the work of Mr. Burris, Mr. Lee, and all of the staff, as well as Representatives Hornstein and Earhart, the members of the committee, who worked very, very hard. It was a fine committee. It was my maiden voyage aboard the ship that is the Transportation Finance Committee, and I appreciated the opportunity. Now, as I said, Representative Kelly, Mr. Chairman, now I'm going to punch you in the mouth. Because my amendment, as I shared this amendment with you over the weekend, so it wouldn't come as a surprise, but it eliminates the shifts in your bill, which means it pretty much eliminates the whole bill. It really is, folks, a house of cards that with the slightest breeze is going to collapse. I'm sorry, well, I'll yield. Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? Or will Representative Kelly yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Atkins.
Well, let's talk about the other amendment. I was going to... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two amendments up this afternoon. One takes the shifts out of the bill. This one deals with text messages while driving. I was going to ask Chairman Kelly to yield because he was giving me hand signals from across the way. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I know that we are not to read on the floor, but I want to make sure that I get my statistics correct. What this amendment does is it applies some additional penalties. It doesn't change our texting while driving statute, but it does enhance the penalties. To that end, Representative Hornstein has language in the bill that Chairman Kelly supported, and I appreciate that enhances the penalties. What this does is it enhances the penalties for those who do it back to back to back, folks who do it frequently. And in this case, it's those who get a second offense within a year of the first offense, or even a third offense within a year of the first offense. The reason I'm concerned about this, and I appreciate Representative Hornstein bringing it to the committee's attention, is because driving a vehicle, and this is where I beg your indulgence, I want to make sure I get these facts right. Driving a vehicle while texting is 6 times more likely to cause an accident than intoxicated driving. That's according to the NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. They also report that sending or receiving a text takes a driver's eyes off the road for an average of 4.5 seconds, which is the equivalent at 55 miles an hour of traveling the length of a football field blindfolded. By the way, this handout should be coming to you, but the texting in cars and trucks causes 3,000 deaths and 330,000 injuries per year, according to the Harvard Center for Risk Analysis. Among teens, texting while driving a vehicle has now replaced drinking while driving as the leading cause of accidents and deaths. And finally, texting drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a crash than non-texting drivers, according to the NHTSA. So what my amendment does is it says that if you get your first texting while driving offense, if you get a second one within a year, then the fine is substantially stiffer. It's $350. Right now, the fine for texting while driving is $50. This would say you get that second offense within a year. If you are a serial texter, if you are endangering people, if you are 23 times more likely to be involved in an accident, that fine goes up to $350. And if you get a third one within a year, the fine's $500, and a judge has the option. They may not do it, but the judge at least has the option to impound that device. They can take away this device, which for some folks, the original amendment said we're going to chop off your thumbs, but we thought that might be a little over the top. But it says we're going to take this device away from you if you can't stop using it while you're driving. If you are out there causing accidents and you are now more at risk of causing an accident than someone who's drunk, we're going to take that device away from you if you can't stop. That's what the amendment does. Members, I'd appreciate your support.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moves to amend the Atkins amendment to House File Number 4, the second Grossman as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A73.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski, to introduce your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Atkins, you know, when I saw this amendment, you know, I was thinking, holy moly. Not only do we have the provision in the bill that's going to cost people a fine of $150 if they violate this particular piece of statute, but we're going on in the amendment all the way up to $500, and then they take your cell phone, and then they, you know, the court fees are probably another $150 or $200. That's $700, and taking your phone. And you know, I couldn't help but think as I looked at this amendment, and I thought about, you know, if we truly want to make government this big for all of Minnesota, we probably want to make certain that it's this big for everybody. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm really kind of worried about the bicyclists in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Now, I haven't seen this in my district, Mr. Speaker, because you know, most people drive cars there. When they do take their bike, they're usually on the bike trail. I mean, you know, we build them all over this state, and people's pockets have been emptied in order to build these things. Representative Lilly's helped with that, and I know others have as well. Thank you, Representative Lilly. But here in Minneapolis and St. Paul, as I drive, it's kind of a cultural thing for me, Representative Hornstein. You know, I see these people bicycling, and they're right intermingled with the people driving cars. And members, the bike loses every time. And so I am concerned that if we have bicyclists, especially in metropolitan areas in our state, that are bicycling and texting, we could be putting them at extra disadvantage and placing them in harm's way. So I think if we are truly going to have an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that's going to go this far and create this big a government with this many consequences, the amendment to the amendment maybe needs to, Representative Atkins, even go further, because you know, you mentioned those statistics about 6 times more likely to get in an accident if you're texting while driving a car. I mean, how many more times are you likely to die from texting and biking when you're weaving in and out of traffic with big trucks? And so I think that's kind of the question we need to look at. But members, this amendment would add bicyclists to this particular amendment, and instead of the police keeping your wireless device, which I think many of us wonder about the data privacy around that, and then there's the practical parts about, you know, would people just, you know, end their wireless contract and render that particular phone dead and get a new one, which practically seems to me to be what a lot of people would do, rather than that, impact their motor, or take control of their motor vehicle or their bicycle. So that's an amendment to the amendment. Members, I appreciate your support for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any discussion on the Drazkowski amendment to the amendment? The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Drazkowski, for that amendment. And I too have seen bicyclists on cell phones, and it makes me very nervous. In addition to, and I agree with you, Representative Atkins, it's very troubling to see people texting while driving, and it is an issue that we need to address. However, I don't think this amendment is the proper way, especially with the confiscation of the cell phone and the data privacy issues that you know, may be encountered there. I just got a smartphone that actually has a password, so in some cases, you know, they wouldn't be able to maybe get into it because of the password unless they got a warrant, if they felt that there was something other. Well, actually, when there's a law being broken, if they want to do investigation, they can confiscate the cell phone records. But my phone before this one didn't have a passcode to it, so anybody, you know, that confiscated my phone could look up anything they wanted, my past text messages, anything. So for that reason alone, I won't be able to support your amendment, but I will vote for the Drazkowski amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Drazkowski amendment? The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just had a question for Representative Scott.
She will yield. Representative Thiessen.
I see that Representative Atkins' amendment is amending a section of law where we're actually already increasing a fine and dealing with wireless communications devices. Did this bill come to your committee to address those privacy concerns and that increased fine?
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I really have a hard time hearing you over here. Let me put my earphone in if you could repeat the question, please.
Representative Thiessen.
Yeah, I was just wondering if your committee heard the underlying bill, which increases the fine and deals with some of these privacy issues around wireless communications issues, whether the transportation bill actually was heard by your committee.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is the only one that addresses the fines and the cell phone confiscation.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you should actually look at the bill, Representative Scott and Representative Kelly, who was giving you advice. It actually does increase the fine in the actual underlying bill related to the use of these wireless communication devices. So I was just wondering if you thought that if you're so concerned about what's going on with this amendment, it seems to me you should have heard the bill in committee. And maybe we should make a motion to re-refer.
Any further discussion on the Drazkowski amendment? The member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Drazkowski would yield to a question.
I'm sure he'd be happy to. Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, do you have any statistics on the number of bicyclists who have been injured while texting or using an electronic communication device, or any statistics on the number of bystanders who have been hit by bicyclists who were using who were texting or using electronic communication devices?
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Freiberg, I don't, but I can tell you that bicyclists are at an extreme disadvantage right now when they're weaving in and out of traffic in these narrow lanes within Minneapolis and St. Paul. So I think common sense would tell you really quickly, and we do try to instill common sense here, but that would tell you really quickly that if you have one more distraction within that equation, you are going to compound the problems that the bicyclists already have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to know that there are no statistics on this. I would like to request a roll call on this amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to notice that Representative Drazkowski has no statistics on this. I think we're all very well acquainted with the statistics relating to the dangers of driving a car or other large motor vehicle while texting and driving, as well as the amount of damage that can be caused when you are driving those and texting while driving and get into an accident. And personally, I don't believe that those dangers are present to the same extent when you're bicycling.
Any further discussion on the Drazkowski amendment? The member from Washington, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, and members. I just wanted to remind the body that bicyclists are obligated to obey all roadway rules and laws, just as any wheeled vehicle is. So they have every right to be on the roadways and be a member of the traffic.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, Representative Drazkowski, I heard you refer to, I think it was the underlying bill as being kind of about big government. You know, when you're texting, when you're driving, you're not just putting yourself at risk, you're putting other people at risk. But, and I don't think anybody here would say that a bicyclist should text while they're biking, but I don't think it's really equivalent because that bicyclist is going to put themselves at risk. So, I mean, I thought that the people who are against big government kind of wanted to allow individuals to take risks themselves. And I think that this amendment really goes a whole lot further. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Drazkowski would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, I'm wondering if you have considered that there might be a cost to this amendment, because I think the real big change here with your amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment is that you are allowing courts to confiscate, to impound a motor vehicle or bicycle. And I wonder if somebody's going to impound your car, you're going to fight it in court, especially if you need that car. Even if you thought you might have been texting, if you think that they don't have evidence, that they're not going to be able to prove it, you're going to probably want to fight that rather than be separated from your vehicle for up to 30 days. So it seems to me that that would really create a cost on the courts. You're increasing the number of hearings that people are going to want to have, because it's a fundamentally more intrusive thing to have your vehicle confiscated than your cell phone. So I wonder if you've given any consideration to that you are impacting the courts, and whether you know anything about whether your amendment to the amendment brings a cost.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Liebling. You know, I haven't thought a lot about that, Representative Liebling, but I would suspect that those same arguments hold true with the underlying amendment. And so if you want to construe that the amendment to the amendment is going to have court costs, the amendment itself will too. Where those costs come out on here in terms of whether the fines are enough to cover them or not might be another item of debate, and we can track where those dollars go in order to find that out. But I found it interesting. I was looking on the internet, and as a matter of fact, New York City has a law that they brought forward, and I think they passed it into law, members. I'd have to read the story further, but last November, texting while driving a bicycle in New York City. The Democrats are going to join me on this one. I know it. Because if New York City did it, Minnesota has to do it too. Right, Democrats? Come on. You got to be with me here. As a matter of fact, I just got a note from a lobbyist, one that many of us work with. And I'm not going to, I'll shred this when I'm done, because I don't want their identity to be brought forward. But it says that they were texting and riding their bicycle, and they wiped out and separated their shoulder while doing it. Now, fortunately, Representative Liebling, there wasn't a car or a truck coming.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Drazkowski, first of all, I think as we heard from Representative Ward, it's already, bicycles are already covered under the same rules that cover motor vehicles. So your amendment to the amendment, the addition of or bicycle is completely irrelevant, because that's already there. It's just they're included. So that does nothing. So the only thing you're really doing here is deleting wireless communications device and inserting motor vehicle or bicycle. In other words, all you're doing is increasing the reach of big government by allowing somebody's vehicle to be confiscated instead of just their wireless device. So I would say that, you know, for a person who really doesn't like big government and wants to restrain the reach of government, you're doing just the opposite here. Representative Drazkowski, you're doing something extremely intrusive, allowing government to grab somebody's vehicle. At least they get it back after 30 days. It's a little bit better than forfeiture. They can't just take it and sell it. You and I agree on those forfeiture laws, I think. But this kind of goes part of the way there, and so I'm really surprised that you would put this forward, because it is a big government amendment. So I hope members wouldn't support this.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yarusso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Drazkowski yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Yarusso.
Representative Drazkowski, as has been pointed out, the provision about the bicycles is really just kind of duplicative, because they're already subject to the same rules as the cars. However, you have introduced a new concept here. We've got seizure and forfeiture and whatnot, but this impounding it for 30 days when it's something, an object the size of a car, is kind of a new deal. So Representative Drazkowski, have you sought advice from anyone on what the cost of storing and safeguarding a vehicle for 30 days would be?
Are you asking him to yield?
I already did, and you already asked him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Yaruso, as I understand it, the way the impoundment laws work is that the vehicle is impounded, and then in order to pay off the costs, the owner of the vehicle pays in a, believe it or not, contract with the impoundment lot in order to release their vehicle. That's how I understand it works. You may want to ask Representative Atkins about that, or Representative Hoppe. They could probably tell you more accurately what happens there, but that's what I understand. And you know, to the notion that this amendment to the amendment is more big government, Representative Liebling, you're right, and the underlying amendment is big government as well.
Excuse me,
but
Mr.
we want to
Speaker.
make certain that everyone is covered under this equally. If we're going to have a big government solution here, let's make sure that we don't overlook the most vulnerable among those who are driving on our roads, and that would be the bicycle operators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is not an impound for a moving violation. It's not covered under the rules that would be covered for, you know, well, it's a moving violation because of the texting, but this is going to create a new need for an impound of a certain length of time for 1 month. We don't have that otherwise. We don't have a definitive 1 month impound for other situations. If your car is taken for forfeiture, then it can be sold. If your car is put in the impound lot, you can redeem your car. But to have it sit there for 30 days is going to be an extra cost. And we haven't considered whether that's going to be covered by the fees that are outlined in this section. So, and as far as the bicycle part, this is a completely unnecessary amendment, because we have already defined in Minnesota that the bicycles are subject to the rules of the road when they're using the road, and we should not be introducing duplicative measures into law, because those are the kinds of things that lead to problems later on. So I would vote no on this.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Drazkowski, I'm glad to see that you're coming to our side of big government and the concern for the citizen safety of Minnesota. With that in mind, I think you should add pedestrians to this. I know it's too late to amend your amendment, as we're past that, but earlier today in the State Office building, I witnessed former Speaker Swigum trip and fall and almost fall up the stairway while he was texting while walking. So if we're concerned about the citizens of Minnesota and their safety, we should probably add pedestrians to this also.
Representative from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Drazkowski, I was looking, you know, it has nothing really to do with the bill, but I was looking at your signature, and I think you should spend some time with, in the next caucus with Representative Erickson and maybe work on your handwriting. I wasn't sure it was yours. It's funny that, you know, that continually you'll bring up this stuff, and I go back to a couple weeks ago or a week ago when I was talking about staff, and you know, you're lucky. You've got like the star staff here, and I don't want to name names or anything, but he was one of them I was thinking about when I was thinking about when I spoke last time about how we're paying our staff, and you know, he always writes those great questions. I remember when we had the contract bills, he was up and writing them, and I thought about it when Representative Daphne was going through the bill, and it was kind of the same sort of thing. But I'm shocked by you in particular with your against the bike riders. You know, they're not all in Minneapolis and St. Paul. You know, they're all over the state, and I'm not really totally militantly against what you're trying to do here. I've made poor judgments on a bicycle. I remember I was riding across the country and I was trying to get a hotel room on the phone with my wife, and she was looking up phone. That worked. And I'm looking up, she's helping me out by looking up rooms. And you could hear semis going by, and I kind of deserved what I might have got. So I'm not totally against what you're saying. It was not good judgment on my part. But keep in mind, your district, you may not know, but just south of there, you've got some amazing trails. Lanesboro, you've got some amazing stuff there. And I always surprised by your feelings against these sort of bike riders and those folks. Just north of you, and the chair of this bill, Kelly's district, is a Cannon Trail. It's a wonderful trail. I'd like to go riding with you on it. It's pretty nice. Right through your district, you're going to get that Minnesota Trail, which is amazing. And it's going to go north to south through the country. But I don't necessarily speak against this, but I do question your passion against bike riders. But, it might do you some good to get out there on the trail yourself, sir.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk will take the roll on the amendment. And remember, members, we are under a call of the House. Clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, the motion prevails, and the amendment to amendment is adopted. Members, we're now on to the Atkins Amendment, the A60. Discussion. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call on the amendment.
There being 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, the debate has been enjoyable. Thank you. At this point, I would encourage everybody to vote no on this big government amended amendment for all the reasons that Representative Liebling articulated so well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in strong support of the Atkins Amendment. We did try to get a higher penalty for the second offense in committee, and we did agree to at least raise it a little bit, so thank you, Representative Kelly. But I do think we need to send a very strong message about this practice of texting while driving. And so Representative Atkins does that in this bill. I was the author of the original legislation several years ago that passed on a bipartisan basis. Governor Pawlenty signed it. We were the third state to do it. Now I think there's over 40 states. But we do need every once in a while to revisit these issues and to, again, send a strong message. Just us increasing this penalty really does confirm the seriousness of this. And we really, distracted driving has taken such a toll on families and on so many people across our state. And with this Atkins amendment, we are really sending that strong message that this is a completely unacceptable and unnecessary practice. So members, please support the Atkins amendment.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Atkins yield to a question?
He will. Representative Hortman.
Representative Atkins, so as amended, your amendment would require the forfeiture of a vehicle for the violation of the texting ban on the second violation?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hortman. As I understand it, at this point it would be on a third or subsequent offense. A judge would be given the option of impounding the vehicle that was being used at the time for up to 30 days.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Atkins yield to another question?
He will. Representative Hortman.
Representative Atkins, is this consistent with the violations for other moving offenses, things like speeding? Do we impound vehicles, drunk driving, we impound the vehicle on the third offense?
Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hortman. As I understand it at this point, now remember this was actually Representative Drazkowski's amendment, but as I understand it, if you had 3 DWIs within a period of essentially 2 years, yes, that would be one of the options, would be that your privileges would be taken away to drive, which is, I think, tantamount to what Representative Drazkowski has proposed.
Representative Thiessen.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Is the amendment as amended divisible between lines 9 and 10?
Representative Thiessen, no.
And Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, that's because of line 1.2? Is that what the reason? Because they seem fairly divisible to me.
Representative Thiessen, it's the opinion that based upon that, any division would not allow either portion to stand alone.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion?
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, unfortunately, because the majority has now just voted, I think unanimously on that side, or just about, to have already taken a vote to impound cars for a violation of cell phone violations. I think it was everybody on that side of the aisle. The amendment, from my perspective, unfortunately, a very important amendment, doesn't make good sense anymore, and I would encourage people to vote no.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Drazkowski, I pursued this. I'll wait till you're done. Are you ready? I pursued this amendment very earnestly This isn't data or statistics that I made up. It's no less of a resource than the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration that determined that texting while driving is 6 times as dangerous as driving while under the influence. You were kind enough, well actually you weren't kind enough, you filed an amendment. I contacted you saying that I appreciate your willingness to help. I didn't realize that you were just engaging in some gamesmanship. And I'm disappointed because I believe that this is very, very dangerous. I really do. I get you can make your point about big government and all of that. That's fine, Representative Drazkowski, that's fine. But this is an important piece that we're working with. It's dangerous, really, really dangerous. The handout that you have on your desks, folks, if we had somebody that got 3 DWIs in the course of 2 years, we wouldn't hesitate to take away their driving privileges. And Representative Drazkowski is over there making fun of this. I am going to withdraw this amendment because I think you've successfully engaged in a game. And, you know, Representative McNamara got up the other day and was chewing us out for doing that. I don't appreciate it. What I'd like to do is come and work with you earnestly, if you're willing to do that, perhaps with a similar amendment on the public safety bill, because I really do think, and if you'd like to go through the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration data, the State Patrol information, I'd be happy to go through it with you. But what you've done now is impose a penalty that I think is beyond what most people are willing to go for. Maybe with Representative Cornish's help and your help, we'll be able to do something to address this. Right now, a $50 fine, folks, does not get it done. And I'm awfully disappointed. But I see Representative Horenstein standing up, so I'm going to wait a moment before I withdraw the amendment. But I do plan to withdraw it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative. Representative Atkins withdraws his amendment as amended. Representative Horenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make a comment, and thank you for your work, Representative Atkins. This was a serious amendment. It would have sent a strong message had we not had the Drazkowski amendment added. And where we're at now, members, with this is that we're going to revert back to the original language that has a $150 fee for the second offense. The Senate has $300. So hopefully in conference committee, we can at least adopt some of the spirit of Representative Atkins' amendment. This is very much alive. What we have done is a good thing, members, assuming this bill passes. This one provision is a good provision in the bill. There's many, many that are bad. But this one provision will at least send some message to the driving and motoring public that we take texting while driving seriously. We could take it a lot more seriously. And the fact that we had a member that doesn't is very troubling.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bernardi moves to amend House File Number 4 of the second engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A150518.
Member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill that's before us right now is actually an amendment to the bill that's before us, is to enhance organizational effectiveness and innovation. When we provide more funding to address our crumbling transportation system, at the same time, it's important to ensure that we give a tune-up to the agency in which is performing those duties to carry out the important mission of providing an exceptional transportation system to the people of Minnesota. This bill would require an assessment done by external organization to, like it says in its title, to enhance organizational effectiveness and innovation. It costs, if you took it costs 9/1000ths of a penny. That's even hard to describe. It doesn't cost hardly anything at all, and yet it is a very important measure in which to look at how our agency is structured, how funding flows to the different divisions, address how the management structure is in relationship to employees. It's not always easy to find common ground on the floor of the Minnesota House of Representatives, but it seems like this bill is one in which we can do that. And I've heard about let's wait till next year. Well, I know I've heard that Chair Kelly is well, he's kind of busy over there, but Chair Kelly is a football player, and I'm hoping that he can, well, anyway, I'll skip that and wait for the next one, so see if he, because it's important, I want him to listen and get on board with this amendment this year. So let's build on the success of including performance, including assessments of the agency which performs the duties of our transportation system, and come together today and build on the success to make Minnesota a great state. I hope you join me on this, and there is an amendment to this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Bernardi moves to amend her amendment to House File Number 4, second engrossment, as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A78.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a couple ways of funding how we're going to do this measure for our state of Minnesota. And one way is to give additional money to the Department of Transportation. It's estimated to cost about $300,000. Now, mind you, we are giving billions of dollars for our transportation system to be built and maintained in the state. We also can have an option in which we have MnDOT eat which is the Minnesota Department of Transportation, if anybody's watching this, to eat the cost or to take the cost out of their budget. As you know, they spend millions of dollars on contracts. Having an assessment done that costs $300,000, I would say is a very, very good investment in the state. So if the majority party would like to fund it by the remaining reserves that are in the Trunk Highway Fund, we can choose to do that by adopting this amendment, or we can have it come out of the MnDOT's budget if the amendment doesn't get adopted. I urge you to support this amendment to help provide the funding to do this important assessment. Thank you. And with a roll call, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. And just as a reminder, members, we are on the A78 amendment to the A15 amendment. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bernardi. I think that the issue that you bring up is very important, and I think the issue that you talk about is something that we do need to spend some time on. I think that it's important for us to know that we can always improve on. I also think it's important for this legislature to know kind of how they're directing the legislature and the Department of Transportation and so forth. And I'm not sure that we can do that in this brief period of time during discussion of the final bill. I certainly would love to be able to work with you over the summer and over the rest of this particular session in order to really work on how and what we do to direct a study and other ways of improving the Department of Transportation. But at this point, I believe we're probably just a little bit premature in directing that. So I'm sorry I can't support it at this time, but I do support where you're going.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A78 amendment. As a reminder, member, the House is under call. The House is under call, members. Please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I would like a roll call on the next amendment, full amendment, please. I mean, not the amendment. You had the amendment to the House File 4.
Members, we are on the A15 amendment. A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the A15 amendment. The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, point of order with regard to the amendment before us under Rule 4.03. This language in here on 3 separate occasions addresses a review and assessment. It also identifies a preliminary report, as well as clarifies and makes distinctive that at a minimum certain parameters have to be obeyed and followed with provided with the report. So based upon that, the fiscal cost that would be associated, this would raise the underlying cost of the budget. So I find this amendment out of order.
Advice?
The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi, state your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The money would come out of the Trunk Highway Fund, and this body does not have a target for that for that budget. So I would encourage you to not vote in favor of the objection.
Any further advice on the point of order?
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Albright.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to withdraw my point of order.
The point of order has been withdrawn. We are on the A15 amendment. Any further discussion on the A15 amendment? The member from Goodhue, Representative Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, members, and Representative Bernardi, we've had plenty of discussion at great lengths in regards to what you'd like to see done in several of your amendments here you brought forth. As we stated, and as you talked to other committee members, we look forward to looking at this issue and working with you next session. There was a number of items in here that you'd requested that created different items in MnDOT and required other committee work yet. And this is just not ready to be voted on. It's not ready to be put into legislation. There's many things that we do quickly around here that we learn just by experience that we shouldn't do. This is one that I'm asking you to allow the process to continue. We absolutely will work with you and look forward to doing that next session. But members, at this point in time, I'd suggested no vote on this.
The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to comment about the effort that has gone into this. Although I didn't get a hearing for this bill this session, I do want to say that there's been a lot of work behind the scenes with the Minnesota Department of Transportation. And when Representative Kelly said it wasn't ready to go because we didn't have support from MnDOT for this bill, I'm not sure exactly those were his words, but they weren't supportive of the bill. I went and did a lot of work with the Minnesota Department of Transportation to find out what will work. And now this is what's before you. So a lot of effort has gone into this. If you look at the amendment for its merits, it merits voting for it today, because writing a blank check without measures to ensure that we're maximizing the investment of our transportation dollars in the state is not how we as a governing body ought to function. What we can provide is oversight, ensure accountability and transparency. When that bridge went down, the 35W bridge went down, Governor Valenti, Commissioner Sorrell responded, as did the whole legislature, with funding, with helping with direction, and help supporting our transportation agency to be the best it can be. We now have Commissioner Zelli, which is doing an incredible job. In fact, he's been a part of actually bringing all of us together to identify that we have a big problem. You know, sometimes you want the hole big enough so that people can see the problem, but you don't want the hole too big that you can't fix the problem. Well, we can come together as a body and do all we can to maximize the investment for the people who live in the state of Minnesota. And I urge you to join me today as we create a funding package for our state of Minnesota to include this assessment to help our agency be the best it can be. I encourage you to vote for this. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Bernardi amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, the House is under call. Please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bernardi moves to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows. And the amendment is coded A150522.
The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, too, is an amendment about accountability, transparency, and about making our transportation system in the state of Minnesota the best it can be to serve the people of our state. This one is very, 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 very important, and I can't emphasize that enough. When we want to enhance our organizational effectiveness, and we want to have our organization produce the kind of system that we want, we need to tie it to performance measures. This is common sense. In the business world, performance measures are tied to what the results that they want to get. What this bill does is bring together the performance measures that are used in the state of Minnesota with our mission of the state of Minnesota for our transportation system, the federal and the state laws, ties it through the program to help it end up getting on the project. So in the bill, we have our transportation agency identify measures, targets, doing consultation with the public. They report on their performance. And the important part of this is that we also tie into the federal requirements from MAP 21. The federal money that's coming to states also has accountability with it. And performance measures are being recorded on that, and that ought not just to be to our interstates and to the federal highway system, but also to our trunk highway system. I was really hoping that we could get this through this year because we need to build on our success. Representative Kelly used to be a football player, I think. I don't know if he still plays football. And I know that football teams and college teams and high school teams, they build on success. So you take an important step this year, you create a victory, you improve next year, and you make it even stronger next year. And so I really encourage you to join together. We can find common ground on this, work together with one another to move forward accountability so that we have a transportation system that is sustainable and that can be the best it can be. I urge your support, and Mr. Speaker, I would like to incorporate my amendment to this amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, can I just incorporate it then to the amendment?
Nope, the amendment to the amendment is before the body, or will be shortly, and the body will have to act on it. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Bernardi moves to amend her amendment to House File Number 4 to the second engrossment as follows, and the amendment is coded A77.
Now the amendment to the amendment is before the body. Representative Bernardi, to your amendment to the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like a roll call for this amendment, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bernardi.
Okay, so this too is like the other one. We have an option to pay for it in two different ways. One way is to pay for it through the unreserved fund balance in the trunk highway fund, or we can have it be part of MnDOT's daily business, which totally makes sense to me that if we're spending billions of dollars, that these types of performance measures are incorporated with the funding. I can't imagine any business, a successful business in the state of Minnesota that doesn't do these kinds of things. And these performance measures help create transparency and help create accountability. The money that we're appropriating for this is what MnDOT projects this to cost, which I think is a little bit out of ordinary, because you would just think this would be a part of what they do for business. So this amendment, if you join me, it would provide funding for MnDOT. It's the amount would be across the biennium, not just for 1 year. I just want to make sure that that's clear. So I encourage you to support for this to help create accountability and transparency in our transportation system so we can have the best transportation system in the country. Thank you.
Discussion to the Bernardi amendment to the amendment. The member from Goodhue, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Bernardi. Members, I think most everything has been said in regards to the process and here what we want to do. The bottom line is that this one would dilute approximately $10 million out of the roads and bridges where we want where we've agreed that the investment should be made. This does not have a fiscal note. It has not gone through the committee process. All of this just points to certainly, Representative Bernardi, as I've told you, that we would support your ideas and walk through this with you and ask that we did this next session. But with that, members, please vote no on this amendment and also the amendment to the amendment.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bernardi, I just want to stand to thank you for your efforts around this. You worked hard on this in committee, both of these components, working to hammer home a solution here that will bring some accountability to an agency that is in dire need of it. And in that vein, Representative Bernardi, the fact that you are getting pushback from the agency is a good sign that you're on the right trail. And so thank you for your tenacity in going after this. And I look forward to continue to work with you on this and work with you in making this something that we can bring forward next session, something that we can make certain is right and also effective. And I know you've got within what you've put together a good number of those pieces already. Look forward to helping you get the rest of the glue together so that this thing flies perfectly and that we've got a good solution to bring that agency under the performance measures that you envision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the Bernardi amendment. The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make one comment about this amendment. It costs 0.3 of 1 penny of the investment that we're making in transportation. Let's be perfectly clear about that. And the important part about this is that when we use data-driven analysis, we actually save money for the state of Minnesota. We can yield tangible cost savings, and there's been case studies that in transportation agencies that do the sorts of things that are in this amendment, they save millions of dollars in what they save the state of Minnesota. So please join me in investing 0.3 of a penny. That's, if you cut a penny in 10 spots, that's 3 parts of that penny to make sure that our transportation system is the best it can be for the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Reminder, members, that the House is under call. Please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, we are on the underlying amendment, the A15 amendment. Discussion to that amendment. The member from Washington, Representative Dean, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Dean moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. To the A15 amendment, further discussion. Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to call for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Bernardi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the members that have been working with me on this important legislation and for our state of Minnesota. To my fellow Democrats and that are on the Transportation Committee and in our caucus, I want to thank them, especially Representative Hausman, who's been on this with me from the start, as well as my fellow Republican colleagues over there. And I just want to make sure I have all their names. Representative Nash has been on my full bill for this, Representative Uglum, Representative Whalen, Representative Newberger, Representative Petersburg. Representative Drazkowski has been helping me try to shepherd this through, and I appreciate Representative Kelly for his interest in this. I'm just disappointed that it's been difficult to get it through this year, and I was hoping that he would be my safety and help me from getting tackled or getting the past deflected on this. So I'm still persistent in trying to get you to support this. I also do want to thank our transportation agency and the commissioner and his staff for working hard on this to come up with language that really does benefit our state of Minnesota. Investing wisely, being good stewards of our dollars, and I know they work on that every single day. But the research and the case studies show that when those kinds of efforts and incorporating performance measurements and life cycle costs is important to make this effective and to save as many dollars as we possibly can in our state of Minnesota. I did pass out a map for you to look at, and if you look at it on the right side, it's all green. This is the pavement quality index that the Minnesota Department of Transportation uses for getting the bonds for the trunk highway system. As you can see, it's green. Looks like we're smooth sailing in Minnesota. But if you look a little bit deeper and you look at measures such as remaining service life, the map looks a lot different. You don't see a lot of green. You see a lot more yellow, if you can see that yellow very easily. And we have quite a bit of red on our map throughout the state of Minnesota. Our transportation system is literally crumbling. We need to give our transportation agency every tool possible to make sure that our transportation system is sustainable and meets the future needs of our state and the needs of our residents in Minnesota right now. We have a responsibility in that. We don't get a lot of opportunity to have oversight of MnDOT, and this is a time in which we can do this. It can't wait. When we write a check for billions of dollars without this accountability and transparency, I don't think we're upholding what we need to be doing as policymakers and ensuring that we're being good stewards of our dollars. I hope that you join me today in passing this amendment to help Minnesota be the best it can be and provide a transportation system that helps our economy, our environment, and the prosperity of the people of our state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Can you do this with your... There being 59 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moves to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows. And the amendment is coded A64.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First point of personal privilege, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, or who's ever going to be there.
I'm going to switch now that you said that.
Where's the microphone? Is it on? State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, you know, folks, sometimes I make light of, you know, we give these great speeches, and I sometimes will say those are for the 9 people sitting at home eating a bag of Doritos that have nothing else to do. I actually have gotten, just in the last 20 minutes or so, some messages that have flooded in from families that have had family members who were injured by people who were texting while they were driving. And in particular, I wanted to express my condolences to the family of David Riggs, who was 20 years old when he was killed 18 months ago by a driver who was texting. I gave Representative Drazkowski, who I see is not there, I gave him kind of a hard time about playing games with the bill, and told him how disappointed in him I was, and I am. But I am also, and he can speak for himself, but I am coming to his defense. I think for those families that are not saying very kind things about Representative Drazkowski, I don't think he meant any harm to your families. And that he certainly, when he made the amendment, he didn't intend to cause any ill will towards the families of those who've had folks injured or killed by members or by drivers who were texting while they did it. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to speak to my bill, or to my amendment, if that's all right.
Please proceed. And thank you for your
Speaker.
moment of recognition.
The A64 amendment is the one, you'll recall I started to introduce this one, Chairman Kelly, a little while ago, and you were kind enough to point out to me that I was on the wrong amendment. This amendment undoes the shifts that are in the bill. And folks, that basically undoes the bill because it's almost 100% shifts. It's shifts and it's gimmicks and it is debt. That is all that this bill does. And it reminded me, there's a teenage kid down the street from me. And this teenage kid, he bought himself an old pickup truck, and he's going to fix the old pickup truck. And he had a couple options. And the first option that he considered was that he was going to drop out of school, and he was going to drop his health insurance, and he was going to borrow a bunch of money to fix that truck. His other option, he thought, was to get a different job or get another job and dedicate those funds to fixing up the truck. And now, Representative Kelly and folks on the Republican side, you're going to figure, right, I'm going to compare your bill to what he did, which is he dropped out of school, and he dropped his health insurance, and he borrowed a bunch of money. But you know what? This Republican bill is absolutely worse than that. Because rather than dropping out of school yourselves, or dropping your health insurance yourselves, or borrowing a bunch of money yourselves, you're forcing other people to drop out of school and to drop their health insurance. Representative Dean, wherever you went. You guys sure don't stay in your chairs very well. So you're forcing all these other folks to drop out of school because there's going to be less money for higher ed. You're forcing them to drop their health insurance because you're going to get rid of Minnesota Care, Representative Dean. And then on top of that, you're borrowing a bunch of money that you aren't paying back. You're making my kids and their kids pay back for decades to come. All this bill does is shifts and gimmicks and debt. There is nothing else in it. It's shifts and gimmicks and debt. As Representative Horenstein said, it is a house of cards. And all it's going to take is the slightest breeze to knock it down. Representative Lunan, would you yield? I see you're in your seat, and I appreciate that.
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lunan. And I don't do that gotcha stuff with freshmen, so you got nothing to worry about. But I think, if I'm right, don't you have that corn maze in Shakopee? Is that an area that you represent?
Representative Lunan.
That is correct.
And Representative Lunan, do you know if they take designs submitted for that corn maze?
Representative Lunan.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I was wondering if you knew with Seaver's corn maze, if I could submit a design for the corn maze.
Representative Lunan.
No, I don't.
Well, maybe, Madam Speaker, thank you, Representative Lunan. Perhaps we can find out, because you'll notice, folks, on your desk, there's this handout. And this isn't a handout that I prepared. This is a handout that nonpartisan staff prepared. They are not deliberately trying to make this confusing. But if you look at this, and I don't think this is a prop, Madam Speaker, right? This was actually a handout. It's on our desk. If you look at all of the lines and the drawings on this thing, it makes the corn maze look simple. This is the Republican transportation plan, Madam Speaker. All right, I'll put it down. You're giving me that teacher look, Madam Speaker. But if folks look at it yourself, there are lines and zigzags and all kinds of stuff going all over that, because the whole thing is shifts and gimmicks and debt. And when it's got to be that complicated, rather than just looking for income and dedicating it to transportation, there's something wrong. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could implore you to at least, if you can't dial back all of the shifts or eliminate all of the shifts, at least dial back the shifts and the gimmicks and the debt, and look for some dedicated funds that we can apply and that we know will be there and that won't be a house of cards. Because shifts and gimmicks and debt, that's what got us into trouble 4 years ago when you guys took control. You started down that path. When we were done, we started with surpluses, we ended with deficits. We had to pay back an education shift when we finally took control. It's not a good way to budget. You all know it's not a good way to budget. And if at least as you approach the conference committee, Mr. Chairman, you could look at getting rid of the shifts and the gimmicks and the debt and dial that back and look more for dedicated funds and an income stream that we can count on. I think that's what would give us roads and bridges that we can count on being built in the next decade to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there further discussion? Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Atkins, members. Well, again, we go to the conversation of shifts. And I would suggest to members that maybe we need to expand our definition of shift. Because Representative Atkins, you're great at telling stories and bringing us back in time. Maybe you remember Pan American, great airlines in the 1927. And wouldn't you know it, they're now defunct. Because you know what they didn't do? They didn't shift. They didn't shift their thinking. They didn't shift their strategies for the future. What we have predicated our whole transportation plan on is an antiquated system of a gas tax. And all we have to do is look back only a couple years when gas was starting to be $4 a gallon and people went to more efficient vehicles, started to drive electric vehicles, and wouldn't you know it, our revenue decreased. And we're sitting here wondering, now we want to double down on that antiquated system that suggests that we have the plan for the future. Representative Atkins, what we have done is shifted that view. We've shifted that view so that now we can rely on dedicated sources of funding around sales of auto parts that have inflation indicators right along with them, rental tax on rental cars, sales tax on leased vehicles. We are looking to the future, Representative Atkins. We don't want to go the way of so many companies who are stuck in the old way of thinking and thinking that there is only one way to do something. Now, if we look at some of the details of your bill, it's interesting. Members on the other side might want to take a look at that before actually voting for Representative Atkins' amendment. Do you realize that you now stop funding over 700 small cities across the state of Minnesota? No more funding there. You stop a transit, the suburban transit pilot program. You eliminate funding for $228 million of funding, for example, for county roads, municipal roads, small cities, and greater Minnesota transit. So there's more to this bill than Representative Atkins can just talk about political word shifts and gimmicks. But members, I would just suggest that you broaden your horizons a little bit and suggest that you look into the future to know that we have to do something different. And this plan does exactly that. It's dedicated funding to take care of the transportation problem that we now have. Thank you.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I would suggest we vote red on this amendment with all due respect to my good friend, Representative Atkins. One of my biggest concerns about his amendment is it would get rid of funding, transportation funding, for over 700 small cities of under 5,000. And I have a list of them here, and I'd like to read them. Oh, no, but to my good friend, Representative Atkins, I heard you say 4 years ago we had a surplus and that we put you into a deficit. What I recall was that we had a $6.2 billion deficit, and when the 2011 tax bill was done in June of 2013, we had a $3.1 billion surplus. That's, I think if you look up in the budget books, that's what one would find. So I guess I'll pass on reading the 700 cities. Madam Speaker and members, I would just suggest a no vote.
Is there further discussion on the A64 amendment? Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank Representative Atkins for bringing this motion and this chart forward, because I do think it tells the story really well. You know, the fact of the matter is these are not the only shifts that are littering the Republican budgets. We have about $2 billion in shifts in all the budgets that we've seen come through the committees. $829 million shift of the Healthcare Access Fund to the general fund. I think perhaps there's going to be another shift of Healthcare Access Fund dollars to the general fund as well coming up shortly. $300 million in fake savings in Medicaid fraud and abuse. Delayed payments to managed care organizations, which I know other people have done, but never in a time of a surplus. We're in a surplus, folks, and this is what's going on. $100 million in fake savings to managed care organizations. Ignoring health care inflation.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Pepin, for what purpose do you rise?
I rise for point of order under
State
Mason's
your point
101.
of order. State your point.
And my advice, the debate is limited to the question before the House. We're discussing the transportation bill, so members should keep in mind that this is what we should be debating today.
Thank you, Representative Pepin. I would encourage members to stay on the topic of the A64 and the transportation bill. Proceed, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is relevant to this because the amendment is exactly about the shifts and gimmicks that are going on in this bill, and it's indicative of shifts and gimmicks going on throughout the budget. $90 million for this 5% campaign that you're giving for 1 year, and then you're cutting their wages right again in 2017. So you're giving this 1 year boost, and then you're cutting their wages again for long-term care workers. A $10.3 million transfer from the CGIP fund in Representative Anderson's bill, and then using that money for councils of color and for veterans and shifting them out of the general fund into a special revenue fund, and then back out of a special revenue fund and into the general fund. Another shifting gimmick that, again, we don't need to do in a time of surplus. And the environment bill, $18 million in general fund spending is shifted from a general fund to the special revenue fund for aquatic invasive species. Closes the closed, it transfers money from the closed landfill fund, $43.6 million. takes an additional 13 million on top of the 43 million from the closed landfill investment funds and sends it to a special revenue fund. Transfers 8.1 million from the Metro Landfill Contingency Action Trust to a special revenue fund.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Pepin, for what purpose do you rise?
I rise under Mason's 101, and I have advice.
State your advice, please.
Madam Speaker, debate is limited to the question before the House. And Representative Thiessen, I'm not sure if he's going to talk about the rather large education shift that he put on when he was in charge. But this debate has gone far afield from transportation. And I think that we need to rule on this point of order 101.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, Representative Pepin was rising to a point of order, criticizing Representative Thiessen for straying from his comments, and she added her own editorial comments. The point of order is you can't rise.
Madam Speaker, a point of order cannot be interrupted.
State your point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Majority Leader.
Representative Winkler is out of order when he is interrupting another point of order, and I would ask that you rule on my point of order.
Members, I apologize, Representative, for interrupting you when I called him Representative Winkler, but I'm going to refrain from ruling on this. But members, we need to stick to the question that's before us. So please continue, Representative Thiessen, and please follow the rules.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do believe I am following the rules, and well within the rules that we followed on this House floor for a long, long time. The teacher face is not going to work on me, Madam Speaker, because the fact of the matter is we are having lots and lots of shifts and gimmicks here. Another 3.6 from the Environmental Fund and 600,000 from the Remediation Fund are going to the General Fund in Representative McNamara's bill. In the Jobs bill, $69 million is being spent out of the Special Revenue Fund for energy programs. The 21st Century Mineral Fund, which you borrowed to balance the budget in 2011. We paid back and started a payback in 2013. That's being taken to the tune of $24.1 million and borrowing from the workforce development funds in record amounts at a time when we're seeing big layoffs up on the Iron Range, and we're going to need those revenues to deal with that. The bottom line here is in this transportation bill, we're taking money away from education, from nursing homes, just like Representative Atkins said. His analogy was right on. But we're doing that throughout this budget, folks. And we're not in a time of a budget deficit. We're not in a time of a budget deficit. Sometimes those shifts are needed to balance the budget so we don't have to hurt people as much as we need to. But now we have a $2 billion surplus. The only reason you're doing $2 billion in shifts and gimmicks is so you can give a $2 billion, really a $5 billion tax break to big business and special corporate interests. Representative Knobloch, I actually really am ashamed of what you're doing with the Ways and Means Committee and allowing these shifts and gimmicks to go through. I know the last time you were here, you were managing a deficit. I understand that's what your mentality is, that you're kind of the Ways and Means chair who's managed through a deficit. We're not in a deficit anymore, Representative Knobloch. We don't need to be doing this kind of shifts and gimmicks to hide the reality from the people of Minnesota. The bottom line is you are all terrified to tell your base that you actually want to spend money. You want to spend a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars, but you are terrified to tell your base that you're spending that money. And for the freshmen here who maybe aren't understanding, you got to get up to the learning curve, that's what's going on here, folks. So if you're telling your base you're keeping, well, you're not even under $40 billion anymore. You're well over that because of the changes you've made in Ways and Means, spending $140 million more to help Representative Dean balance his budget. You're well over $40 billion. But here's the bottom line. You cannot hide the truth from your constituents forever. Let's stop with the tricks and gimmicks. Let's stop with this bad budgeting technique. Let's be honest with the people of Minnesota. Because if we're honest with the people of Minnesota and we talk to them about the good things we can accomplish, we can do really great things together. If you took your tax bill right now, and this may be another reason for the shifts and gimmicks, if you took your tax bill right now and every provision that's in Chair David's tax bill and actually implemented everything today instead of over a long period of time, you would be creating a $5 billion budget deficit next biennium, the biennium we're budgeting for. A $5 billion deficit. That's the kind of irresponsible tax bill you're passing. No wonder you need to go with shifts and gimmicks. Members, we should stop. We should adopt the Atkins amendment and then send this bill back so we can honestly fund transportation, and send all the other bills back so we can honestly fund our government instead of doing what you're doing in these budgets.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, I just request a roll call on this amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion on the amendment. The member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, I'm not going to get into talking about all the various items that you're listing off in the state government finance bill, the environment bill, other bills. We're going to have plenty of time to talk about those, except I would note that many of the items that you bring up were items that also existed under budgets that you have had in the past. And we'll have plenty of time to talk about that, Representative Thiessen, as we get into those bills. But, you know, members, I think we're being very honest with the state of Minnesota and with the people of Minnesota, because what we are doing in this transportation bill is taking all sorts of taxes that for years and years and years have been related to transportation, but have instead been spent in other areas. We are dedicating the sales tax on auto parts, which is related to cars, which drive on our roads, but which has gone into all the other things that we spend money on to this state. In the past, we're saying no, we think that this is something that ought to be dedicated to roads. The sales tax on auto parts is something that is related to transportation. Its funds belong in the transportation bill, helping us with our transportation needs. The sales tax on vehicle rentals, same way. For years and years and years, that money has gone into the general fund for anything just about but transportation. And we're going to the state of Minnesota, we're going to the people and saying, no, when you're paying this tax, we want this tax to go to transportation. It's going to go to transportation now, people of the Minnesota, instead of going to all the other things for which it's been used in the past. The sales tax on vehicle leases, that's been going into the general fund for all sorts of other purposes for years and years and years. We're going to be honest with the people of Minnesota and tell them this is related to roads, this is related to transportation. People of Minnesota, when you're paying this tax, you know it's going to be going toward roads and your transportation system. And finally, on the sales tax on vehicle rentals, the same thing again. This is now going to be going to roads and bridges in your transportation system, not into the general fund for all sorts of other things, many of which are fine and worthy causes. But when you are paying these taxes, which are related to transportation, which are related to the automobiles that you drive, you can have confidence the taxes that you are paying are going for roads and bridges in your transportation system. I think this is a change that the people of Minnesota will like, especially given the contrast of the other plan that's out there that raises gas taxes at least 16 cents a gallon when we've got a $2 billion surplus and we don't need to raise that sort of a tax. And so, Representative Atkins, I guess I oppose your amendment. In addition to taking money from 700 some small towns around the state, we need to go ahead and dedicate these taxes that are related to transportation for the purposes for which they should be spent.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members, and to Leader Thiessen. I think he said 3 times that we're terrified. I just want to reassure this side of the aisle, my side of the aisle over here, that I'm not terrified. And to say that the tax bill is bad because if you did this or if you did that, we'd have $5 billion to tail. Well, you know, if ifs and buts were candy nuts, we'd all have Merry Christmas. I have to tell you that. And if I was 200 pounds lighter, I'd look just like Brad Pitt. Well, that's not where we're at. We have a tax bill that our committee has worked very, very hard on. And to suggest that we have $5 billion in tails simply is not the case. So let's stick to where we're at. And I'm just want to reassure everybody I'm not terrified. I'm too old for that.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I appreciate this discussion, particularly Representative Knobloch and Representative Davids and Representative Kelly. Guys, you've made my point. We are relying now on all these shifts from elsewhere. It's all coming from education and it's coming from health care. We're going to eliminate Minnesota Care, put 100,000 people on the streets without health insurance. We're going to do stuff with the tax bill. By the way, if anybody, Representative Pepin was getting off the bill, or off my amendment, was my friend Representative Knobloch, who's talking about what's in the tax bill. I'm just talking about the shifts that are still left in the transportation bill. All the other shifts now we're putting Representative David's bill, so I can see why he's getting a little uppity about all this. But this antiquated notion, Representative Kelly, Mr. Chairman, antiquated notion. My antiquated notion, I believe in paying my bills. You have now made Democrats, by your own admission, the party of fiscal responsibility. We pay our bills. I've owned and operated successfully 4 businesses in my life, and I've had a family, a really good one. And you know, we subscribe to that antiquated notion. We pay our bills. You can't write yourself a check out of an account with no money in it and call it money. It just doesn't work like that. You know, shifts and gimmicks and debt, you can sort of play around as you want to, and we got some real smart fiscal folks here who can make that look like money, but it's not money. I was going to say the new model, Chairman Kelly, when you were talking about this is the new model. Well, your new model is like a Ford Pinto. It blew up. It doesn't, at the end, when you get to the conference committee and you find out that you can't spend fake money multiple times, it blows up. So you're going to have to get honest in the conference committee and find real money to pay for these real needs all across Minnesota, bridges and roads that are in desperate need, and you're paying for it with funny money, with shifts and gimmicks and debt. So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Kelly, I shared this amendment with you a few days ago. We did it in committee. I trust you very much. I like you very much. I hope and implore that when you get to the conference committee that you will look at spending real money in a real way, just like all of us families and businesses across Minnesota do it. And to the point about hurting cities and doing all, these are all folks now that are going to rely on this money. They're going to rely on this money. And it's a house of cards. It's false money, and it's going to blow down unless you figure out a real way to do it. With that, I'm going to withdraw this amendment. And Representative Kelly, I wish you the very best in the conference committee in coming back with a real solution, because I sure as heck would like to vote for a real solution when it comes back from the conference committee. Thank you, members.
Representative Atkins withdraws the A64 amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Khan moves to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A65.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Khan, to introduce your amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is an attempt to start to correct what I think was one of the most serious mistakes that we made in some of our long-distance rail planning. This was when the North Star commuter rail was passed. The federal government had a very strict rule on the release of congestion for whether federal funding would be applied to it. And so that meant that this line only went to Big Lake. Now, I don't want to offend the legislator from Big Lake, whoever that legislator might be, but Big Lake is hardly a very recognized stopping point. The sensible thing, and it was originally planned, I think, to go past St. Cloud, but the sensible thing would have been to do it to St. Cloud, because there could be a serious commuter use between St. Cloud and Minneapolis. In fact, I think as we're looking at higher education and higher education costs, there could be a serious use in both directions for students between the St. Cloud area and the metropolitan area. So what I actually think that the mistake that we made at that time was, I think actually that the state should have taken on the commitment to build it and done it. Apparently now the federal government has much more favorable constraints on federal funding for doing this. So one of the things we should also look is to see, can we get federal funding to make this to make this extension. I submitted a similar amendment in Ways and Means, and this, all we're asking them to do is to think about it, and to think about what they can, about trying to put it together, to look at what the costs would be, look at what the benefits would be, look at what the federal, look at what federal funding might be available. Now, we voted on it in Ways and Means, and I expected to have the support of the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, because I had actually previously talked to him about it, and I must admit that Representative Knobloch did vote for it. He did this weird thing which I hadn't seen him do before, which is, instead of voting first to give some indication to his members as to how he wanted them to vote, he voted last, and he voted yes, which is clearly in the interests of St. Cloud. But we didn't get any other members of his caucus to vote with us. And I wonder if Representative Knobloch would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Knobloch, would you be willing to help us move in this direction? I don't know if this is the exact wording, but would you be willing to help us move this way so we can try and get an extension of this line to St. Cloud?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Kahn, I guess I think I can only say first, as you know, I did vote for what I believe is this identical amendment in Ways and Means. Secondly, I've got a long history of supporting the North Star Corridor and voting for it back when I was here years ago as well, and supporting it in St. Cloud. I do need to say one thing, Representative Kahn. I guess I hesitate to bring this up because I don't want to say anything at all against, well, I don't know if I even want to say anything about the voting issue that you brought up, but you will, I'll only say, Representative Kahn, that first of all, I have an extremely fine committee legislative assistant, and secondly, you'll note that I was the one that actually ended up calling my name rather than the committee legislative assistant. And so, without saying anything more about it, it was not the way I would have expected the roll call to have been made.
Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Knobloch, I really think that in your position and at this time, with some active support from you, we could move forward on this. I don't know if this is the best wording, but I would like to say that this House of Representatives and this legislature thinks we should move forward in this decision. So I hope that you will vote with me again, and I hope we're not asking for any money to be spent at this time. I do think you can ask people to think about something when they're hired full-time to work on issues, transportation issues, without having to pay them to do it. So this is a no-cost amendment. It would hopefully give us the kind of information we need possibly in the next session to move ahead on this. So I hope that people will follow Representative Knobloch and I and vote yes on it.
Any further discussion on the Kahn amendment? Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Representative Kahn, I would like to address your amendment about the North Star line. First of all, Big Lake is a wonderful city. It is not in my district, but it is on the edge of my district, and I do represent Big Lake Township, parts of it. I don't think you'll find a finer city in the entire state of Minnesota. It's a beautiful city. As far as the North Star Rail is concerned, That has been an issue that has been before our area for years. The North Star Rail has consistently lost money. Its ridership has been in decline. As of 2014, it was still in decline. The one question that always comes up is if the public commuter rail works so well, why aren't the privates doing it? Now, we've had a rail line going from St. Paul all the way out to the West Coast for about 100 years. Different rail companies have had that line. And these people have the industry down to a science. We all know that. And if you would think just for 1 minute that they could make money and make a profitable business transporting people and commuters, they would. But they don't. So government comes in and we over-subsidize this entire thing and we try to make it work. Well, frankly, North Star is not working, the North Star Rail. They'd like to have it run up past the city of St. Cloud, all the way up to Rice. I represent that entire area, that pretty much all of the North Star line except what goes around St. Cloud. And I can tell you right now, members, that it is not a very welcomed program amongst the locals. There are some that do like it, but the majority of them don't. They don't care for that. One of the reasons is that nobody really likes to talk about is right on the edge of St. Cloud, about not maybe a half a mile, quarter a mile from the rail tracks is the St. Cloud State Prison. Boy, wouldn't that be convenient to have that rail line going from the prison to North Minneapolis or to any other section of our state. Not only have we had decreased ridership, members, but who is in control of the North Star Rail? Who? It's the Met Council. And the Met Council, we don't want their control, we don't want their influence in places where they don't need to be. If we extend the rail line, we extend the Met Council, and it's like a cancer, you can't get rid of it. So with that, members, I will say this. Yes, Representative Newberger can say something nice about North Star, and you're about to hear it. There is one bright, shining piece of the whole North Star system, and it's the bus system. The North Star bus system is a success. It has been used by my family members, and it hasn't been used by me, but it's been used by my family members for years. And I would encourage more investment, or at least a more in-depth look into the bus system. Trains are expensive and they don't work. And Mr. Speaker and members, I'm not casting any aspersions on North Minneapolis, okay? So I know some folks got their ire up, and rightfully so. But sometimes, as we're speaking, that's what came into my mind. It doesn't matter. It could be any part of the city. But if you're going to connect a large metro area to a prison, there's going to be some concerns. And I would be lying if I said there wasn't. So if I offended anyone from North Minneapolis, I apologize. But the fact remains that the North Star Rail is what we affectionately call it in my neck of the woods. We don't call it North Star. We call it the black hole, because that's where all the money goes.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, and particularly Representative Newberger, who mentioned the very reason why we need Representative Kahn's amendment. The North Star Corridor is right now the only rail line underperforming. In fact, the Hiawatha and the Central, the Green Line, met their goals years before they were contemplated to. Why is it underperforming? Because we didn't go to the right population center, the very population center that will provide the riders that are not currently served by North Star. Just thinking about all of the young people living in St. Cloud, all of those college campuses that will be served, and professors probably. Because we didn't build it right, we didn't go to the major population center, we have had that underperforming, I think. Representative Kahn, I would even suggest that the costs will not be exorbitant, as some might assume, because the rail is there, the rolling stock is already there. It is a matter of extending the service to St. Cloud, where in fact the population center is there, and the moment that happens, members, I could feel fairly certain it's going to do the same thing that the other rail lines did, and that is it quickly reaches the goals that we had anticipated if we do it right and build it to the population center.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, ma'am, first of all, I think I'd like a roll call vote on this.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, actually, Representative Hausman did a better job than I could have, but Representative Neuberger made the perfect argument for the extension to St. Cloud. That's all it probably needs for the kind of success that we've seen in other places. And I would also like to point out to him, or I'd like to ask him if I don't think I'll do it as a yield, but could you name any part of the transportation of the state that's run on a profitable basis? We don't run transportation as a profit. We don't build roads to be profit-making entities. We build transportation to move people. And why are we different that I thought of connecting St. Cloud to Minneapolis was connecting university and college communities and people who wanted to learn. And somehow Representative Neuberger thinks that what we wanted to do was connect potential wrongdoers with a prison. I don't think of the prison as the symbol of St. Cloud. I think of the Minsky campus as much more important to St. Cloud than the prison is. So I urge members to vote with me. There's no cost on this. This will give us some of the answers that Representative Neuberger actually implied by his speech, and this will move us in the way to having the kind of complete system that area deserves.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I have to stand up and rise to the point in the discussion about North Minneapolis and St. Cloud. There is a bit of a connection, and it has nothing to do with things that we can't solve here in this legislature. And that's issues around income disparity, employment disparity, arrest disparity, charging disparity, incarceration disparities. And just so folks know, and this includes you, Representative Neuberger, the North Star doesn't go to Minneapolis. It goes to downtown. It doesn't go to North Minneapolis. And you talk about the connection to the prison, and quite frankly, one of the things that helps our inmates come back out to the community and to do right and to do good is maintaining their relationships with their families. That's an important part for most inmates to maintain that relationship and that stability that allows them, when they get out, to be welcomed back into the community and to put their lives on a correct track. I also want to point out that, as Representative Hausman and Representative Kahn spoke, the fact that it goes to Big Lake and stops there, it was destined to fail. We as legislators often delve into areas that we don't know a whole lot about. You don't build a train from a small town to a metro area. You build it from a destination center to the metro area, and that's what I'm sorry, Representative Zerwas, I didn't mean to cast aspersions at all on Elk River. But, you know, in many ways, the same folks that talk about, you know, Big Lake and that it doesn't need to go to St. Paul are many of the same folks that talked about when we built the LRT from Minneapolis to the airport, that it was a train to nowhere. And when you look at the numbers and the ridership of Hiawatha Line, which is now the Blue Line, all those numbers were blown out of the water because ultimately the airport, if you're going to design a light rail system, and I must say that Denver sort of missed the mark, You build it from the center of the business core to the airport so that folks get back and forth. And why this is important is we oftentimes delve into areas that we don't have the knowledge to really be capable of answering the questions. And I believe we made a huge, huge mistake in this legislature when we stopped the line at Big Lake. And I'm in 120% support of Representative Kahn's amendment to move this all the way to St. Cloud, and I hope that members will support it.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kahn. This is a common sense amendment. You know, years ago as a citizen and people I knew in Minnesota when they built the North Star line to Big Lake, and I like Big Lake, by the way. I've stopped there at the hamburger joint on the north end of town, and it's a fine town. But everybody in Minnesota said, why Big Lake when St. Cloud's down the road? This is a study to figure out if we can go to St. Cloud. And why this is important, this is a greater Minnesota issue, folks, because one of the strengths in greater Minnesota that we see in job numbers, and we see them consistently over the last couple of years, are regional centers like St. Cloud, Mankato, are doing well, and they provide the jobs for the people who live near there. Mankato I know better, of course, where I live. Mankato has 55,000 jobs. We have 52,000 people living in Mankato, North Mankato. People from St. James, New Ulm, Waseca, other places come to work in Mankato. They find opportunity, they find good paying jobs. It's the sort of infrastructure investments which could possibly be the North Star Corridor, which may make sense based on this study, that can enhance those efforts. And in fact, this lays into a challenge that I think we have in this bill that's before us, is the relative lack of funding for corridors of commerce. Another investment in rural Minnesota, another investment in our regional centers. So I say, let's do this study. Let's figure it out. This just makes sense. Again, almost everybody in Minnesota figured this out a long time ago. Let's figure it out. If it makes sense, we can go ahead and maybe build it all the way to St. Cloud.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to rise and state that I fully agree with Representative Kahn and fully agree with Representative Dean that this legislature made a huge mistake. But the mistake was that they funded it to begin with. They built it to begin with. It has proven, as Representative Hausman and others have agreed, it has proven to be an abysmal failure, underperforming, sucking millions of dollars with low performance. Highway 10 is just as congested as it's always been. And it is only the convoluted thinking of government that's something that is a demonstrated failure to throw more money at it and to say that the problem is that we did not go far enough. That only happens in government. The solution is we need to not expand North Star. We need to kill it. It is demonstrated failure, and we do not need to spend any more money on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Wright, Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as being the member that represents Big Lake, Big Lake is the end of the tracks. And I think if we look back at the promises made as North Star was debated, we were told that if North Star came in, it would take a lane and a half equivalent of traffic off of the roads during prime-time commute. Well, living 48 and a half miles away from the Capitol and making that commute daily, I can tell you that isn't the case. Then we were told about all of the amazing economic development that would occur at each one of these stations in each community. Members, I was on the city council in Elk River, and we allocated money for transit-oriented development studies. It poured huge local resources into developing business parks around our station because the state of Minnesota and the experts told us businesses would be flooding in. Well, members, if you go to the Elk River station, you see some apartments and some empty lots. If you go to the Big Lake station, you see an apartment and empty lots. If you go to the Ramsey station, which was built later, you see a parking garage in a field, a half-filled apartment building, and a commercial development that went bankrupt. If you go to Coon Rapids, you see empty lots along the station. If you look out the window at Anelka, it's a really nice looking empty lot. But members, it's an empty lot. Go to Fridley for the station there, because that amazing development that's guaranteed with commuter rail would start closest to the cities and work its way out. Well, members, around the station in Fridley is an empty lot, just like the promise of North Star. It's all empty. Vote no.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. Will Representative Knobloch yield for a question?
He will. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you. Representative Lucero just made a pretty powerful argument. Do you agree with him?
Member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, as I previously have said, I voted for this identical amendment in committee, in the Ways and Means Committee, and so I would disagree with the argument to vote against it.
Representative Thiessen. Oh. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 yeas, 72 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Carly.
Moline moved to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A67.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do have an amendment to the amendment that I'd like to take up right away.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Moline moves to amend her amendment to House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment to the amendment is coded A71.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And the amendment to the amendment is very similar to the underlying amendment. It just changes the statutory section to match up with the chapters that are in the underlying bill. And then it also limits the definition of public works to those relating to transportation. Other than that, it's the same as the underlying amendment. So I'll just, I think, discuss the substance of the amendment to the amendment. First, Mr. Speaker and members, as many of you have probably heard through news stories, there have been recently announcements that Keewatin Taconite and Mintac will be idling on the Iron Range, and about 1,200, almost 1,200 workers will be out of a job next month while those plants idle. Not only do we count on those direct jobs in the mines, but of course the spin-off jobs that are a result of the economic activity that mining spurs. We know that one mining job creates another 1.8 jobs in northeastern Minnesota. Iron ore mining actually has a $3.2 billion annual impact in Minnesota. and accounts for a total of 11,500 jobs if you include those spin-off jobs. It also accounts for about 30% of our gross domestic product in all of northeastern Minnesota, so Duluth to Grand Marais and over west from there. So it's a very important part of our economy. And unfortunately, there's really no debate that the reason these mines are idling in northeastern Minnesota is because of the influx of foreign steel. It's causing a downturn in the American steel industry, and in turn has been very detrimental to our taconite mining in northeastern Minnesota. Industry, unions, economists are basically all in agreement that this foreign steel dumping is the culprit in Minnesota mines shutting down. Foreign steelmakers are dumping their product on American shores and selling it for cheaper than the American steel. They are able to do this for a number of reasons, including cheap fuel, cheap iron ore, but mostly government subsidies. The People's Republic of China, the government over there subsidizes their industry, and obviously we are unable to compete with a subsidized industry. And the amount of foreign steel used in the United States was around 25%. It's now up to 33%. And that reduced demand for American steel has been very detrimental to the Minnesota taconite industry. And what this amendment is saying is that Minnesota is going to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And what it requires, members, is when taxpayer dollars are spent on transportation infrastructure, that we are sure that we are using American steel, which in turn provides some very good high-paying jobs in northeastern Minnesota that support thousands of families. So I would hope that I have all of your support. I'm not going to ask for a roll call quite yet because I think that Representative Kelly is going to want to take this amendment. So I'm going to hold off on asking for that quite yet, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I would really appreciate your support.
Member for Morrison, Representative Carisha.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order under Mason's 401, number 2.
State your point of order, Representative.
Thank you,
Carisha.
Mr. Speaker. An amendment is not an order that would change one kind of motion into another, and this amendment, while I absolutely support what we're trying to do with the min-tac loss and all that, but this amendment is simply a delete all, and we're changing the language of the first one. So under Mason's 401, number 2, an amendment is not an order that would change one kind of motion into another kind that would substitute one kind for another.
Representative Carisha rises to a point of order under Mason's 401, subdivision 2. Advice for the presiding officer. Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Carisha. The language is not identical. I don't know where, there you are. It actually changes the definition of public works to limit it to transportation issues, and additionally changes the statutory section to match up with that of the underlying bill. So I'm not sure I understand your point of order, but Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you not find it well taken so we can get this amendment to the amendment passed and then vote on the underlying amendment. But the language is not identical in the amendment to the amendment as it is in the underlying amendment.
Further advice.
Customer usage? No? You don't think so? You think so?
Based on the advice of Representative Krisha as well as Representative Moline, I rule that the point of order is well taken. Representative Pepin, or we're on the amendment, my apologies, the A67 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I am very concerned if the Republicans are going to be using rules to try to move my amendment out of order. I was not anticipating that, primarily because this issue is so important to thousands of workers on the Iron Range. And just the other day, we declared urgency regarding the avian flu in turkeys, because we know that that's a very important industry in Minnesota. And next month, there's going to be 1,200 people in northeastern Minnesota out of work. Actually, KeyTac, those workers are going to be filing for unemployment the same week that we adjourn session for the year. So I'm just not sure how this isn't an urgent issue that we need to discuss right now. And the fact that the Republicans just used a parliamentary rule in order to find my amendment to the amendment out of order, I am now sort of anticipating you're probably going to do that to the underlying amendment, which is substantially similar to the one that the House just ruled out of order, except this underlying amendment does include other public works projects. Members, when we're spending taxpayer dollars, taxpayers expect that we're creating American jobs and Minnesota jobs. The choice here is to send a message to workers in northeastern Minnesota that we value the work that we do, and when we spend public money, we're going to do that to help secure their employment. Otherwise, you're sending a message that we're okay with cheap foreign Chinese steel that's subsidized by the communist government over there. I mean, that's the two choices that you have in front of us. So, members, I hope that you support the amendment and we can get it on the bill. I just am concerned that a parliamentary procedure was just used to find the other amendment out of order. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen again. So would ask for your support. Thank you.
Member for Morrison, Representative Krisha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I do rise for point of order on House Rules 3.21.
Representative Krisha rises to a point of order under House Rule 3.21. State your point of order and advice, Representative Krisha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I know how important this is. I really do. I know how important this is in economic development, and I feel for that. But we do have a process. And as you look at this amendment, the section 16B.235, the Public Works, is not in the transportation bill. This is not the place to be debating that. So members, let's have this discussion. Let's do it the right way, but let's not just try to add things and then say what something does or doesn't do. Let's try to follow the process.
Further advice, the member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Mr. Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this evening, the Speaker allowed the author of the bill to make an oral amendment to his bill that was deemed basically technical. I have an oral amendment to my amendment that is basically technical, actually does less than Representative Kelly's oral amendment did to his underlying bill. So I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if I can make an oral amendment at this time.
Representative Moline, there is a point of order before the body right now. So whether an amendment could be offered and be technical in nature would have to be something that would be decided after the point before the body, the point of order before the body is ruled on. Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do the rules allow for me to temporarily withdraw my amendment?
Representative Moline, not unless the point of order is withdrawn first.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Petersburg he withdrew his amendment earlier today during a point of order.
Representative Moline has the floor. Representative Moline.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To that point, I mean, it just happened earlier this evening where a member withdrew his amendment while we were under the discussion of a point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Cretia.
And I'll withdraw the point of order.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to temporarily withdraw my amendment
Representative Moline temporarily withdraws
until later consideration.
the A67 amendment. Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I request a call of the House.
Call of the House being requested. Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, a call of the House. There will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Representative Pepin moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant at Arms will bring in the absent members. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hornstein moves to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows. And the amendment is coded A150502.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is legislation that Representative Hamilton brought to the Transportation Committee earlier this session, several weeks ago. It involves having access to a driver's license for our aspiring citizens. We have anywhere from 20,000 up to 50,000 aspiring citizens in the state of Minnesota that would benefit from having a driver's license. And members, this is simply a safety issue. It helps our law enforcement agencies, it strengthens our economy, improves the lives of and keeps families together, and it helps certainly our rural communities who are particularly impacted by this. So this is a safety issue primarily. We want to make sure that all of our drivers are adequately trained, that they've taken driver ed classes, and we have strong support for this measure from law enforcement who testified at our hearing, as well as the business community. And you have a letter being handed out from the Minnesota Business Immigration Coalition. I just want to name some of the members of that coalition. or the organizations, the Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, the Chamber of Commerce, the Nursery and Landscape Association, the Midwest Food Processors Association, the Milk Producers, and the Restaurant Association, the Lodging Association. So members, there's strong support for this. I think this is the year we should do it, and I request your support.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of order under Rule 3.21, and I have advice.
Representative Pepin rises to a point of order under Rule 3.21. Representative Pepin, state your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Rule 3.21 says that motions must be germane to the bill at hand. The Hornstein amendment is under Section 171. That is not found in the underlying bill. There's 169 and 173 and some other sections, but this introduces a new section, so it is out of order.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for advice.
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of germaneness, of course, goes to the matter that's under consideration. We have an omnibus transportation bill here, Mr. Speaker, and in the core of any omnibus transportation bill, we're always talking about public safety. It is our responsibility not only to maintain roads, but also to keep them under rules that ensure public safety. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill, in fact, there's all sorts of sections in the bill, whether it's in appropriations, where we've got safe routes to schools, we have a statewide radio communications, we do appropriations, the Public Safety Department, which of course monitors our driver's license regulations and laws. We have appropriations to driver and vehicle services. We have traffic safety appropriations. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty clear that in this omnibus bill, issues related to public safety, and I can't think of an issue much more important than the qualifications of every individual who's driving on our roads, is really at the core of this bill. As Mr. Speaker, as Representative Hornstein mentioned earlier, the 6 prominent sectors, industries, ranging from the Minnesota Agri-Growth Council to the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce to our Nursery and Landscapes Association, et cetera, have communicated consistently and publicly of the importance of public safety in our transportation rules and regulations. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty clear that the amendment that Representative Hornstein has before us is consistent with the intent and indeed the duty, our responsibility in passing an omnibus transportation bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to rule the point of order not well taken.
Members, having reviewed the amendment and the bill, and upon the advice of Representatives Pepin and Mariani, I find the point of order well taken.
Mr. Speaker, I was rising to give you some advice, and I called before you ruled.
I did have enough advice to make the ruling.
I know, but I
thank you,
was
Representative
asking
Clark.
to give you some advice, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hortman moved to amend House File Number 4 of the second engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded RA 15005.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman, to your amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is pretty insignificant compared to the other topics we've been discussing, but it may be bipartisan. I hope Representative McNamara is on the floor to talk about this as well, because we are united in this purpose. It's a pretty simple amendment. It just says that MnDOT shouldn't do mowing for aesthetic purposes until in that corridor all the safety improvements have been completed. Safety improvements like painting the stripes on the road so that you can see them when it's raining, and safety improvements like putting that divider up so that if you fall asleep, you don't drive into the other lane and cause a head-on collision. The idea is that aesthetics should be behind safety investments. But I do recognize that in agricultural areas, that mowing can serve a purpose to perform weed control. So if there's farms on 2 sides of the highway and MnDOT mows it to make sure that those noxious weeds aren't, you know, infecting the farmers' fields or whatever, that's fine. I specifically wrote language to make that okay. I just didn't want them to be wasting money mowing 694 and 94 in the suburbs so that it looks pretty. A lot of states stopped mowing the roadsides during the recession, and a lot of them haven't gone back to it because it's just a waste of money. So I would hope it's a bipartisanly supported amendment.
Discussion to the Hortman amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and apologize, members, I didn't realize it was coming up right now. Representative Hortman, Representative Drazkowski, and I have just been looking at it, and I'm concerned the second sentence of your amendment might actually supersede some provisions in law about safety of mowing. I'm wondering, Representative Hortman, I did just run up and ask the Speaker, there are other amendments at the desk. Is it possible? I'm thinking you are a lawyer, I am not, but I think there might be some problems with the way the amendment's written. The second sentence might be problematic, the way it refers to sections 160.23. There's some safety mowing that's allowed under section 160.23, and I'm thinking you're saying they're superseded now.
Further discussion? Were you asking her to yield, Representative McNamara? She will yield. Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative McNamara, if you're asking me to temporarily withdraw the amendment so we could see whether there's any sort of a technical fix, I'm in favor of doing that. So, Mr. Speaker, I temporarily withdraw my amendment.
Representative Hortman temporarily withdraws the RA 15 amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cons moving to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A53.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn, to introduce your amendment.
Yes. Mr. Speaker and members, this would allow us to go from 2 license plates to a rear license plate only, joining about 20 other states in the country that do this. This will result in a savings of about very close to $1 million in terms of not having to do this. It gets rid of something which is really totally unnecessary, which is a difficulty often for people to attach to their vehicles, and I would urge members to support it.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'm just going to rise once for all the license plate amendments that might come today and try to talk members out of voting for them. However, I'm not going to ask for a roll call. I'm just going to give you my spiel and let you vote your conscience. I've been contacted by the Department of Public Safety, the Sheriff's Association, Chiefs Association, the MPPOA, all are in unison are against this. And just to give you a quick rundown, for the Amber Alerts, for the Blue Alert bill that I passed this year, it makes real complications for responding to robberies or critical incidents. About the most common thing that you'll hear over the radio is to watch out for a certain vehicle with a certain plate. You're going to really reduce the effectiveness of cops to respond and to catch violators or to stop people with abducted children, anything like this. And sure, there are states that do it, but talking to other states, they wish they had the plates like us. You can easily identify vehicles going down the road at 55 miles an hour by their license plate. And if you don't have a front license plate, you'd be amazed at how many vehicles look alike. Without that plate, you don't know which one to turn around and to follow, if it's a crime or it's an Amber Alert or whatever. And so it really reduces the effectiveness to be able to chase people down for crimes committed and robberies, things like this. And Representative Kahn, I received some information just a little while ago from the Bus Drivers Association. I want you all to listen up to this if you could. The Bus Drivers Association did a survey on one day. It was a national survey from different states. And they found in Minnesota, 2,700 bus drivers responded. There was 600 stop arm violations in one day. 600 in one day stop arm violations. And there was 424 of those stop arm violations occurred coming at the bus. And one of the primary things a bus driver does when they have one of those violations is report the front plate and to law enforcement, and they have so many hours to catch them. But you would be amazed at how many people aren't caught. And they wanted to increase the penalties. We didn't get that done this year, but because it was so serious. And because there was such a small fine on it, I don't know if it was worth the cops' time to chase them down for 24 hours after, or 24 or 48. Representative Schoen might be able to help me in that. But you can imagine how much this will reduce the effectiveness of catching people that are going around stop arms. It's amazing how often this happens. I got, in a little town of 2,500 in Lake Crystal, I got complaints from one district, little district in my area, of people violating the stop arms and going around kids on either side of the bus. It's amazing. So having that in mind alone, Representative Kahn, having that in mind alone, and what Representative Atkins was so worried, he's talked about dangerousness about 3 times during texting. I think this is just as much or more dangerous. I was wondering if you would consider withdrawing this amendment, knowing this, and how much it will reduce the effectiveness of law enforcement, especially with the stop arm violation of kids. And that's my spiel. Vote however you want, and I'm hoping if it does pass that the Senate once more knocks it out when it gets over there. Thank you.
Representative Kahn.
Will Representative Cornish yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Kahn.
How many citations have actually been given out from this practice?
Representative Cornish.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, very few, actually. There was just a small fraction, but you're making my point. That's the problem, is that it's so difficult. Now we're going to make it more difficult. Now they won't have the front plate, and the bus driver would have to try to turn around while he's got other things to do and watch the kids and look out the window as the thing passes and try to get the rear plate. The reason why there aren't many front plates or many citations is it costs the officers a lot of time. They get the thing and they get it second and third hand, and by the time they get it, the vehicle is gone, and then whether it's a time, running around chasing it. So this is going to hurt the cause even more. So,
well,
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Cornish has just given the best reason why it's really useless to have a front plate on it. And the $1 million savings, close to $1 million savings that we get from not having to produce them and put them on, forget the savings to the individual car owner also, is a very good point to fiscally conservative people.
Further discussion on the Kahn amendment. The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Kahn, I've got to disagree with you on this wholeheartedly. The fact is that this is an issue. I mean, we wouldn't have put 2 plates on the car in the first place if it was all about aesthetics. And the reality is, Representative Cornish hit the nail right on the head. When I'm driving into an area, I want to be able to see the cars coming out. If I'm driving up to a robbery scene or some sort of violent crime or anything, or I'm looking for a kidnapping suspect, whatever it may be, I see cars coming at me and I don't see them when I'm looking in my rearview mirror trying to see exactly what it was. And there is just no reason to do this bill, and I'm not sure what, there's plenty of room on my truck, and I know your Prius holds the front plate quite well too, all as well, and we pay for those plates. This is not savings to the state. This is a public safety issue. So vote against the Kahn amendment.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Kahn amendment. Some of you recall I had this 4 years ago, and we had a bipartisan support on both sides of the aisle. Right, Representative Gruenhagen? Anyway, the law enforcement has contacted me when I had this amendment, and they certainly had some legitimate concerns. And while I respect and admire the good work that they do, in my further research, in identifying a car that it's fleeing from a scene, usually it's the make, model, color, and year. Too many mistakes can be made to try to find out and read a small little license plate, whether it's on the front or the back, but especially the front. In the cases where a car is going head-on with a vehicle and the policeman simply cannot read that license plate in such a quick amount of time, but they can find and know what color, make, model the car is. This will save the state millions of dollars in the biennium. 19 other states currently have a single license plate, and in my research, not one of them has said that they wish that they hadn't had it. They still are able to find the assailant or the criminal or whomever they were looking for with a single license plate. So I urge members to support the Freedom Amendment by Representative Khan. One plate. Again, just to remind you, government is duplicative. They like to do things in series, 2 to 3 times. We only need one plate, not two. Vote yes on the Khan Amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I oppose the Khan Amendment. We have consistently heard from law enforcement over the years that it reduces your ability to protect public safety when you do not have the ability to look at both the front and the back plate. Members, for those of you that are engaged in the license plate reader debate, you will reduce the effectiveness of license plate readers by 50%. So if you're not in favor of license plate readers, you might want to vote in favor of the amendment, and if you're for license plate readers, you might want to vote no.
The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Representative McDonald, I can't agree with you. I do quite well seeing those plates coming at me. Let's grab Representative Garofalo's Tesla or Representative Uglam's Corvette. Let's get her cranked up out on the highway, and I'll read off plates to you as we drive by them just to prove it, okay?
Further discussion on the Khan Amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Khan Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Division has been called. All those members in favor of the amendment, please stand. Please be seated. Those opposed to the Khan Amendment, please stand. Unfortunately, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moved to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A55.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A55 amendment, and by the way, and with apologies to Representative Khan, I could not support your amendment. I support 2 license plates on vehicles for the reasons made by Representative Schoen and Representative Cornish and others. This is a very specific, very surgical exception that would join some other very specific exceptions that are currently in Minnesota law. And it's for vehicles, and I'll just read it to you, that were originally manufactured without a specifically designed location for the plate placement on the front, excluding vehicles that are already excluded. I've got a constituent, like many of you do. He's got a 2000 Chevy SSR. It's got a pointed front end. He's about the most law-abiding person I think I've ever met, and it drives him crazy that he sometimes is pulled off because he doesn't have that front plate on. He just can't find a place to put it. So it's a very, very tiny exception. Members, I'd appreciate your support.
Discussion to the Atkins amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, thank you for bringing this amendment. We all realize that it's important for law enforcement, but this is a much narrower scope amendment. Like I mentioned to our caucus, some of these cars that do not have designed front license plate holders, it's impossible to put a plate on them, like your buddy's SSR, some of the newer Camaros, and almost all the Corvettes. And if you do try to do that, one pass through the car wash and your license plate will be somewhere in the car wash. So I appreciate this. I think it's a common sense approach to the problem because it is a problem. It is a problem, and I hope we can support this, and I hope Representative McDonald likes this too. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Atkins amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Atkins amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Division has been called. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. You may be seated. All those opposed to the amendment, please stand. You may be seated. The motion does prevail and the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Clark, for what purpose do you rise?
By point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry that you cut me off when we were trying to talk earlier about the reasons why this amendment that Representative Hornstein was talking about had to do with public safety bill and transportation bill. And I was just going to point out there's several actual headings in the bill that actually talk about public safety. One talks about driver's license, but that's over. So what I wanted to talk about now is just, I wanted to thank the incredible group of advocates for that amendment and that legislation who have been working on a bipartisan way. Representative Hornstein recognized Representative Hamilton earlier. It's one of the people who's worked with us very hard on this legislation, and then there's others over there as well. But I wanted to thank the advocates because the advocates who are still here, they've been here more than 5 hours waiting for that amendment to come up. It has to do with, you know, a very important life and death issue related to the transportation bill. And, you know, what we were trying to do has great support. It has support on your Republican side of the aisle, and it has support on the Democratic side of the aisle. And it's one of the hallmarks of that particular legislation that it really crossed party lines. And I don't know why we were afraid to vote on it today, but I want to say thanks to the folks who have, I think it's about 6 years now, been working on this in many ways, talking with families. I thought it was important to just explain one thing that I handed out to everybody. It was a little packet that had a list of support from different folks, and I just wanted to point out that if you looked at the law enforcement part, there were letters of support from chiefs of police and folks from Winona, Woodbury, Lakeville, Hennepin County, Wilmer, Hennepin County, Ramsey County. We had, during the hearing on this piece of legislation, we had the auxiliary archbishop come and talk to the committee, and he talked about this as a moral issue and a human rights issue, and I just think that should be out there on the table. We are talking about public safety, safe roads, insured drivers, and we're also talking about people's basic human rights to be able to take care of their families and have their families be able to go to work safely. And we heard incredible testimony. Again, I thank the advocates for putting a personal face on so many of these really difficult situations where families have faced loss of jobs, loss of parents, people being deported for having a taillight missing because of the current law. And I just want to point out this one thing. I think this is really important. You know, this was not a law that's been here for a long time. In 2003, there was an executive order that was put in the rules that changed, and it came after 9/11, and it changed because there was fear of terrorism. That's the way it was discussed. But before then, all of our undocumented Minnesotans could get driver's licenses. They were allowed to get driver's licenses just like the rest of us. So this is not a radical idea. We're going back to something, or we wanted to go back to something that really is very common sense and worked for our community very well. And it, again, as the auxiliary archbishop said, it is a moral issue, it is a human rights issue, but it's also just a plain public safety and safe roads issue. And I'm grateful for the incredible sharing that has come about in many of our offices. I know many of you on both sides of this aisle have talked with me and with Representative Mariani, with Representative Hornstein, with many of us about how you understand what this is about and that you really wanted to vote for this bill. And some of you have made a commitment to keep working on this. And I just want to say to the folks who have waited and have been here, yes, si se puede. We are not stopping. We will continue. There'll have to be some other ways that we figure out how to do this, but we are not abandoning you, and we're not abandoning this issue. So thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate this opportunity to talk a little bit about what the heart of this issue is. And again, if folks will look at the packet, there's a lot of information there that you can use that really hopefully will help you understand and expand your understanding of what we were trying to do with this legislation and with this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Moline, I do have your A67 amendment. Do you wish to offer that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Moline moves to amend House File Number 4, the second engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A67.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to make an oral amendment to my amendment. That oral amendment, Mr. Speaker, would be on line 1.3 of the A67 amendment. Delete section 6, 16B.235, and insert section 35, 174.188.
One moment, Representative Moline. Representative Moline, it is my ruling that that is not a technical amendment and would not be allowed. Representative Moline, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure how that's different than the oral amendments that Representative Kelly was making earlier and we were accepting. So could you explain why it's not technical?
Well, it's not appropriate to question the Speaker on the ruling, but if you remember back to his, it was 2 numbers were transcribed by nonpartisan staff in the drafting of the bill. It just was that 2 numbers happened to be switched, and it was simply an error on the part of nonpartisan staff. So this one, you're actually changing the section of the statute that you're inserting it into, and actually to do that, you need to change more than just that little amendment. You'd have to change line 1.2 as well. It's just not a technical amendment. So it's my ruling that it's not a technical amendment, and it will not be allowed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can see the writing on the wall then. Any minute here, one of the Republican members will stand up and bring a point of order on my underlying amendment, which I've already explained is to use American steel when we're spending taxpayer money in order to address the crisis in the mining industry in northeastern Minnesota. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a little frustrated. It seems like the Republican majority paid lip service to the mining industry and to people who work for the mining industry. You know, you created a committee, Mining and Outdoor Recreation. You'd think we'd have an informational hearing on why 1,200 people are out of work on the Iron Range. We're having an informational hearing on how many walleyes you can catch out of Mille Lacs.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
Representative Krisha, state your point of order.
I rise under House Rules 3.21, germaneness.
I assume you have advice?
I do have
Representative
advice, Mr.
Krisha,
Speaker.
state your advice.
Under this amendment, under the public works area, we are expanding the scope of the bill quite considerably for the transportation. And while I absolutely understand what we're trying to accomplish here, I also know that Representative Anzels has a bill to reduce energy costs. And I think the real problem, if I could, is just say that the energy costs, and if we're going to say the Republicans did something, remember, we did not raise those energy costs. Those are helping to make that very expensive. You can talk about the copper mining, you can talk about all that, but even in the Star Tribune today, there's a huge article about making this industry much, much more globally competitive. And I think that the energy costs is a better way to do it. And just to back on this 3.21, we're expanding the public works substantially beyond the transportation bill.
Representative Moline, do you have advice?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Krisha kind of went off into the weeds there. He wasn't even talking about his point of order on germaneness. And earlier this session, you said you were going to allow members to present their amendments before other members rose to a point of order. I wasn't able to finish presenting my amendment here, so I'm disappointed that that occurred. But advice on the point of order, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, you know, I'm not really looking forward to going back home. I represent Keewatin and telling 412 KeyTac employees that American steel wasn't a priority of the Republican majority because of parliamentary rules and procedure. Like I said, those employees are going to be filing for unemployment benefits the same week that we wrap up session. And to use parliamentary procedure to find this not germane to the underlying bill, you know, I think I'm going to have a difficult time explaining that to workers. Plus, I brought a technical amendment that would have made this germane, and you ruled that that wasn't a technical amendment either, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, like I said, in mining committee, we've had informational hearing on walleye and deer, but nothing on the 1,200 people out of work in northeastern Minnesota. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that you find this point not well taken, so we can just simply continue discussing how important this amendment is, and we can just have a clean vote on it, members. There's no reason to use the rules to avoid taking votes that you don't want to take. Let's just vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Metza, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Mr. Speaker, we've had a big discussion now tonight about the folks who are out of work while we're filing income tax returns down here. A lot of our steel workers up north are getting ready to file unemployment claims, and tomorrow we're going to be debating some of that. My advice, Mr. Speaker, is not to screw over the range and support communist steel in Minnesota and support this amendment, which provides good American steel in American infrastructure.
Representative Thiessen, I assume you have advice.
I do, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Well, Representative Davids told a pretty good joke earlier tonight about his appearance with Brad Pitt, his similarity of his appearance with Brad Pitt. That was a good joke, and I appreciated that. But I think Representative Krisha's earlier argument on this point of order that we just need to follow the process and follow the rules we made is probably the biggest joke of the night we've heard, because you haven't been following the rules or the process all session, and this is just another example. And you say, again, saying one thing and doing another. I mean, you love to get out there and say, oh, we're going to fight for the range, we're going to fight for those workers up there, and then as Representative Metsa just said, you screw them over and over again. And that's what you're doing again tonight. This is shameful, Representative Krisha, because Representative Moline actually had the amendment that would have fixed the situation. It should have been okay as a technical amendment because she actually offered the underlying amendment, was just in a different form. And then you use that, which would have made this germane, for sure. It's still germane because we're dealing with public works projects. That's at the heart of this bill, public infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is about public infrastructure. That's what Representative Kelly's talking about. And this amendment is exactly about public infrastructure. All it's saying is, and I think Representative Kriesler is absolutely wrong, maybe energy costs have a small part to do with what's going on, and we should pay attention to that. But what's going on is people are dumping, other countries are dumping steel into the United States of America and driving down the cost. And if we are willing to stand up for American workers and American steel, we could actually start to turn the tide on this. This actually would make a big difference in the lives of Minnesotans. But just like this transportation bill, you're trying to use process and tricks and gimmicks to avoid what you must consider a tough vote. I think it's the easiest vote in the world to actually vote in favor of American workers and American steel. You seem to always want to talk about standing up for American workers, but like with your tax bill, like with this bill,
I assume
like
Representative Thiessen, that somewhere in here there's some advice.
Like with Representative Garofalo's bill tomorrow.
We're under advice on the point of order, Representative Thiessen.
And
so
I am,
please
Mr. Speaker.
State your advice to the Speaker.
I am. Thank you. Representative Garofalo's bill tomorrow, which is going to take all kinds of money away from the dislocated worker program that's going to help those workers in when they get in that situation and get laid off. Time and time again, you guys are not standing up for American workers and the American middle class. That's the MO of the Republican Party right now. That's what you're doing over and over again. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Representative Metsa. You should rule this point of order not well taken because this clearly is germane. It's an infrastructure bill, and this is talking about infrastructure. And secondly, you should rule against this point of order because what Representative Krisha is doing is what you've been doing all session, and that's screwing over American workers.
Representative Garofalo, for what purpose do you rise?
Advice for the Speaker?
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 points here. First of all, clearly, Mr. Speaker, 16B.235 is not part of the transportation bill. You cannot make a ruling that's germane on that, but it seems that you're allowing some broad latitude here on advice to the Speaker for matters. So, you know, a real good way to stop screwing over the workers is to stop increasing their energy prices. That's a good way to help the workers, is to stop these ridiculous environmental permitting that are stopping pipelines from getting built across northern Minnesota and are forcing oil trains through heavily populated areas. A good way to stop screwing over the workers of the state of Minnesota is to actually allow these jobs, allow private sector investment to create these jobs, instead of taxing the snot out of every single capitalistic enterprise in the state of Minnesota. That's my advice, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anzels, for what purpose do you rise?
Advice, Mr.
State your
Speaker.
advice.
Mr. Speaker, my advice is based on a lifetime of living on the Mesabi Iron Range, a lifetime of understanding that it's the ores of the Mesabi that go to the steel mills that make the steel that is used in transportation, infrastructure, roads and bridges and pipelines, the steel that made this country what it is. Of course the Moline Amendment is germane. Of course it's necessary. Of course it's related to transportation. We shouldn't be using, as Representative Krisha mentioned, our process or other means to simply make it possible in Minnesota to use the ores of the Mesabi to make the steel for our own infrastructure related to transportation. It's pretty simple to me. And you know what? If the other 49 states had the courage to do the same thing and encourage domestic manufacturing, and if the Congress had the guts to finally do something, those workers on the Mesabi would be going back to work this summer, the layoffs would stop, taxes would be paid, and yes, Representative Garofalo, the range delegation is attempting every tactic that we can as a state, including energy, including regulation. We are trying everything to get our people back to work, and I implore you, I plead with you to vote against the point of order.
Members, having reviewed the amendment and the bill and the rules, very obviously I find the point of order well taken.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Moline, for what
Thank you.
purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I appeal the ruling of the Speaker and ask for a roll call.
Representative Moline appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I assume you want to speak to it, Representative Moline?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice on the appeal.
It's just debate. Go ahead, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What we've seen repeatedly this session and even this evening is to use the rules in favor of the majority, and in order to stifle the minorities' even discussion of our amendments, but certainly in going forward to allow votes on our amendments. We've seen that repeatedly where I guess Republican members are allowed to make technical oral amendments, DFL minority members are not. The germaneness points of order that have been raised clearly again and again, so that you don't have to take votes you don't want to take on minority amendments. And I don't think that that should be the spirit of this body. I followed the rules. I posted my amendment on time. I posted my amendment to the amendment on time. You ruled that one out of order too, which would have taken care of the section issue that you keep discussing. And so instead of allowing the majority party to continue to use the rules to stifle debate and to stop votes, you know, I would ask that you appeal the ruling of the Speaker so that we can go to a vote on my amendments and send the message that we care about American jobs and American workers. And just to remind members to vote red in order to appeal the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Zerwas.
Advice to the body, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm only a second-term member of this body, but I guess I'll draw on my relatively short experience in custom and usage. And I remember back to last year when then Speaker Thiessen ruled quite consistently that all amendments dealing with MNsure were not germane to the health policy bill. So members, going off that custom and usage and that history, I think that alone is enough to say that this is a pretty narrow strike zone. So members, that on top of the fact that the portion of statute cited in this bill is not in fact in the transportation bill, members, I would hope that you decide along and uphold the ruling of the Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body.
Members, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes vote or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, and a no vote or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. You are not giving the body advice. That question is before the body. You are simply debating that question, so certainly go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. So, members, a couple of years ago, the GOP members of this body were outraged and in tears because of the pre-file rule. This year, when you had the opportunity to not impose that rule yourselves, you decided, nope, you were going to do it. Because no, you were not suppressing the minority. This was for the minority. You were being fair. You were going to be transparent. You were not going to suppress the minority in this body. And here it is, members. Those of you who weren't here before the pre-file rule, this would have been a simple matter. Because if her amendment was drafted wrong, she would have gone out in the hall, got it redrafted, come back in, no issue. But nope, the rules are being used to suppress the minority, to avoid a vote on an extremely important topic. And why? Because you can. Because you can. Because she came in with an amendment to the amendment that would have fixed the problem, and you said, no, that doesn't work. And then she came and tried to fix the underlying amendment. You said, no, that doesn't work. So the answer is, you can't bring your amendment. Why? Because we say you can't. So members, you ought to vote to not uphold the Speaker's ruling. Because you know why? Because it's just unfair and it suppresses the minority and it does nothing other than avoid a vote on an extremely important topic that's not just important to the Iron Range, it's important to Minnesota. And it should be important to every one of us here on this floor, and there is no reason to avoid a vote on this topic. You ought to be voting to use steel that's made here in Minnesota. It's as clear as that.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm hoping members will uphold your ruling. I've heard on this issue, I've heard suppressing the minority, stifling debate. I would just suggest that you look at the amendments that were out there and just simply realize that they're not germane. The Speaker was right on these. There'll be other avenues to work on these issues. We're not stifling debate. We're not suppressing the minority. And I'm not sure what Representative Lieberman was talking about. I was in tears, although I am very sensitive. But members, the Speaker's rulings have been correct. You can't try to amend amendments on bills where that section of statute doesn't apply. So members, before we're stifling debate, crying, and suppressing the minority, read the amendments. The Speaker's ruling was correct, and I hope you will vote to uphold the Speaker's ruling.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, having sat here all night listening to a number of different parliamentary inquiries and challenges, I think the Speaker was spot on with this. I was looking at the rule book and looking at Representative Krisha's challenge under 3.21. I think a challenge could also have been raised under 4.03, the Ways and Means budget and the resolutions that have been approved. Nowhere do I see in Representative Molin's amendment or her amendment to the amendment any vehicle in which we would be able to track whether or not this law would be tracked or provided. Members, I think that the Speaker got it right, and I hope that we do support the Speaker's ruling on this. And it's not just a gamesmanship activity that's going on here tonight. It's actually enforcing the rules to make sure that these pieces of paper that we call the rules actually have life and breath in this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Uglum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I do support the Speaker's ruling, but I think Representative Molina is spot on here. We have a serious problem in Minnesota. We have a serious problem on the Iron Range. We're all Minnesotans here, and we all care about jobs, and we all care about families, and we all care about people. There's no question that foreign countries are dumping steel in the United States, and I, for one, hope that this session's not over yet, and I hope we can address this issue here in the Minnesota State Legislature and help out many people that are losing their jobs. But I think really looking at the amendment here and everything else, I would urge that we support the speaker. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is advice to the body, and it's about consistency and I think maybe a little courage tonight. You know, the Speaker has the opportunity to rule, and it does, based on his or her own judgment. And I have, you know, been watching and with dismay at the inconsistency of the rulings coming from the Speaker and the application of the rules. And, you know, I think Representative Moline offered a technical amendment, and you should have accepted that. We've seen that action. We saw it earlier with Representative Kelly, and we've hashed that through. And that inconsistency, I think, is a demonstration of some favoritism, and that's bad for this body. But more importantly, I think there is consistency in action and leadership from this body. And I keep thinking about all of the conversation and debate that happened about the Republicans' new support for the Iron Range and your efforts to court votes up there and to build a relationship up there and to take on leadership up on the Iron Range. And I just listened to Representative Uglum talk about there's no question that people's jobs are at risk, and there's no question that we should take action on this issue of dumping steel and protecting jobs. You created a committee dealing with mining. You created a committee to deal with mining because you think it's important to the state of Minnesota. And there's no question that we should be working to protect the jobs. And now is your chance, right now, to vote with Representative Moline and appeal the ruling of the Speaker so we can take action on that amendment and protect the jobs like you said you wanted to. So now's your chance to be consistent in your actions, the words that you spoke last summer, last fall, when you created that committee, Representative Hackbarth's committee. You haven't done much in the committee, but you can do something now. You should support Representative Moline and overrule the ruling of the Speaker.
The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, you know, I regularly get messages from family and friends where I grew up in Representative Miller's district, and they say this to me: Dan, don't forget about us while you're down there. Out here in greater Minnesota, we feel ignored. And you said that on the campaign trail repeatedly, that greater Minnesota was ignored. And I'm sure that when you go back to the Legion and the VFW and any other area in your hometown, they tell you, hey, when you go back on Monday, Representative Miller, don't forget about us. Don't forget about us. It's important. Don't forget about greater Minnesota. Don't forget about all of Minnesota, and don't forget about America. We're standing up for Buy American here. Support Representative Moline. Buy American. Support the entire state.
Members, just as a reminder, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the question. Members, the House is under call. Please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 60 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Moline, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules for the remainder of discussion of House File 4. I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Moline, could you offer some clarification on your motion? Are you asking to suspend all House rules or a certain House rule?
Mr. Speaker, I am asking to suspend all House rules for the remainder of the discussion of House File 4.
Representative Moline is moving to suspend all House rules for the remainder of the discussion on this bill, and she's requesting a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the motion to suspend the rules. Representative Moline, to your motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And we've heard time and time again that the only reason my amendment is getting ruled out of order again and again is because of the germaneness rules and other rules that the majority is using to find my amendment out of order. And so, if you remember last week, we declared urgency on the avian flu issue, as I mentioned earlier, because of the importance that the turkey industry has in Minnesota. And we know it does. It provides lots of jobs. I think we're the second highest turkey producer in the country. And I can't see any better analogy than what's going on in northeastern Minnesota with taconite mining. We have 1,200 people that are going to be out of work next month. 1,200 people out of work next month, and we need to do something about it. And so in order to get this amendment onto the bill, I would ask members to suspend the rules and recognize the urgency here. And then there's no other excuse to not vote on the amendment, because the rules aren't there. You can't point to a rule and say, we don't have to vote on the amendment because of such and such rule. And because of the urgency of this matter, because of the thousands of workers that are going to be out of jobs next month, I would ask for members' support to suspend the rules so that we can get the American Steel Amendment onto the bill. That I think you're all going to be supportive of, because nobody has spoken against American Steel. You just keep using rules to rule it out of order so you don't have to vote on it. So, members, I'd ask for your support to suspend the rules for the remainder of the discussion of House File 4.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would urge a no vote to this. We put rules in place. Representative Murphy, you talked about the rules, and you and former Speaker Thiessen put the rules in place. You made some rulings the last couple of years about technical amendments. Obviously, Representative Moline's amendment was out of order, or she wouldn't have tried to change the amendment and lay it over to try to fix it. And of course, the fix wasn't technical. So, members, I don't think it's proper to just be upset because the bill that you want to move forward isn't germane to the bill at hand. So I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I would move to lift the call.
Representative Pepin moves to lift the call of the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Thiessen.
We're on a motion to suspend the House rules. Is a motion to lift the call of the House a higher motion?
Representative Thiessen, you can move to lift the call of the House during another motion. That's certainly acceptable. We just can't do a roll call during another motion. Further discussion on the bill. On the suspension. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I'm just getting out my House rules, and I'm looking at Article 9 of our rules. And, I guess I'm interested in the idea of finally being able to have a cigarette on the House floor and allowing smoking. That might be fun. I'm also noticing that there's a prohibition on solicitations during the legislative session. That would be waived with these rules. So as entertaining as these articles might be, I would urge members to vote no on the motion before the body.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative or Majority Leader Pepin yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative or Majority Leader Pepin, do you believe as a caucus position then that there's no urgency in helping deal with the current situation up on the Iron Range? Is that what I'm to gather from your statement about the rules in comparison to Carly's contrast with our recent turkey issues?
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Metza. I believe that we need to follow the rules, and when an member comes forward with an amendment that clearly isn't germane, it greatly expands the scope of the bill. The Speaker rules on it. The body agrees with the ruling of the Speaker. I think that it's not prudent to suspend all of the rules of the House in order to continue with the bill. It's completely unnecessary.
Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Lueck yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lueck, do you plan on working with us to make sure that we have American-made steel provisions tonight? I noticed your last vote was green in the ruling on the rules. And I understand that, but I was wondering if you'll stand with the rest of the delegation tonight in making sure that we do draw a sense of urgency to this current situation. You know, members, this is no small amount of jobs. The equivalent, it's about 20,000 if it were to happen in the metro area, the current layoffs. These are our highest paying jobs in our district. This is very important right now. We are in the fight of our lives to keep it alive. Representative Garofalo had made some comments earlier about energy and some other things, and we've been working with your caucus in good faith this year and appreciate some of the legislation that Representative McNamara has in the bill. But again, Representative Lueck, will you work with us tonight to have a suspension of the rules, take up this as an urgent matter?
Representative Lueck.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Pepin, for what purpose you rise?
I rise under Mason's 114.
Point of order? Point of order. State your point of order.
Advice. Mr. Speaker, under Mason's 114, it says, a question as to what course a member proposes to follow is not in order. Representative Metza is out of order by asking another member how he plans to vote and what he plans to do tonight. So I would ask you that you would rule him out of order.
Thank you, Representative Pepin, for raising that point of order. I'll defer ruling, but Representative Metza, she is correct. It is not the history and practice of this body to question other members as to what their intent is. So I'll return the floor back to you if you'd like to address another question. Representative Metza.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anderson, state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at Article 5 of our House Rules book, and I'm looking at 5.01. And in here it says that if a motion is made to suspend the rules at another time, unanimous consent is required before the Speaker may entertain the motion. Does that mean that rather than just having 10 hands, that would have us go into this debate, or do all of us have to agree to have this debate at this moment? Could you give me a clarification on that?
One moment. Representative Anderson. I believe that the question you're asking me is about paragraph 2 under 5.01, is that correct? It's my understanding of this that the second paragraph says, except for provided in Rule 5.02, and then 5.02 goes on to tell the situations where the rules can be suspended, and in what case. A motion to suspend the rules, this is 5.02, about the middle of the paragraph. A motion to suspend the rules to advance a bill for consideration out of its regular order of business is in order under the order of business in motions and resolutions, or at any time the bill is before the House. And the bill is before the House right now, so I believe that this motion to suspend the rules would be in order, but it does take a 2/3 majority, of course, to suspend the rules to proceed. Does that answer your question, Representative Anderson?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take some time to review it, but Mr. Speaker, so then point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
So at what time is unanimous consent required?
Representative Anderson? I believe that at any other time other than if Rule 5.02 would apply, or if the motion comes up under motions and resolutions, at any time other than that. But I believe that Rule 5.02 does apply right now because the bill is before the body, and the motion is to advance the bill that is before the body. Representative Anderson.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
But the bill is already before us as a body, so we don't need to advance it. Suspension of the rules is typically when a bill has not been taken up from the general register or it's sitting in a committee. So that's why I'm asking the question of, we have this bill before us. It's not that we're advancing it because we're in the middle of the bill. Instead, what we're doing is we're just doing a flat-out suspension of the rules so that amendments can be offered at any way, shape, or form. So with that in mind, since we already have the bill before us, it's not to advance the bill. We're not pulling it from the general register. We're not pulling it out of committee. I'm wondering if this is why second paragraph of 5.01 would apply at this moment.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor this, but members, I don't think I've ever seen a motion like this before to suspend all House rules, and I would just call people's attention to Rule 9.01, the Code of Conduct for members of the House, which if you vote for this, you are voting to suspend the Code of Conduct we have as members.
Further discussion on the motion to suspend the rules. The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And technically, I brought the motion to suspend all rules for further discussion of House File 4. I didn't cite every single rule that I wanted suspended, but I mean, I think that there would be an understanding that we would only exercise suspension of the rules that would be necessary insofar as to get my amendment onto the bill. There's an implication that we would be like smoking on the floor and not abiding by the Code of Conduct, and I just don't think that that's anybody's intent here. My only intent is to get the amendment on the bill. So members, my intent on suspending the rules is to get the amendment on the bill, not to suspend all these other ridiculous rules that other members are citing. So please don't think that that's the route we're taking. And members, I kept forgetting to say, you know, Representative Anderson, this is a separate House file, this amendment. House File 1585 was introduced, a bipartisan bill that was recommended to Representative Anderson's committee. A hearing was requested, and she never gave us one. So To have Republican members continually stand up and act as if you support this amendment, but you're all worried about process and the rules. Well, we introduced this as a bill and we requested a hearing and we didn't get one. So that's why it's so important to me to get this passed. So I would just ask members to support suspension of the rules simply for the purpose of getting this amendment on the bill. Nothing else. Thank you, members.
Any further discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to oppose the suspension of the rules. But I do want to say to Representative Anzels, who I've served with you on the Education and Finance Committee, the one thing you are is true to your word. And you are right. You will fight tooth and nail for the people you represent, and I absolutely respect that. And you do need help. And there are ways to do that. What we're trying to do here is, as you said in your own words, you'll find any way to do that. And God bless you for that. Any way you can do that, good for you. And as a show of good faith, I know you have a bill out there, House File 416, that no Republicans have signed on. I'll be the first one, and that's been heard in the outdoor recreation and referred to taxes, and I'll be the first one, and I'll help you however I can within the rules.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Lueck yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lueck, it's my understanding that your district includes the Cuyuna Range, that significant parts of your district are within the taconite relief area, that you're an IRRB member, and that the taconite production tax is based on...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski, state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd point to Section 114 of Mason's. Question addressed to members may relate only to a question before the body. Mr. Speaker, the question before the body is whether or not we should suspend the rules of the House right now.
Mr. Speaker, advice?
Representative Winkler, state your advice, and I might ask you to just repeat the question that you're asking to Representative Lueck because I didn't hear it.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a question for Representative Lueck, and I think it is the custom and usage of the body to allow members to lay a little bit of a base or a foundation for the question rather than to proceed immediately to it. So I think the Drazkowski point of order is not well taken. I would hope that you would defer ruling on it. In fact, I do have a question for Representative Lueck, and establishing some facts ahead of time before we get to the question is helpful for the course of debate rather than harmful.
I still didn't hear the question that you were going to ask, and I'm not sure that you even asked it yet, so I'm going to defer ruling. I'm going to let you ask the question, and if I don't like it, if I think you're asking him his course of action and you're defying this rule, then I'll reserve the right to rule on the point of order at that time. So, Representative Winkler, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for Representative Lueck related to the suspension of the House rules.
He will yield. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lueck, I started by saying that I believe that you represent a district that includes the Cuyuna Range, the taconite relief area, that you're a member of the IRRB, and that the taconite production tax is an important part of the finances for, among other things, your local school districts because of the taconite relief area. And if mines are shut down, the result of the shutdown of those mines and the layoff of those workers is less production tax and therefore less aid to your school districts. So, Representative Lueck, the question for you is whether the House rules and following the House rules is more important to your constituents than American-made steel, which will help put those constituents of other members back to work and will help aid your local school districts. What is more important, suspension of the rules, following the rules, or the jobs on the Iron Range, the taconite production tax that will help your school districts?
Representative Lueck.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to answer actually a couple of questions. First of all, Representative Metsa, Representative Moline, and Representative Anzalek and myself, all three serve on the Mining and Outdoor Recreation Committee. And I will make this offer. I've always deferred to you folks as being much more senior and actually more directly affected by the situation at Mintac. key tack. But if you would join me, we certainly would be in order for us, not here on the floor, but to probably first thing tomorrow morning to approach Chairman Hackbarth and ask for a hearing to deal with this. Go right back to Representative Metz's question about working with as part of the Iron Range delegation. I certainly am ready to do that, and would look forward tomorrow morning if you three agree that we approach our committee chair and ask for a hearing to go to work on this. Thank you.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lueck, what I asked is whether the House rules tonight were more important than the jobs and the production tax being generated by these mines. And what you've just told us is that for procedural reasons, you think we should not adopt this amendment and move it onto the transportation bill and move this along, but instead that we should go back and start the committee process over with long after deadlines have passed, long after your opportunity to actually have done something about this have passed. So I think the answer to the question is you think following the House rules, which include the ability to hide behind other members like the Speaker, avoid votes, is more important than standing up for your constituents.
Any further discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a point of inquiry, parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is the question before the body if we are suspending all of the rules of the House? Is that the understanding of the current motion?
Representative Pepin, that is correct. The motion is to suspend all House rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Moline.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion.
Representative Moline withdraws the motion to suspend the rules. Representative Hortman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw that amendment. We're going to work on it and make sure that we're not affecting safety.
Thank you. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion on the bill as amended. The member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have just a couple of points, and one is a question of the author, if you would, about clarification of some language. It's been a while since you presented the bill, and I just wanted to go back to that for a minute. This is in Section 5 of Article 1. I understand the basis of the section, that it makes Met Council's transit operations a direct appropriation of MVEST rather than a statutory appropriation. What confuses me is the mechanics of specifically lines 1521 and 1528. And members, we sometimes get carried away in some of the big picture issues, but if you have that bill in front of you, I would really suggest that you look at page 15, lines 21 to 28. We're talking about financial assistance identified in a unified budget, and then the language says this: plus the amount under Clause 1 multiplied by a percentage calculated as the total amount in the Metropolitan Area Transit Account for fiscal year 2016 or 17, as appropriate, less the total amount in that account for the previous fiscal year, divided by the total amount in that account for the previous fiscal year. That, members, at least in my limited understanding, is very nearly incomprehensible. And I wonder if the author could just help explain the mechanics of that section.
He will yield. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hausman. That calculation is the actual percentage of MVEST growth. So the percentage of MVEST growth is that percentage, and then that is also the percentage that the opt-outs would get of the increase.
And
Representative Hausman.
And Mr. Speaker and members, I think where it's difficult to track, you talk about multiplying, and then you talk about subtracting, and then you talk about dividing. And I just didn't know if there was a reason for that, the complexity of those numbers of steps where it's really hard to track the impact.
Are you asking him to yield again? He will yield. Representative
Mr.
Kelly.
Speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Hausman. Unfortunately, that's the math, Representative Hausman. We do need to create a formula so that we know what the percentage of the increase in MVEST is, and we also need to have the formula so that we know the percentage of what the opt-outs will give. So the math is a math, and that's the formula that we need to use.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative
Hausman. It reminds me of earlier when Representative Adkins was talking about the difficulty of following some of those charts, and that language, I confess, still does confound me. I wanted to say just a word about winners and losers. One is always concerned in a bill of this complexity about winners and losers. For example, in the area of transit, strangely, the bill cuts from the least subsidized forms of transit and gives more to the most subsidized transit systems. And it's that winners and losers piece there that is difficult for me to understand. But we did hear from the League of Minnesota Cities, and there too, it's a winners and losers issue that I wonder about. While House File 4 does contain new revenues for small cities, it does not, according to the League of Minnesota Cities, provide assistance for the non-municipal state aid streets in 147 cities over 5,000 population. According to the League of Minnesota Cities, does not provide assistance for 147 cities. That's the confusion that some of the groups are having as they look at winners and losers in this particular bill. Members, just one bit of information that seems to me helpful to talk about just because it was raised in the context of this bill in committee and has picked up some attention in the press. And that is some suggestion that there are transit riders who are somehow scofflaws and getting away with something with fares to a greater extent than we might imagine. It suggested to me that I ought to ask MnDOT what's happening with compliance rates for cars using MnPass lanes. And I got the following response that suggests the rate of evaders is about the same as with transit, and this is the response I got. Violation rates are typically, this is on MnPass lanes by cars, violation rates are typically between 3% and 16%. Average is right around 8%. The rates vary by location and time of day, and this is interesting, members. What we've seen is that violation rates are actually lowest when and where congestion is the highest. And here's their theory, that motorists feel that they are trapped in the lane when there is a speed differential between the MnPass lanes and the general purpose lanes, that maybe it wouldn't allow them to duck out quickly. When it's not congested, the violator can't, or when it is congested, the violator can't quickly sneak out of the lane should they spot a trooper ahead. So because we had some suggestion that what was happening with transit riders was unusual, I thought it might be helpful to understand that on MnPass lanes, cars are also looking for, occasionally for those opportunities. It is an issue that the press has picked up, and I hope we can give that some scrutiny as well.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to lay a little groundwork because I want Representative Clark Johnson to know why I was picking on Highway 14, for one thing. In 2012, the governor convened 19 people to study and determine the state's transportation needs for the next 20 years. It was called the Transportation Finance Advisory Committee, or TFACT, and they found the following for all transportation needs, including roads, transit, freight, passenger rail, state airports, and so forth. They had three scenarios. The first scenario said we need 39 billion. We're going to get 39 billion out of present sources, so we don't have to worry about that. That's a long-term projection, but that's what they said. And if we are going to do the amount of money that just maintains that present situation without new stuff, we need 21 billion more. And if we want a world-class competitive, we need 50 billion over the base of 39. All right, now just taking out leaving the transit, the freight rail, the passenger rail, state airports, and metropolitan airports out of it, that comes down to 18 billion that we need in the next 20 years to maintain the current road system. And as a matter of fact, they recommended, their solution was, after a summer of, and there's a published book on this, or pamphlet, or report, it's pretty long, their solution was to raise the gas tax 40 cents over the next 20 years, or a mixture of the other factors that go in there. Now, I don't know who else has done a study on this since then, but it kind of bears out what we looked at back in after 2004 and 6. Now, Representative Kelly, you've broken some new ground and taken a new direction with what you propose here. When House File 4 was first introduced, I spoke to a gathering of highway engineers and commented that House File 4 did not have enough juice for a good spit. Well, that has changed, and the current edition has much more juice, but we need a larger bill for just what I was talking about. We need a larger bill because when I tell you the figures of 100,000 cars going by 3 blocks from my doorway in the metro area, and we got 10,000 running on a highway and many other rural highways, Highway 14, and it takes $300 million to build a interchange at Highway 35 and 494, and we can build all of 14 for that amount. You got to reach out. If you want Highway 14 done, you're going to have to up your estimates about what has to be done here. I don't know what you're counting now, 6 billion or whatever it is, but anyway, you're going to do it. You're going to need at least 10 billion, so you should look a little harder. Now, I'm going to go back to suggest that there were 6 of us that did the override of plenty in 2008. None of us lost our spots in the legislature because of that, because of the gas tax increase and the funding bill. What we lost our jobs about was because we were all Republicans, all 6 of us. If, in case that anybody over there doesn't know, for 18 years I was here, I was a moderate Republican. And what happened was the Republicans didn't like the fact we overrode the Republican governor, and that was instrumental in what happened. Well, that's one thing we need in this bill as we go forward, is a larger bill. And we have a lot of people in the transportation community that are interested in having dedicated funds, and not just lip service to dedicated funds, but actual dedicated funds. And as you know, at my press conference, I had in my hand a constitutional amendment for all of the things that I was suggesting, some of which you put in your bill. Also in committee, I offered a constitutional amendment for your funds that you want to take out of the current stream of money that goes to the general fund. So I'm going to suggest that that's something to be thought about. And even though it still needs work, I'm going to vote for the bill. I have high hopes for additional improvement, and I look forward to working with you to that end. I just think that you got to start here, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and that's it for me. Thank you.
The member from Sibley, Representative Grunhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Representative Kelly, I just want to thank you for the hard work you and your committee have done on this bill. I think it's a great bill, and it's realistic in terms of dedicating money that is contributing to transportation towards the building of roads and bridges. I've had constituent after constituent ask me, why don't we dedicate the funds that are connected with transportation to the development of roads and bridges? And I think this is a new and innovative approach and something that should be supported. I appreciate the reforms you have in the bill. I also, like many other aspects of the bill, hopefully 212 will get done. But the one thing I wish was in the bill, and the issue I'd want to raise with members, is the issue of the prevailing wage. And I think, members, we are artificially inflating the cost of roads and bridges and other projects in the state of Minnesota with the prevailing wage law that we have. Now, I know that causes consternation in both sides of the aisle, okay? But I want to give you two examples from my district. We built a transit building, one of the communities did, in my district. And according to the county commissioner, the cost of the building was $2.5 million. Without prevailing wage, it was $1.7 million. That would have been an $800,000 savings for taxpayers. And members, not only our roads and bridges, but also the buildings on Minskew, the University of Minnesota, on and on and on. We are artificially inflating the cost of these projects, which hurts our businesses and our citizens. Last year, I was part of a bipartisan rural committee. It had about 14 to 15 DFLers and me. So I was the only one that showed up from our side of the aisle. But one of our goals was to reform the prevailing wage formula for the rural area because of the oppressive cost it is to small rural communities. I hope that we will look at reforming this. I believe it can be done on both sides of the aisle. And we also need to look at reforming our environmental and eminent domain laws, which again artificially inflate the cost of our roads and bridges. The money would go a lot further if we reform these areas. Finally, members, this does have a human cost. You know, in 1978, I started selling health insurance. And one of my first customers was an elderly couple, and they were the type of couple that invited you in, gave you cookies and milk, even to a traveling salesman, and just treated you nice. They were my customers for many, many years. The husband passed away, and the wife lived by herself. Well, she was having chest pains one day, and she called her daughter to take her to the hospital. On the way there, she collapsed. On the way to the hospital, she collapsed. And her daughter was trying to get her up and get her into the hospital. And her final words were, "That's okay. I don't want to live anymore. Everything costs too much." So members, when we artificially inflate the cost of government, we hurt our businesses, and ultimately we increase the cost for our seniors on fixed incomes and also our poor. Let's reform this system. We can't afford it anymore with the demographic changes. And, you know, when you pass laws to favor the few at the expense of the many, it hurts everybody in the long run. Thank you, members. Let's vote green on this bill.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Freshman Speaker and members. I have just a couple things to say. We've got other members in the caucus that'll hit on some other points, I'm sure. First, I want to thank Representative Kelly. This was my first year on transportation. I found it very interesting, and I was a novice, so thank you for tolerating some questions that were new, and I think it's probably a little new for you as well. And I'm going to assume part of what I'm going to say and the results of the transportation bill might be part of that newness too. One of the things that I really appreciate about the bill is that we all took it very seriously, that the amount of funds really does recognize the magnitude of the problem, and I think that's very positive. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about something that isn't in the bill that I was concerned about, but another component that I like. And let's start with the positives. There was $500,000 each year in the base funding for safe routes to school. Many of us have worked on that issue for a number of years, and we're very pleased at that inclusion. I co-chair the Childhood Obesity Legislative Working Group along with Representative Detmer, and we've worked for the past several years with many members here today to fund the Safe Routes to School program. Historically, only 1 in 5 applications for Safe Routes to School has been able to be funded, and I'm very happy that the inclusion last year and this year will continue to grow the number of safe routes we have for our children across the state. You might also have noticed today, just as a side, that the Minnesota, of all the states in the Midwest, was recognized for actually having made a dent in adult obesity. We stand alone in the Midwest at having flatlined and made progress on that. But we could be doing more for our communities to support their local plans for walking and biking, and I'm disappointed that this provision is not in the bill and we're not providing any extra funding to assist communities in that area. Some recent polling showed that 65% of Minnesotans would like to see active transportation included in the statewide transportation package. We know that communities in greater Minnesota want to make these investments to attract and retain young families and to experience the very real economic benefits that happen as a result of supporting biking and walking. We heard about a small town this year in Battle Lake, which is in west central Minnesota. It has a population of only 875 people, but it has seen 3 new businesses open along the main street and increased tourism due to the investments made to make the downtown walkable and bikeable. And we can see that sort of result statewide if we'll support biking and walking. Rochester is one of 15 bike-friendly communities in Minnesota, and you may not know this, but 11 of those communities are in greater Minnesota. This is a designation that's awarded by the League of American Bicyclists, which also designates bike-friendly businesses. And to that end, I'll let you know that 58 bike-friendly businesses are in Minnesota, including some of our very largest employers. Like in my community, we have IBM, 3M in St. Paul, Target Corporation, General Mills in Golden Valley, Blue Cross Blue Shield in Eagan, Wells Fargo, Ameriprise Financial, Gunderson Health System in La Crescent, and many others in large and small across the state. So I'm hopeful that when this bill comes back from its conference committee that we'll see an investment in walking and biking. But beyond that, it is my hope that we will see a more stable long-stream funding source. And I won't go into my concerns about the budget except to say that many school districts are looking at referendums. Health and Human Service cuts are going to put people at risk across our state, and with a better budget overall, including some changes in how we fund transportation, our state will be better off for that. I also hope we will fairly fund transit Transit's very important across the state. We heard tons of testimony this year from people who rely on transit, and we must keep a strong system. Also, the rail safety provisions are vital, and they're not included in this bill, and I do hope that we'll see a better bill, a stronger bill, a long-term funded bill that I'll be able to vote for at the end of the day. Again, I'll be voting red on the bill today. I hope for a green vote before we leave. Oh, Representative Kelly, I see you're disappointed in that. But I do hope through the conference committee that you'll be able to accept some advice from both the governor and the Senate and bring me back a bill that I can vote green on. Thank you, members.
The member from Meeker, Representative Verdall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And there are a lot of good things in this bill. There are a lot of needs that are being met, but I'm going to continue a trend and talk about something that isn't in the bill. And I beg the indulgence of the veteran members here because I'm going to go back and do a little bit of history, especially for the freshman members. There has been kind of a long-standing tradition around here, actually going back before I got here, when a provision was passed called the Dimmler Amendment. The Dimmler Amendment says that if you are driving in a 55-mile-an-hour posted and you're going 65 miles an hour, you can be stopped, ticketed, fined, but it doesn't go on your permanent record. However, where it is posted 60 and you go 70, the same provision doesn't apply. And so, for several sessions, I have proposed an amendment to also apply to 60-mile-an-hour posted, and it passed. 4 years ago, it passed. Both houses, signed by the governor. Only thing was that in conference committee, the Senate put in a provision that said that there had to be a study done and then a sunset. So they did the study, and then after 2 years it sunsetted, and last time I tried to extend it, but I'm sorry, but my friends on the other side of the aisle would have no part of that. And so we had to wait for the study. Study came out. Now, what I said on the House floor was this, that we didn't need to worry about the dangers of increased speed because that wouldn't happen. People drive at the rates that they are comfortable driving. And lo and behold, the study says that there is no constant increase or decrease in speeding. It says that the free flow speed remains static in these 60 posted. But it also says that there are more accidents and fatalities slightly in those areas. And so they do not recommend that the provision that we passed 4 years ago be extended or be put back in law. So let me get this straight. I said there wouldn't be increases in speed. There weren't increases in speed, but something else caused more accidents and we don't know what that is, so we can't extend it. I think that's kind of convoluted.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've discussed covered a lot of ground already here tonight. A number of issues have been brought up along the way via amendments. Just a couple that I'd like to highlight before I moved on to some new points that we haven't covered already. The first, well, I've been telling my constituents for quite some time that I'm somewhat agnostic about exactly what the transportation funding package would look like, but that it needs to be stable, dedicated, and adequate for the purpose. So I'm disappointed in that what we get in this bill is quite a number of shifts back and forth. It really, as I'm reading through it, excuse me just a moment. Thank you. I'm a teacher. We've got a lot of shifts. It reminds me of some sort of shell game when I tried to track things that were moving into the general fund and out of the general fund, and it makes me worry a little bit because I heard of some people's experience in one of the committees, one of the finance committees, where the package they put together was so confusing they couldn't make the bottom line come out and had to go back and do their math over again. I worry about that. When things get this complicated, whether we really have a balanced thing in the end. But I worry more about the fact that it's really not stable, it's really not dedicated. And we have a letter here that's been passed around from Commissioner Zelli that raises that point also. And I've talked to some of my people. I've got quite a lot of construction that goes on out in my district because of all the highways that go through there. And the ups and downs in transportation funding and our resolve to take care of our outstanding issues with our roads and bridges causes those projects to be more expensive in the end. So if we don't have stable, dedicated funding, and we're up and down all the time, and we're going to fight about it in the general fund 2 years from now, it costs us money. Because you need to keep those contractors in the business. The contractors, obviously they use manpower, but the contractors have a huge investment in capital equipment that's required for road and bridge building. And the downside of construction during the recession has caused some of those contractors to leave the business. I don't know whether they've gone out of business or whether they've moved on and taken their equipment somewhere else, or doing other kinds of projects, or what it is. But if we don't keep a steady supply of projects, we don't keep a steady supply of contractors, and it's going to cost us more in the end if it's not stable. I do not appreciate the meddling in local transit, but we already talked about that. But there are also cuts to transit in this bill at a time when we need to be looking at developing our transit infrastructure, going out to the suburbs, because that's where our jobs are. We used to have those manufacturing jobs. There was manufacturing jobs at one time not that far from here. You go out 7th Street a ways, and the Whirlpool factory was out there. The 3M plant was out there. We don't have manufacturing down in St. Paul anymore, so the people that live down here got to go out to the suburbs for those kinds of jobs. We got to get them out there, and this is not the time to be cutting transit. For the sake of our employers and for the sake of our people that need jobs and for the sake of the development that we'd like to see where we've still got the land for it, especially in my district. This is an idea that is not just some liberal, leftist, democratic thing. I've got the Twin Cities Chamber behind me, the St. Paul Chamber behind me on that. I've got the mayors behind me on that. We need that development. We're going to have those jobs. We need to get the people to them. And then if we look on line 28.24, I see some funds that are going to be dedicated to some suburban areas. That sounds great, but it's not me, because we're going to exclude Hennepin and Ramsey County for some reason. All of Hennepin, all of Ramsey County excluded from this development that's going to go on there. And then there's this gem on page 56. We haven't talked about this one yet. On page 56 of the bill, this is in the middle of a section that's about public-private partnerships. And generally, that's great. We can do a lot of good things with public-private partnerships. But I do not like this. On line 56.7, well, the sentence starts on 56.6, so I guess for the sake of grammar, we'll start there. If a responsible authority enters into a public-private partnership agreement that includes a temporary transfer of ownership or control of a road, bridge, or other infrastructure investment to a private entity, that's something new. We haven't talked about that. I imagine you talked about it in the committee, but I'm not on that committee. Privatization of our roads and bridges. That's a pretty big thing not to have gotten mentioned. I don't think that's a good idea. And we've seen a wave of these efforts to privatize things all across the country and in Minnesota because people have figured out that there's these big buckets of money in state budgets. And for the people that think private profit is the highest ideal, this is a really attractive idea. But I don't happen to think private profit is my highest ideal. I think my highest ideal in my job here is the public good. And so I'm not going to stand for privatization of our roads and bridges. I cannot support a bill that would come back with that in it. I will not support privatization of our roads and bridges. We've seen some of the effects of some of that. We've got private for-profit charter schools in some other parts of the country. We had private tutoring services on public money that didn't deliver the goods. We've had other states where they've privatized prisons and failed to take care of the people that were in their charge. We don't privatize these public services like roads and bridges, and it's a terrible, terrible idea. So I'm going to be voting red on this bill, and I sincerely hope that we do come back with something better that I can support. This is one of the biggest needs we have at the moment in the state, is to figure this out. There's an awful lot of work left to do to get there. So I'm going to vote red.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The area I'd like to focus on is the transportation transit options. And we've got a situation where the proposal is going to do severe damage to those who use transit. In my community, that makes a big difference. And it's one of the reasons that I cannot support this bill going forward. What I'd like to ask Representative Kelly, I'm not going to ask him to yield, but I would ask him to keep in mind as this bill goes forward, is to take a look at what can be done to improve funding in that area. Because if we end up with a situation where there may be a 25% cut, it has a great damage to, first of all, the college that's in our area. We have Century College. And the great thing about Century College is it not only gets our workers ready for the future and gives them the skills that the businesses need, it does an outstanding job of making sure that we are getting and connecting to people of color. Century College does a great job. They have more people of color and who are poor attending their college than is represented in their draw area. They're doing great things out there because they've got a strong transit situation that helps get the people there. But if we lose that, they lose that opportunity to move forward. And so one of the things I see is this transit portion has a unintended consequence of causing a disparate impact on those who are poor and of our color. Another area that this has an impact on is in housing. In housing, we have great mayors in our area who want to make sure they've got great diversity in their housing. But the problem that they have is they cannot have good diversity in housing if they do not have the transit, the mass transit, to get the people from the homes to the jobs. What ends up happening is at a certain point, if their car craps out and they don't have the money to be able to repair it at that point in time, they don't have the transportation, mass transit, to allow them to keep the jobs, and they become homeless. That's a problem that people in the Mahtomedi area have experienced. They have problems that they don't have enough transit out there right now to be able to get the people who are homeless, to be able to get them to jobs so that they can create the income that they need to have stable housing so they can be successful. That is the problem with the transit cuts that are happening here. And this is why I'm making a passionate plea that you take a look at what's happening in transit and what's going to happen to the cuts in Met Council, and make sure that they are restored and protected and allow growth in that area so the people who need it can have that going forward. It is important that they have it. And if we have a commitment in this state to break up areas of high concentration of poverty and race, we need a strong transportation system to make that happen. And if we don't make that commitment, we are not making the commitment to help break the concentrations of poverty we have here. So I please ask for a stronger commitment in that area. Thank you.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. This has been a bill in which we've been working on for a long time, and it's been a priority, and you can see from the debate that it carries a lot of passion for all of us. And I'm not standing up here with any kind of a belief that I'm going to change anybody's mind on how they're going to vote. But I did think I should at least mention some of the things that I see and some of the reasons why I think this is a great bill. But first, I would like to really talk about some of the words that I've heard a lot about why things don't work or won't work or whatever. I've heard sustainability, dedicated, and predictable. Those are the main key areas that I've heard people say why our bill won't work. First of all, let's work on the word predictable. I know, you know, in the legislature, especially from one legislature to another, there's no such thing as being predictable. We seem to find all sorts of ways of being unpredictable. Sustainable. We know that that is always at a whim. Just try to figure out where the economy is going to go in the next 5-10 years. We know that sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. We don't know whether or not it can be sustained at all. Dedicated, that's kind of an interesting word in which we say it has to be for a specific purpose. And we do have some constitutional things in the bill as well as in the transportation area that is constitutionally dedicated as to where those funds have to go. Nothing about how much they have to be. But so let's look at just some of the financial data here. And I'm going to refer to the governor's bill because that's the one that's easiest for me to compare with the spreadsheets that I have. Currently, operations of roads and bridges, planning and delivery, and road construction over the biennium is just a little over $3 billion. Now, in talking with the nonpartisan staff, if we were to have put in the 6.5% sales tax on there, we would have raised about $2.38 billion over the next biennium using the same consumption of fuel, which we know has stabled and actually has declined a little bit. Well, that's quite a big variance there. Now, we also know that Minnesota vehicle sales tax, a portion of that goes to the highway user tax distribution fund as well as the tabs go there. Even adding those up, that equals $4.65 billion, yet the governor's total budget for all of these, excluding airports, was $6.3 billion. That's still a difference of almost $1.5 billion over that 2 years. So where are the rest of those dollars coming from? I could tell you that they come from all the things that you say we can't put into this bill because it won't be sustainable or people might be able to pull it away. And in the future, if that was pulled away, the budget would fall apart just as well. Now, I know that we all have different opinions as to where things need to go, what kind of support that we need to put for this particular area and that, and I would guess that if each one of us had an opportunity to put together the transportation bill, it'd all be different because we all have different opinions. And so we like to talk about the rhetoric and like to talk about how somebody's doing this and somebody's doing that, and it's not going to work. But all of our opinions do matter, and I think it's important for us to hear that. One of the things that is different is in regards to transit and Med Council, and I know that's probably one of the biggest differences between our bills. But just as Representative Bernardi is thinking we need to work on the Department of Transportation, we've heard time and time again from both newspaper reports as well as even some DFL legislation bills being presented about trying to revamp the Med Council, just because we think there needs to be a little bit of work there. So we know that that's not 100% right either. So the bottom line for me is just that we have worked on this bill. We put together the best bill that we think is possible for the best across the state. And we've got a long ways to go between now and getting it out of conference committee and to the governor
But I just thank you for your support, and I ask you to support this bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Boy, this is really hard to start. There's so many things about this bill that's not good for the people in Minnesota. And I'm not going to go in detail along a long list because, you know, it's after 10 now, and I think that many of us are getting tired. But I do want to call on the attack on transit in Hennepin and Ramsey County. You know, it would actually, this is going to have the impact of reducing service by 17% in the Minneapolis, in the Hennepin County and Ramsey County areas. And Chair Kelly, you talked a lot about how this is good for transit because we're going to give, you know, the opt-outs more money so that they can have service between one large suburban area to another large suburban area. And I don't know how many people in Minnesota know that in the inner city, we ride buses that have virtually no amenities. They're buses that get us from point A to point B, and this is some of the most transit-dependent population in our state that uses these. And quite frankly, the motor coaches that the suburban riders tend to use in and out of the central core of the city, it has Wi-Fi. You know, I've never actually rode one. I'm assuming they have bathrooms and all sorts of amenities that are just fantastic. And your bill actually gives more money to the opt-outs in the suburbs and takes money from riders in Hennepin and Ramsey County. And I don't know why you are going after the people that need transit the most. These are the people that can't afford to own a car. And part of the reason why they can't afford to own a car is their employers pay them minimum wage jobs. And I know I'm not going to go into the minimum wage jobs. I know we're going to have some conversation about that tomorrow. But in addition to the people that are going to be impacted in ridership, it's going to take away 600 jobs by 2021. So again, here's another time in which you're putting forward a bill that's actually going to hurt employment in the state of Minnesota. So although there have been a few people that said they hope they can vote for this bill, I don't know where this bill is going to go to the point that I could actually feel good about voting for this. And I ask members to vote red on this.
The member from Dakota, Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill has some really good provisions in it. However, I thought we came into this session knowing that we had to come up with funding for a totally comprehensive transportation system. MnDOT has been operating about 20 years behind in its projects for at least the two decades that I know of or been tracking. And you have a letter here from Highway 14. I remember some testifiers from Highway 14 coming in with literature from the 1970s where MnDOT said that would be done by the year 2000. They are still coming to us to get funding. Does that make sense? We need to be doing better. Our infrastructure is coming to the end of its life. We need to have stable funding. We need to have new funding. This bill just does not do that. And I think someone counted that there's over 50 shifts in this bill. Try tracking that. I mean, it's like a shell game or a house of cards. I didn't like the idea of voting for shifts when we had a deficit. I certainly am not going to condone it when we have a surplus. Much as it pains me to vote against a transportation bill when I know we need one desperately, I will be voting no today. There are too many holes, too many damaging provisions. Members, I ask you to please vote no on this bill. We need to be doing better than this. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In all my years here, I think I only spoke on a transportation bill once before, but two things tonight just I have to speak on it. First of all, there was the very unfortunate reference to my district, which we all heard and is flying all over the internet. It's really quite upsetting because my district has almost everyone is really hardworking people, and a lot of them are low income, and that's why I also have to speak on the bill tonight, because it really abandons a lot of hardworking people in the inner cities because of the real bad cuts to transit here. My district has a lot of blind or otherwise disabled people that can't drive, and a lot of other hardworking people that can't afford a car. And I think I'm just going to tell you about two typical people. One is Donna. She's what I didn't believe ever existed, a blind machinist. And now, I would not be a machinist if I was blind, sticking my hand into a machine that could chop it off. She totally is typical and relies on the transit. When the transit lines were changed because of cuts, she couldn't get to her job. And she really was beside herself that she couldn't pay her own way. Another guy is Mac. When the changes came from cuts, he couldn't get to his job in suburbs, which was only 4 miles away, and was taking over 2 hours, so he got a job at a local church as a custodian. And of course, we lost taxes that way. So in the long run, we're really harming a lot of hardworking Minnesotans in this bill, and we're going to end up paying more for their services and not getting their taxes, which is just not a very smart way to go.
The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all, there's plenty to be disappointed in this bill, but I think one of the most disappointing, not the most by far, but something that is disappointing is Representative Dean M. You didn't even pick on Representative Pinto on the practice freeway. That's been a tradition around here for a long time when Representative Paymar was here. And then one more thing, would Representative Nornis yield to a question? It's the guy with the glasses over there.
He will yield.
Representative Nornis, are mini trucks in the bill?
Representative Nornis.
Mr. Speaker, the sunset on the mini trucks is in the bill. The sunset goes away.
The member from Washington, Representative Schoen. The member from Anoka, Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the history lessons we've had tonight from Representative Earhart and Representative Erdahl and others. But I wanted to chime in quickly. I think for freshmen, it's especially important to know that when you hear the term unfunded needs, you can figure that the numbers are always inflated when you're talking about government spending. And I wanted to point out an article that everyone should read from the Minnesota Center for Fiscal Excellence. The title of the article, this was 2 months ago in their newsletter, "Why is Minnesota's highway construction inflation so much higher than the nation's? Why is our inflation so much higher than the rest of the country?" And literally by a factor of 6, Minnesota's highway construction cost index exceeds the national highway construction cost index. Now, nobody knows why, and that's why I want to thank Representative Kelly for not accepting at face value all the numbers that have been coming out over the last few years. 10 billion, 21 billion, 12 billion, all these needs, and we don't know how they get to the numbers. there's no detail that anybody accepts as being very, very trustworthy. And here we have the article. We've got inflation costs, and it turns out that our cost index is based on numbers and prices from 1987, and weights of the different impact or the different inputs into highway construction that go back to 1987. And weightings of these things are different now. Technology, different materials, a lot of different factors that have not changed in Minnesota's cost index. So what we're learning here, but really the facts aren't known enough. We need a study. But from 2003 to 2014, the costs that to build this additional $12 billion in highways has inflated at 5% a year. Inflating at 5% a year is pretty darn unacceptable. And I think that this right here is one reason why I am really happy with the bill and really happy with how we have taken a hold-off position. We're not accepting at face value that these numbers don't need further examination. So thanks, Representative Kelly and leadership, for bringing us this bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Representative, I'm surprised you don't know how they pick the process they go through to pick repairs, highways, and how they put the costs on those different and various pieces they come up with. But maybe you've never been up on the 5th floor of the transportation building, and it's kind of closely guarded up there. There's a good-sized room, higher than the normal ceilings, and they have 2 big wheels. One is on one wall and one is on the other, and they're giant. I mean, they're 6, 8 feet across. And on those wheels, they put up the list of the the list of all of the projects that could be possible. And they spin that wheel. And when it comes to your requests, then they go to the wheel on the other wall where they have all these increments of money that's going to cost by $1 million sections. And they spin that wheel, and if you're lucky, you get one of the low bids on that. Even if it's a big, expensive project, and they like you, know, and they've got that button there, they can adjust how that wheel is going to spin down to the one they really want. And that's simple a way of doing it. You ought to ask one of the assistant commissioners kind of watches over that room up there.
The member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. I just wanted to make a brief statement that I also really appreciate this bill and the innovative way that the committee worked so hard on. I want to thank Chair Kelly and the entire committee. Members on the DFL and the Republicans really worked hard to make this a good bill. All comments were well taken. I wish I was on the Transportation Committee, but I believe the outcome was really a strong bill. But to see this through, it's going to take a lot of commitment, a lot of guts, a lot of determination to make sure that funding is in place. And I'm one of those guys that ran on a shared government because I think these bills come out better because we have 2 bodies in the House and the Senate that will be bringing the best of this bill. So I look forward to having a great bill, even better when it comes out of conference, and I look forward to supporting it even further. I just know that for our district here in Candy County, this is a good bill for Highway 23. We really need to get this bill completed and that road completed in Candy County to get the economic development needed to get the jobs going as best we can. The small cities part of this bill is very good. Again, Spicer, New London are going to receive almost $40,000. Atwater close to $35,000. Prindsburg, $28,000, and so on. It's a really good bill, and again, I just want to thank the chair and the committee for this work. And I would be remiss if I also didn't give a shout out to my good friend and the friends at the Minnesota Chamber for their support on this thing. David C. Olson, who would be proud today of this bill to do a large number of transportation work, $7 billion without raising taxes. I think that says a lot for what we've done. And again, I stand ready to support this bill, Chair Kelly, and thank you so much for your work and appreciate your support.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kresha.
I rise for parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
What order of business are we on, Mr. Speaker?
We're on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's an honor to serve on the Transportation Committee. It's certainly an honor to serve in this body, but I'm really pleased to serve on the Transportation Committee because in my district, in my region, transportation just means a lot. It starts really with a collective sorrow that's really hard to describe to people who don't live in our area, based on some just tragic stories on Highway 14 that are shared by a lot of us, particularly the volunteer firefighters who are the first responders to horrible tragic traffic accidents. I may be the only member in the House who goes door to door knocking and encounters people who actually come to tears when they talk about our highway. We want this highway fixed, and we want it fixed now. We're also a region that carries a lot of heavy goods. We grow a lot of beans, a lot of corn. We produce a lot of milk. And that takes a toll on our roads, and we have a lot of trucks on our roads. Blue Earth County has a lot of bridges, and I represent just a really fast-growing metropolitan area, Mankato, North Mankato, that needs transportation infrastructure to continue our growth, continue the new jobs that we have. So this is really important to my district. My district, when we talked about roads, I consistently hear two things. They say, Representative Johnson, get the job done. And what I hear, and particularly the town of Nicollet, they say, do it right. And what they're talking about is people in my district want this comprehensive, long-term, dedicated funding for roads, and they really are insisting on it. And frankly, my problem with this bill and my disappointment in this bill is that it does not get the job done, and it just does not do it right. And the fundamental problem, is that it's trying to build roads without any constitutionally dedicated funds, any new constitutionally dedicated funds. I suggest we all look back 10 or 15 years. Surpluses turn into deficits. I wasn't in this body, but I was sitting at home and watching that happen and watching the impact of that. And when those surpluses turn into deficits, fund after fund gets raided in order to solve those deficits. And that's precisely my fear with this bill, is that the funds that are in this bill long-term for roads are not constitutionally dedicated and are vulnerable to be raided. This bill really seeks to pit roads against education, health care, and all the many needs that we have. And indeed, we talked about that in committee, and some folks in the committee said, some members said, well, that's a good thing. Well, I don't think that's a good thing. Because I'll tell you what, as much as my constituents and my neighbors really want to see Highway 14 built, I don't think they want to do it at the expense of funding for schools, at the expense of health care for low-income working Minnesotans. I don't think they want that sort of competition. And that's what we've been able to accomplish over the years by having dedicated funding for roads and bridges. This bill establishes what's called a Transportation Stability Fund. Well, that's a term that I think actually Minnesotans know a lot better. It is not a stability fund. Folks representing the townships came and spoke against this bill. People representing the counties of Minnesota came to the committee, spoke in opposition to this bill. The Association of General Contractors spoke against this bill, as did the local 49ers, the operating engineers spoke in opposition to this bill. MnDOT has a document here speaking against this bill, as does the Highway 14 Coalition. The people who build our roads, the people who build our bridges are against this bill. And the reason they're against this bill is because they don't trust it either. My constituents don't, I don't, a lot of members in this House, and the people building the roads simply do not trust the stability of this bill. You'll see the Highway 14 partnership, a very, an important group where I live, an important group across southern Minnesota that wants to see the Highway 14 completed from Rochester to New Ulm and from New Ulm to Rochester. They've concluded that House File 4 does not provide sufficient funding to finish the construction of Highway 14, 4 lanes from those two cities. And why? Because the lack of emphasis on the corridors of commerce. Representative Baker, I got to admit, I'm surprised at your support of the bill. Because if you represent a highway like Highway 23, those of you who are on Highway 10, those of us who are on Highway 14, I heard about Highway 212, and there's a whole bundle of other highways that are really counting on the corridors of commerce to finish those roads. That was a bill that was put forth by Representative Hornstein. I always find it interesting, an urban legislator who had the vision for Minnesota, and particularly greater Minnesota, to build these roads that we need. And we funded that last time. In the last session, we put $330 million into the corridors of commerce. And we're going to see some of those projects, and we're lucky enough in Nicollet County to see finally 4 lanes. It'll start on July 6th, I understand, from Nicollet, from North Mankato to the west end of Nicollet. This bill has $250 million for the corridors of commerce. Last session, $330 million. A lot of that money going to greater Minnesota. This bill is suggesting $250 million, less of an increase in funding for this critical program. Indeed, I'm a co-author on a bill called House File 282, where there's a number of other co-authors, a number of us who live out in greater Minnesota who see the value of these roads, and that bill suggests $400 million in the next 2 years. But somehow this bill, the House File 4, could not meet that goal, nor even meet what we did in the last 2 years. It's falling short, members. I've talked about earlier about economic development in greater Minnesota, and I talk a lot about that, and you'll probably hear me talk about that again as we move through the session. It's important because I really think there are opportunities for economic development in greater Minnesota that we could spend hours talking about that, and I'll spare you that longer speech. But we all campaigned on economic development in greater Minnesota. And I argue that highways have a heck of a lot to do with that. I'd like to identify several communities. Jackson, Minnesota, Le Sueur, Minnesota, Perham, Minnesota. None of them are in my district. But all of those towns have a lot of jobs. I believe all of those towns actually have more jobs than they have people living in those towns. Another commonality of those 3 towns, they're all on a 4-lane highway. New Ulm is a town that I find is just an amazing, it's a fun town. New Ulm's a fun town. They live well in New Ulm. New Ulm's a remarkably energetic community. It's not actually in my district. My district comes across the river from it, but a lot of my kids in my district in Cortland and just north of New Ulm go to school in New Ulm. So, it's an important town in our region. It's a town that over the years has just been known for a lot of entrepreneurial energy. And they do this off a 2-lane highway. It's the largest town in Minnesota without a 4-lane road. And it's a town that has actually a major trucking industry. The AMPI brings hundreds of trucks in and out of that town carrying milk. And yet they face the obstacle of not having a 4-lane highway. Members, I've often thought, what if we could give a 4-lane highway to New Ulm and let's see what they really can do? New Ulm's been waiting over 50 years. Over 50 years. There's people in New Ulm who say, yeah, my granddad was talking about it. My dad was talking about it. Now I'm working on it. And tomorrow we're going to hear from the Chamber of Commerce in the Transportation Committee, and I thank you for hearing a bill about Highway 14. And we'll hear from the Chamber of Commerce in New Ulm that they strongly support a stronger transportation bill, and they support full funding for the Highway 14. I came here in this session really to vote for a real transportation bill, and I think I hope I've made my case that I don't consider this a real transportation bill. I'm tempted to say, well, let's start over. We've got a good committee. Representative Kelly, you're a good leader. Representative Petersburg, you've provided leadership. Representative Hornstein, we've got some good folks on that committee. I'm tempted to say, let's start over. But I'm realistic enough to realize that that's not going to happen. So my final request today, and I will be voting against this bill, But my final request to the committee that is formed as a conference committee, that you take this very seriously, that you move and meet with the Senate and you come out of that conference with a real transportation bill that all of us can vote for on both sides of the aisle that will make that long-term investment in roads, bridges, and transportation and transit, so we have a comprehensive transportation bill with dedicated funding that meets the long-term needs of Minnesota and really helps Greater Minnesota grow. Thank you.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Kelly, thank you much for your transportation bill, for what you had in it, what you didn't let in it, and the way you've redirected funds where they should be. The truth of it is, Representative Johnson and I border each other, and there must be a big abyss or something between our two districts, because mine's completely different. I don't hear jack about mass transit, and I was getting letters tonight from housewife that said that gas tax, one of the most regressive tax, and thanks for not putting it in it, and please don't take it when we go to the Senate. So I think you're on the right track. And to tell you the truth, you can't shovel enough money out of the back of the truck for transportation. I've been hearing this dance for 13 years that I've been here. It's never enough. It never will be, no matter how much we give them. And no matter how much you give them, they always set the goal out further. The wheels are coming off the truck. Everybody's dying. And it's just exaggerated so much that, true, there's transportation problems, and we have to address, but they've put the goal out there so far. It's like an auctioneer starting to print out at 3 times its value, trying to squeeze every dollar they can out of it. So, long story short, thanks for your bill.
The member from Carleton, Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Nornis yield for a question or two?
He will yield. Representative Sundin.
Representative Nornis, back to the mini trucks that are in that bill. Could you tell me where those trucks are manufactured?
Representative Nornis.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, I'm not sure what the point is, because they're not going to be allowed except in certain places, but they come from Korea, Japan, probably from China. I can see American manufacturers going in that direction. Some of the small vehicles on the road that aren't necessarily mini trucks are actually smaller than a mini truck.
Representative
Sundin.
Sundin.
Continue to yield, please.
He will yield. Representative Sundin.
So it's safe to say that there's no American steel in those products whatsoever. Is that correct?
Representative Nornis.
I don't know that for a fact. Some of them, I'm guessing it's probably true, but I don't know that for a fact. And again, we're not really talking about mini trucks tonight. So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just find it remarkable that we can make exemptions for foreign-made vehicles using foreign-made steel, and we can't even talk about domestic production of steel here tonight. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I really just wanted to pause and just thank our MnDOT employees who plow our roads and keep them safe for people and who construct them, and actually to all our transportation folks around the state who plan, they design, construct, operate, and maintain our roads and make it safe, efficient, and accessible for people whether they're at 1 to 101. And I want to thank Chair Kelly for his commitment to continue to work on the amendments for stewardship and accountability and performance measures so that we can get the best transportation possible in the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First of all, I wanted to thank Representative Kelly. And while we have sharp differences on this bill, we always had a very respectful and civil conversation in the Transportation Committee and open lines of communication, and I want to thank you. I appreciate that very much. My colleagues on this side of the aisle have done a very good job of talking about how this bill is indeed a house of cards built on shifts and gimmicks and debt. But there's something that was said earlier that I think really needs to be corrected and confronted about the history of our revenue efforts here in the House of Representatives. It was noted that our efforts to raise revenue have been a failed policy. And I can't think of something that's further from the truth. My mentor, Representative Bernie Leader, who chaired the Transportation Finance Committee for many years, and I don't think there's been a leader in this body in modern history that's done as much for transportation as Representative Leader did. And he always crafted a bill as a rural legislator that was inclusive, that didn't cut transit in the metropolitan area, that adequately funded roads and bridges. And when he was the chair, when we did that historic override in 2008, we raised revenue to make sure that bridges were safe in this state. Keep in mind, members, that this happened after the 35W bridge collapse, and the public was demanding that we ensure that we prioritize dealing with these bridge issues. So I don't think it's a failed policy what we ended up doing that year. We were able to build a new bridge in St. Cloud, a new bridge in Stillwater. I don't think the Washington County delegation would say that was a failure. We were able to build a new bridge in Hastings so people southeast of here in Hastings and points southeast could get to their destinations quicker and safer. I don't think anyone in Dakota County would say the Hastings Bridge is a failure. And then we were able to start construction of a new bridge in Winona that's going to be done next year. All of these on time and on budget. What was the failure is that we had to scale back Representative Leader's bill in 2008 in order to reach the number of votes to get that override. We needed 90, not simply the 68 majority. So we need to finish the job that Bernie Leader started. And this bill falls short of that goal. And so, members, I had the opportunity yesterday to meet someone that is directly affected by the actions we're taking tonight. There were a number of people who were advocating for Representative Hamilton's legislation, which is good legislation, Representative Hamilton, to do research for people that are suffering from spinal cord injuries. And one of the women that was there said that she gets around and relies on Metro Transit. But with the cuts in this bill, people like her are now going to have to potentially rely on Metro Mobility, a service that's good, that's helpful, but she's now going to have to make a call, wait for hours, come here or wherever her destination is, make a call, wait for hours. And people who are riding that efficient Metro Transit service are going to be riding at much highly more subsidized Metro Mobility service as a result of these cuts. It doesn't make sense. We're actually adding costs and cutting service at the same time. So, members, I'm going to recommend a no vote. The last thing I want to say is my deep disappointment that this bill does not come close to addressing our oil transportation safety needs and issues. USDOT predicts 10 major accidents a year in the coming years that will cost a total of $4 billion. And we're not doing a thing about that in this bill. So, members, we can do better than this. I would recommend a no vote. And like my colleagues have said, our hope is that we can actually get a much, much better product out of the conference committee. And that's what we're going to be waiting for. Please vote no, members. Thank you very much.
The member from Hennepin, Leader Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. Thank you, Representative Kelly, Representative Petersburg, and all the other members who worked so hard on this. Members, we have a choice tonight. We have two plans before us. The DFL plan that's been so far proposed is a 6.5% wholesale gas tax, which will result in 16 to 20 cents, or even up to 26 cents per gallon if the gas goes up more. That is the proposal. After raising taxes $2 billion in the last biennium, the Democrats have come forward in their proposal today Apparently, nobody's really brought forward to a solution, but my understanding is the proposal is a gas tax increase, and that's somehow supposed to provide the stability that we need. The United States Secretary of Transportation has said the gas tax hike has a structural deficiency and is not a stable long-term solution. And yet, the Democrats here want to double down on it. And the reason it's not stable is because of the gas price is so volatile. I've heard time and time again from so many of you that this is not a stable plan. I don't know how we can make that argument. The plan that Representative Kelly and Representative Petersburg and others have brought forward tonight dedicates auto parts, rental tax, lease tax, things that probably people in Minnesota already think should go to transportation. It just makes common sense. 33 states use some sort of general fund. This is a basic constitutional requirement to provide roads and bridges, yet the only solution that apparently the other side has come forward, I've been listening all night for a solution, and I've heard tricks, I've heard gimmicks, but I haven't heard a solution. The only solution that's been forward is the governor's solution, apparently the Democrat solution, of raising gas by 16 to 25 cents a gallon. Are you kidding me? After $2 billion in tax increases, when there is a deficit, the answer the Democrats come forward, raise taxes. When there's a surplus, how do the Democrats solve the problem of transportation funding? Do they hit the grindstone and figure out a plan? Nope. Raise gas prices. Tax after tax after tax after tax. The choice here couldn't be more clear. The Democrat plan is apparently raise the gas tax, although I was fairly unclear about what the message from the Democrat leader was when he talked about, yes, people aren't going to like it, it's unpopular, so I wasn't really clear if he was doubling down on that or not. But apparently that's the message, raise gas tax prices. I think there's some MVEST increases as well. Versus the Republican plan, which we proposed, that would put $7 billion, our plan would put $7 billion into roads and bridges over the next 10 years. And it does similar to what 33 states do, and that is use general fund money, general fund dedication. Now, I think one of the members said earlier that, I think it might have been the minority leader that said, well, this is different. The gas tax is somehow constitutionally dedicated, but the proposal that the governor put forward is a statutory proposal. It isn't any more dedicated than any other plan. A legislature could come forward in 2 years and roll back your gas tax just as though it could roll back anything else. So it is absolutely not more stable than our plan. So today the choice is very clear. I want people at home to understand what the choice is. The Democrats, you have after $2 billion in tax increases and a $2 billion surplus as a result of that. The choice that they provided is a 16 to 25 cent gas tax increase. And the proposal that the Republicans had put forward under the leadership of Representative Kelly, Representative Petersburg, the Speaker, is to infuse $7 billion into transportation over the next 10 years by using existing taxes on things like auto parts, on lease tax, on rental car tax, common sense things, to meet a simple obligation that we were required to do, a basic obligation under the Constitution. This couldn't be more simple. I cannot believe that anybody wouldn't vote for this plan. We've finally come up with a solution that works for the state of Minnesota, that's going to fix those roads and bridges, that dedicates money specifically to small towns, to townships, all the way across the state. Members, thank you again for your hard work on this, and I would encourage a green vote. Thanks.
The bill author, the member from Goodhue, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, it's been a long night and wonderful debate. I appreciate all the comments and questions. I would like to thank, as Representative Hornstein did, Representative Earhart, for your leadership on the committee. My Vice Chair, Representative Petersburg, thank you very much. And certainly our staff, Mr. Lee, Mr. Burris, Mr. Perro, our CA, Joe Marble, and Mr. Cicchini and Dan Dwight for all the help they did in putting this together. Just a couple of quick clarifications as I heard a couple of the comments. Representative Hausman, you mentioned 100 of the cities, the small cities that weren't funded in the small cities program. Those cities are actually funded by LGA, so I want to make sure that they're not left out. Representative Yaruso, you talked about the public-private partnership. Just so you know, that is absolutely taken from the governor's language along with MnDOT. So that's also an initiative that we're all on board with. So if you don't like that initiative, you know, when it comes back, it's probably still going to be there. Representative Johnson, I'm a little surprised at your numbers here, because the corridors of commerce numbers, you're right, 330 million was put into corridors of commerce last biennium, but we have 812 this biennium. So I'm not exactly sure what enough is to corridors of commerce funding, but you're absolutely wrong on those numbers. We are investing $812 million into corridors of commerce. And finally, Representative Atkins, I can't let you off the hook. You know that. You know, you're talking about being fiscally responsible, no gimmicks, no games. And I have to say, you know, when we go back to the Senate office building, do we know how you finance that? We had the MMB issue certificates of participation, who went back to administration to have an agreement with the state. So now we have the state borrowing against the state, and all of that, and yet no debt service was appropriated for any of it. You talk about gimmicks and shifts, my word. Sorry, that one I couldn't let go. But members, you know, when we started this several months ago, the big debate was the amount. What's enough? So we asked for time. We asked for time to go through this debate and say, what is our need? We were ranging from $2.5 billion to $10 billion. And so the comments back and the arguments back was that we need a long-term solution. And that was the only argument. So lo and behold, we come up with a solution that close to matches the governor's at $7 billion, and now we have to find another argument, that now it's not sustainable. Well, members, we've talked about the gas tax ad nauseum and why we are here today, because a 10-year plan is no longer workable. We need a new solution. So House File 4 recognized the importance of transportation, and we fund it as such. It recognizes transportation as the mode for our citizens to get to work, to school, to health care, child care, and more. Without transportation, we can't get to any one of these priorities. House File 4 also recognizes that further tax increase is not the answer, and Minnesotans agree with us. It instead establishes long-term, sustainable, dedicated funding that does not take more money out of the pocketbooks of all of our citizens. We have shown that we can create the sustainable funding and far into the future. I'd like to thank all of our stakeholders who had all of the input and time and input into crafting this bill, and I'd ask for your support with a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 59 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Miller moved that the rules of the House be so far suspended that House File 1451 be recalled from the Committee on Agriculture and Finance, be given its second and third reading, and be placed upon its final passage.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Miller, to introduce your motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, it's been a long night. I ask for your patience. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the House suspend rules in order to take consideration and vote on my bill, HF 1451, which is a bill for animal agriculture study. I also have an amendment which will explain the need for suspension of the rules. I'll be moving Amendment DE2. Mr. Speaker, this includes language similar to my original bill, HF 2224, as well as new wording important to this issue. And I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the Miller motion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
If I vote in the affirmative on the Miller motion, do I get to smoke on the floor?
Yes. No, it's state law.
Representative Dabney, I don't think the Sergeant at Arms will allow you to smoke on the floor either way. The Miller motion is a motion to move that the rules of the House be suspended for the purpose of bringing House File 1451 from committee to the floor. So not for the purpose of smoking on the floor, but you may want to try and see what the Sergeant says.
Mr. Speaker, if I may continue the point of parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Dabney.
Which rules are we voting to suspend?
Representative Dabney, we're suspending Rule 4.30 and Rule 5.02 for the purpose of bringing this bill out of committee and to the floor for immediate consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the motion for the suspension of rules. The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If Representative Miller will yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So he talked about the substance of the bill. He says he has an amendment. I assume it has something to do with avian flu, but could he clarify that for me?
Representative Miller.
Mr. Speaker, Minority Leader Thiessen, I apologize. I didn't quite understand the question. Can you go again?
Representative Thiessen.
Representative Miller, I was just wondering what the amendment you were going to offer is, because if the purpose is to bring it up to offer an amendment, it would be helpful for us to know that before we suspend the rules.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, as the House has been made aware of the growing crisis surrounding the turkey industry and the H5N2 influenza virus, to date we have 31 farms in 15 counties that have been affected. There are 8 in Kaneohe County alone. We anticipate more to come. We acted quickly last week bipartisanly, and I ask that you do so again today. I understand this may sound familiar to members. Last week, Representative Bly presented a similar bill to mine, HF 2225. Because of the seriousness of the situation, we as a House acted in a bipartisan fashion, suspending the rules and passed Representative Bly's bill. I supported Representative Bly in this effort and ask I do the same. So this is for 2 reasons. This is to get to your point. One, there is further action to be taken beyond that, and number 2, there's a tradition in the House when we pass a bill such as this where there's an urgency and emergency spending is needed. We expect the bill to remain clean and without unrelated additions included. After HF 2225 went to the Senate, it was returned with unnecessary and superfluous language. As to the action to be the new action to be taken, Mr. Speaker, over the weekend it was communicated to us that the governor spoke to Secretary Tom Vilsack about cooperative agreements between the USDA and the state of Minnesota required for federal funding to become available to address this crisis. Secretary Vilsack said these agreements should be ready in the next couple of weeks. Since these funds were not anticipated in the Minnesota Department of Ag or Board of Animal Health, they'll need to be appropriated by the legislature when the agreements are approved by the USDA. The governor has requested we act quickly so that the MDA and BH can utilize these funds as soon as they become available.
Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the message from the Senate on the Bly bill that passed at the desk right now, ready for action by the House of Representatives?
It is.
And that legislation includes the language that, point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Well, maybe I'll ask, well, I should ask you because the bill's at the desk.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
And that bill has the language that allows us to spend the federal dollars to actually appropriate those. It appropriates those federal dollars so the department can act. One of the changes that the other change Representative Miller wants to make.
It does have that language among other language that the Senate added.
And point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
And the other piece of language it has is simply moving a report on when we get a report on what the recommendation for the budget reserve is, from moving that from January to August. That's the only other change in the bill sitting ready for action tonight, where we could actually pass the bill into law tonight. That's the only other change?
Correct. I'm not sure exactly what that other change does, but I know that it doesn't relate to the emergency relief in the original bill, so it was not related to the bill at hand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on this motion, members, that is what it does. So the bill does everything Representative Miller wants to do. And it has one other change, which simply moves a report that MMB does, which I think everybody agrees with, related to the size that we want of the recommended size of the budget reserve from January to August, so that when we're making decisions in December about, dedicating that reserve, we have it actually closer in time. The point being, we have a bill sitting at the floor on the House floor right now that we could act on tonight and send to the governor tonight. For some reason, we're not taking that course, but we're going to suspend the rules to take up a whole other bill and then send that to the Senate, where they're going to have to send that back down to committee, act on it in committee, and then either change that bill or send it back to the House of Representatives. So, quite frankly, I don't know why we would necessarily suspend the rules to do this tonight when we have the bill sitting on the House floor. All we would need to do is revert to message from the Senate, take that bill up, pass it, and we'd be done. It would be on its way to the governor, and we'd actually solve this problem tonight. So why we're making this so convoluted, I frankly cannot understand. Mr. Speaker, can I make one other point of parliamentary inquiry?
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Could I make a motion right now to revert to message from the Senate?
Representative Thiessen, I believe we need to dispense with the motion that's at hand first before we would take up a motion to revert to another order of business. Further discussion on the motion to suspend the rules. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would urge a green vote on this motion. The answer to your question, Minority Leader Thiessen, is that the additional language that the Senate put on was stuff that has never been discussed, never been amended. It should go through the rules process, and frankly, the Speaker made it very clear to the Senate that we would not act on it. We would not take kindly to them adding additional language that had not been discussed and agreed upon. Because they did, and because the language could be viewed as controversial and as something that should be vetted in committee, it is not appropriate to take that language up. The Senate, if there is a delay in this, it is because the Senate chose to delay this, and therefore I would say that this is squarely in their court as to why they proceeded in putting on potentially controversial language that had not been vetted in this body before. So I think I would check with Majority Leader Bach and ask him why he did it, your colleague in the Senate. Because of that, it becomes the need for us to take up the suspension of the rules under Representative Miller's bill. And members, I would ask for a green vote.
The member from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. I received the message from the Senate and indicated that I would move to concur. And this is a crisis. This is an urgent thing we need to take care of, which is why I brought the motion to suspend the rules last week. I think we should not suspend the rules, take up my bill, and just move it forward. Why take several more days? There will probably have to be a conference committee between this bill and the Senate bill. I think if we want to move this forward, if we want to get that money where it needs to go to make sure that the workers out there in the field already can do the work and continue to do the work, that we should just vote down this suspension of the rules and take up the bill that came back from the Senate, pass it, and move on. I think the message that Minority Leader Thiessen gave you and the explanation of what's in the bill is right on. I've looked at it. I've talked to the senators. I would concur with that. So I ask for a red vote, and let's move on, and let's get the money to where it needs to go. Thank you.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that we will suspend the rules and we'll launch this back over to the Senate. I have absolutely no idea what that does, what they amended onto this bill, and why. We are dealing with a crisis, and that's why we agreed to support Representative Bly and his motion. And here we have games being played from the Senate. We have absolutely no idea what this does. I haven't heard it, and I chair the Agriculture Finance Committee. We're going to suspend this, or we're asking that we suspend this so we can launch this bill over there. If they play the same games, we're going to launch another one. In the event we don't suspend this here, we're going to rule against the concurrence, and we're going into conference committee. This is a serious, serious issue. Enough with the games. Vote to suspend the rules, please. Send this over to the Senate. Let's deal with the issue at hand. They're going to have other vehicles to do whatever they want on this issue that they sent over here. But this is absolutely ridiculous that we're playing different games around this. This is a serious, serious issue. We don't know what's going on as far as the Senate send that over. We haven't heard it as well. Leave these clean. Let's deal with the issue and let's move forward. Please vote to suspend the rules and let's address this issue.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it seems to me that this motion to suspend the rules is premature. When we bring up a bill on the floor, we read it and we debate it. That's the purpose of it. This is not an uncommon thing that we get something back from the other body with something new in it. That's the purpose of bringing it up. Bringing it up doesn't mean that it's going to be passed. You can debate it. If it's really a poison pill and it's so terrible, then you defeat it. Then you can still do a motion to suspend the rules and bring up Representative Miller's bill. But it gives us a chance. If we defeat the motion now, we bring up the bill that we've got, it gives us a chance to see what it is, to debate it, to see if it's really something that terrible, and perhaps to get it on its way immediately to the governor for signature, as opposed to what I'm understanding would be the other pathway, which would be just starting out with a new bill all over again. It seems like if you're really serious about getting this going quickly, that we ought to just bring up the bill we've got and debate it.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, you know, when this surfaced yesterday that this was going on over in the Senate, I jumped on the phone and I called a turkey rancher in my district, a friend of mine, who is the latest victim, I'll say, of this virus. And I told him that the Senate was monkeying around with this bill. I said, I don't really know what it's all about, and I don't understand it even right now. He finished depopulating his flock yesterday, 7,000 birds for a total of 26 or 28,000 birds. And he told me that I can't understand why people in St. Paul just can't leave good enough alone and leave the bill clean and let the members vote on that bill based on its merit. And if something needs to be done at a later time on some other issue, then deal with that. But you should get a clean bill and move forward. Thank you.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of parliamentary inquiry, please.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
If we were to declare the urgency tonight and take up the Miller proposal and the Miller bill, would that give the Senate a second chance of having a clean bill to stop playing with the agricultural industry here in the state of Minnesota?
Representative O'Driscoll, to answer your question, House File 1451 does have a Senate companion. If we were to suspend the rules, take up the bill, pass it, get it in the shape the author wants, pass it tonight, the Senate's in session at noon tomorrow, they could suspend their rules, pass the bill, and it could be on the governor's desk by tomorrow afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry, please.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
So just for the members' benefit, if we were to suspend the rules, there's a Senate companion. If the Senate so is inclined to take care of the farming and the agriculture industry here in the state of Minnesota as it relates to the avian flu, we could have a bill on the governor's desk by late tomorrow afternoon if we take care of that here this evening. Am I correct?
You're almost correct. I think we could have it on the governor's desk by early tomorrow afternoon.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you for the clarification for the body.
Any further discussion? Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I don't know that the advice that you just gave about how the Senate is going to act is all that well taken, since it was the Senate Republicans who refused to suspend the rules to take this bill up last week. Senator Hand and the other Republicans refused to put the votes up to suspend the rules, which required it to go back to committee, and I anticipate that Senator Hand and the House Republicans will do exactly the same thing, Representative O'Driscoll. So I don't think that that's necessarily the quickest path. You talk about the uncertainty of the Senate. We know with certainty that if we pass this bill tonight, it's going to the governor, and it'll go to the governor tonight. And the change that everybody's all worked up about, have you actually read the bill that's come over from the Senate? Probably not. But all it says is, instead of by January 15th of each year, a report on what the budget reserve should be, it says by August 31st of each year, it says what the budget reserve should be, and then it says it should go to the Senate, it should go to the legislators and not just to MMB. That's the changes that are holding up our ability to actually get avian flu relief to farmers right now. Representative Hamilton, I agree with you that this is an emergency, so I don't know why you guys are playing games with this bill. The easiest path, the most direct path, the most certain path to getting this bill passed tonight is to not do this, but to revert to the messages from the Senate, take up the Senate bill, and pass it. It's as easy as that. I don't know why you're twisting yourselves up into pretzels over the easiest thing in the world. So members, I'm going to ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker. There's a roll call. And I'd also recommend that our members don't vote to suspend the rules, because then we can get to the easiest path. We can make our motion to revert to the Senate file, take up the Senate file, and be done with it. So members, let's do it let's take the easy path today. Let's get this bill done. Let's get the relief that everybody thinks is so important. I see Representative Hamilton is up and worked up. The easiest way to not be worked up is to actually pass the bill and get the relief to the farmers. We can do that tonight. So let's do that, members.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minority Leader, you haven't seen me worked up yet. Will the Majority Leader yield for a question, please? Or excuse me, the Minority Leader. I stand corrected.
He will yield. Representative Hamilton.
Minority Leader Thiessen, the amendment that the Senate put on, how does that have anything to do with avian influenza or agriculture?
Representative Thiessen.
As I said, it has to do with the budget reserve. And as to this point about bills that we haven't heard, I don't even know what's in Representative Miller's bill. Have you heard Representative Miller's bill in your committee, Representative Hamilton?
I have the floor, Mr.
Not the avian influenza bill, the actual bill that he's wanting to suspend the rules on?
Representative Hamilton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so the Minority Leader's answer to my question was no. It has absolutely nothing to do with agriculture and absolutely nothing to do with avian influenza. I ask that you support Representative Miller and his motion, and let's do the business here, because this is a crisis and we have to get it right for the farmers in this state. Thank you.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for taking a strong position with the Senate on this matter. The House, in a bipartisan fashion, it was a minority party motion to bring this up, to declare a sense of urgency, send it over. We did that in a nonpartisan fashion. All members agreed to it, and then the Senate screwed things up. Now, if there's one thing I would think the House DFL would have learned over the last 2 years, is you don't let the Senate push you around. That's how you ended up with a Senate office building. And that's why I'm proud of you, Mr. Speaker, for sending a very clear, decisive message to the Senate. When it comes to disasters, when it comes to these issues, there's no game plan, there's no screwing around, and that this is not dealing with a DFL House. The Senate is not going to push the House around like they did the last 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in the 12 years that I've served, I've never seen something like this. When we're not happy with what the Senate does, we refuse to concur and we appoint conferees. Or we take up the bill and we amend it and we send it back. But passing another bill and thinking that the Senate's going to do something different the second time around, I have never seen that in 12 years.
Any further discussion on the motion? The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, again, I urge you to vote green, and I want to be clear that this is your chance to take up this issue, this very important issue, because we are not going to concur with the Senate on our side of the aisle. And the reason is because we made it very clear after we took this issue up. We made this a nonpartisan issue. We took up a minority member's urgency. We agreed to it. We all understand, apparently on this side, that it's an issue. And I don't know why the Senate doesn't understand that. But we were very clear with the Senate that if they chose to add additional language that had not been vetted in any committee, that we would not take their language. They chose to do that. And now our opportunity to fix that is to once again send them a bill that's clean, and again, all of us send them the message that it's unacceptable. By you voting against this, you're playing games just like the Senate is, just like Senator Bach is, and you are not helping Minnesota. The only way that we're going to get this done is if we can agree that we are just going to address the issue at hand and not put a lot of extra junk on it that is not agreed on by the whole body. That is not, we are above that as a legislature, and I certainly hope that you will agree to do this, because we are not going to vote to concur with the Senate. It's just not going to happen on this side. So this is your one and only opportunity, and you know, I hope Representative Schoen, I hope you can tell your people that you apparently represent in Wilmer, you talk about that a lot, I hope you can tell them that you did everything that you could at home to suspend the rules to bring this issue up. So members, this is your shot. I urge you to vote green so that we can show the state of Minnesota that we can be grown-ups, we can come together as a legislature to solve the problems of the state of Minnesota and not play games with really important issues.
Any further discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Is it? There being 76 ayes and 59 nays, and having fallen short of the 90-vote threshold needed to suspend the rules, the motion does not prevail and the rules are not suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we revert to the messages from the Senate. And I'd like a roll call.
Thiessen moves to revert to the order of business as messages from the Senate and has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the motion. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, members. If we revert to message from the Senate, we'll actually be able to take up the language that was sent back from the Senate, pass the bill, and get this avian flu relief out to farmers tonight, get it to the governor tonight, so that we can make some progress. So I would urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the motion to revert? The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
I will vote yes to this motion. I encourage members to vote yes to this first motion.
Any further discussion on the motion? Representative Thiessen removes the roll call. My apologies, he does not remove the roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned. House File Number 2225, an act relating to agriculture, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate. Bly moved that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File Number 2225 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
The member from Rice, Representative Bly, to your motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I would ask for a roll call.
Yes.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bly.
In the interest of moving the funding that we've talked about before through as quickly as possible, I encourage a green vote on this motion, and let's move forward. Thank you.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, my motion is moved not to concur. I ask for a roll call, and I'd like to have 3 conferees, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hamilton moves to not concur and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hamilton, to your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I just ask for your support. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to not concur. The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just so everybody understands what we're doing, the folks that are new to the body. So basically, we have a chance to vote tonight to concur with the Senate amendments, which would actually get the avian influenza money out, the federal money appropriated. We could act quickly so the agency can start acting, or we can go along with Representative Hamilton's motion to not concur, and we're going to be delayed and have uncertainty for who knows how long. I say we reject the Hamilton motion. We get this work done tonight, show the people of Minnesota we can actually move ahead on an issue and solve a problem. And that would be by voting no on Representative Hamilton's motion, voting yes on Representative Bly's motion, and this bill and this relief can be headed to the governor tonight.
Further discussion. The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a sad day in Minnesota when we have a very bipartisan bill that went through here to do something that needs to be done. And I really don't like to have to do this, but I'm supporting the Hamilton motion because if the Hamilton motion fails, I'll have to make a motion to bring this bill to tax committee. The Senate made this a tax bill. Members, look at page on line 1.21. You talk about a poison pill. The Senate's not serious about getting this money out to the farmers. So if we don't support Chairman Hamilton's motion, I'll be making a motion to bring it to tax committee, and then the Senate can be blamed for a much longer delay. This is a tax bill at this point.
Any further discussion on the motion to not concur? The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, on the advice of Representative Davids, I strongly encourage a vote with Chair Hamilton. We got to get this done. We got to stop playing games. Let's do it the right way. The House has done this the right way, and vote with Representative Hamilton.
Any further discussion? The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Hamilton yield?
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hamilton, I'd like to hear from you exactly what you find objectionable in this. What is it, and why do you think that this is so terrible that we should send this back, set up a conference committee, and go through all that delay that, that we're all so worried about?
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the very easy and simple question. It has absolutely nothing to do with avian influenza, and it has everything to do with taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, when I'm done, if you could just instruct the body what a green and a red vote on this motion are, I think that would be helpful. Basically, what I'm hearing is that the Republicans are standing on some kind of process principle instead of sending relief that is absolutely needed to farmers across the state. And that, it just boggles my mind why you would take that position. The easiest thing, again, to do tonight is to vote yes on this bill, get the money out to the farmers to help them, and all we're doing is changing the date of a report. That's what's standing between you and getting relief out to farmers, is the date of a report. That just seems like a very, even if you are frustrated with that, it seems like a very small price to pay to have the certainty that we're going to be helping farmers today. And we can get it to the governor tonight. So members, again, I would ask a no vote or a yes vote on the Hamilton motion is incredible uncertainty, not helping farmers in Minnesota, not getting our job done, and standing on some principle that you think we shouldn't change the date of the report. A no vote on the Hamilton motion will get us to the Bly motion, and we can be done tonight. And I have to say, this notion that you haven't heard something kind of falls on me as ringing a little bit false, since you have loaded up your budget bills with policies and bills and statutory language that was never, ever, ever heard in any committee. And yet you dumped them into your omnibus bills. So to hear you now standing and saying we're not going to help farmers because of something you've been doing all session just seems ridiculous to me. So please vote no on the Hamilton motion. Let's get our work done tonight, get this to the governor, and be done with it.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused based on the minority's assertion here. I'm wondering if Chairman Hamilton would yield for a question.
He sure will. Representative McNamara.
Thank you. Representative Hamilton, I was under the understanding I'd be getting daily updates in regards to this unfortunate situation, and I thought Representative Bly's bill was to help with the overtime for the Board of Animal Health and the Minnesota Department of Ag overtime for those employees, and that's what I understood the bill was for. And I thought we were still waiting on your bill to determine for helping the farmers. So I'm confused here on what we're voting for.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative McNamara, you're correct. And I believe the minority leader misspoke or hasn't read the bill, because these dollars do not go to the farmers. You're absolutely right. They go to the Board of Animal Health and the Department of Agriculture.
Seeing no further discussion, as a reminder to the members, the Hamilton motion is Hamilton moves that the House refuse to concur with the Senate amendments to House File 2225, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House, and that the House requests a like committee be appointed by the Senate to confer on the disagreeing votes by the 2 houses. A green vote is a motion not to concur and to send the bill to conference committee. A red vote is a vote to defeat this motion to not concur. The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, will the chair of the tax committee yield to a question?
He will. Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Davis, you seem to say that this bill is a tax bill and should go to taxes because it has the word taxes in it. I was just looking at the rules, and they say taxes like 4 or 5 times. Have you ever insisted that the rules go to taxes? And why have you suddenly discovered this criteria?
Representative Davids.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Kahn, my mentor, Chairman Chesky, has taught me well. And if it says taxes, it goes to tax committee.
Well,
The member from Rice, Representative Blyde, on the motion to refuse to concur.
Thank you, Speaker. And this is frustrating for me because I think we agree we should get this money out to where it's supposed to go. This is a crisis in Minnesota. And yes, it is to help pay for the workers who are going out farm to farm. And you know, there are some farms that are dealing with this issue where now, because of the shortage, workers going out there maybe go every other day because they need the funding now. You may think that a few days won't matter or a couple days won't matter, but we need to get it there now. The quickest way is the best way. I strongly urge you to vote this motion down and move my motion, and let's get the money to where it's supposed to be as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, again, I would ask that you refuse to concur. Last time that we took the Senate language, we wound up with a $90 million Senate office building. I think it's about $134 million. I don't think it's a good idea to just take language the senators put on. And again, I just want to be clear. I want everybody at home to know that's still watching at this time. I don't know, but we had an opportunity to do the right thing. We had an opportunity to fix the problem by taking up the Miller Amendment and not playing games. We did the right thing the other day. When the majority decided to go ahead and declare an urgency at the suggestion of the minority, we all worked together and we put together a clean bill. After that happened, the Speaker made it very clear to the Senate that we would not accept any additions to it that had not been agreed to. They chose to play politics with it, and by you refusing to take up the Miller language that was clean, you also chose to play politics. This is a really unfortunate situation that this has gone in this direction. It's very frustrating that we've decided to go in this, but because the Senate was not able to give us the clean language that we requested, the only choice we really have now is to refuse to concur. Thank you again.
Again, members, a green vote in support of the Hamilton motion would be a vote to not concur with the Senate language. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the Hamilton motion to refuse to concur. Clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 58 nays, the motion prevails.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Pepin.
I move that the House meet past midnight.
Representative Pepin moves that the House be allowed to meet past midnight. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. Motions and resolutions. There is a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Metza moved that the rules of the House be so far suspended that House File number 1585 be recalled from the Committee on Governmental Operations and Election Policy, be given its second and third readings, be placed upon its final passage.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza, to your motion to suspend the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I guess I don't want to beat a dead horse tonight. We tried to get this through a few different ways. This is very urgent to our communities up north. And, right now we do have an opportunity to support American jobs. Here tonight on the floor, I won't go into too much detail. I'd ask for your support in bringing this motion forth so we can support good American steel with good Minnesota jobs and get some progress made for the Iron Range tonight. We've got, again, the 1,200 folks who are going to be going home in June at the latest without jobs. It's equivalent to 20,000 down here. We've got to help some of these folks, and we can be true leaders in the country right now by putting forth some of this legislation. Thank you. And roll call, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion on the Metsa motion to suspend the rules? Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. Clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. Announcements.
Mr. Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to do a call of the House, but it looks like everyone's in the House, pretty much. But I would like to just open up, you know, with kind of like a pretty heavy heart here. And, you know, after spending some time thinking about this, talking a little bit about this, and, you know, so often we say, you know, let it go, let it pass, you know, don't respond to it. But I feel that I have a need to respond to Representative Newberger's comments that he made earlier. And so in reference to the comments that he made, his statement around the, to be exact, his comment were, boy, wouldn't it be convenient to have that rail line going from the prison, St. Cloud prison, to North Minneapolis? You know, which I thought was really offensive. Then he went on to say, I hope that I have not disrespected anyone in North Minneapolis. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would say, in members, I say that not only did you disrespect many in North Minneapolis, but I truly felt disrespected myself. And I know I don't stand alone feeling disrespected, not just North Minneapolis, but St. Paul and many other communities that are so often targeted with disrespectful, biased language. And so today, you know, I just feel really disappointed in Representative Newberry, who also said here that Newberry quickly apologized for naming North Minneapolis, but that's what he said, but that what came into my mind. You know, he depicted St. Cloud Prison with North Minneapolis, a community that's very diverse, so much like the community in St. Paul. But that is what came into his mind, prison in a community of color. You know, and that is so often what happens, you know, as we stand in a state that has a huge amount of disparities. Disparities in education, disparities in jobs, disparity in healthcare, disparity within our criminal justice system, where biases comes to a heave. And so, again, I just feel totally disrespected. In this body, we had in 2013 the Department of Health who went out and did a report. And they talked about why disparities existed. And they came back to this body with a report. And they didn't say disparities exist because it's parents' faults in communities of color, that it's children and youth and students' faults in communities of color. they stated that disparity exists because of structural racism. And for those who don't know what structural racism is, it's not about, I would come from this place that structural racism could be not about, maybe it's not about legislators who are intentionally creating policies that are disproportionately impacting communities of color, but that is what happens. And it comes when we have a mindset of looking at stereotypes, looking at a community where we don't have any relationship or knowledge of that community, and we make assumptions about the people within that community. People who are working very hard for themselves and their community and their kid to have better outcomes, to be self-sustained and sustainable. Families who want the best for themselves and their children. But it is the biases and the stereotypes that gets in the way from that happening. And so, Representative Newberger, you know, my hope is that you don't allow your assumption to allow you to be a great legislator. Because right now what we need is to be working within this body to create more fair and just policies that work towards better outcomes for all of us. I sit in Greater Minnesota Economic and Workforce Development, right? And one of the things that I heard since day one, since we have returned to this body, is the rural community that have said overwhelmingly, what has happened in the last two sessions didn't work for us. We are just an afterthought. What you're doing doesn't work for us. And that is just about what communities of color has been saying for a very long time. What is happening is not working for our community. We are a community of people who are under-resourced. This is so much what I heard from rural Minnesota, time after time after time. You are under-resourced. And what is happening here is not working for you. And that's what communities of color are saying. And so I just hope that as we go on as a body, that we look within ourselves about what we need to do to make sure that we're working for the betterment of all statewide, to create the opportunities for all that we need to ensure that all are getting the jobs that they need, that all are getting a good education that they need, that we are really working towards the betterment of our communities, that we are not stopping, locking up communities of color, especially our black men who are filled within our prison systems. So I can understand your thought and how you see it, because we are a community that is scared. There are so many within our community who are scared. In the 21st century, there are so many who are scared that we have not made it to a more fair and just society. So I couldn't go without stating this. I unfortunately could not just let it go, Representative Newberry, how you see your world. And I'm hoping that, going forth, that you will spend some time expanding your worldview and getting to know the people a little bit better without making those type of assumptions. Thank you.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announced the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File number 2225, Bly, Hamilton, and Miller.
Announcements. The member from Ramsey, Representative Isaacson.
Mr. Speaker, a point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
I just want to thank Representative Moran for what she said, and I'm embarrassed more of us didn't stand up and say that, and that you do not stand alone on your thoughts. Thank you.
Announcements. Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2015.
Representative Pepin moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, what is we're going to come in at 9:30. What's the plan at that point? Are we coming in and recessing? I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
She will yield. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Minority Leader Thiessen. We're going to come in at 9:30. We'll recess, go to rules, caucus, and then come back later.
Representative Pepin.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Pepin moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails, and the House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2015.